that I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm when you can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to, couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. Yeah, you're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Inside of me.
They call me a monster, I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all in your chakra, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through.
What's that?
Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your game. strong is the hammer in my hand. How long can you force me to dance? There's a crisis in my heart and in my world, and I saw you smile when I fell into the dirt. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know me. I'm too young for bitterness like this. I've grown too old to forget. I'm not a killer, but killing never fails. To a hammer, every problem's a goddamn nail. Oh, your fire, I don't belong
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of Hearts never breaks. Falling asleep here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you, trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Got the wrong. Got the wrong guy. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy.
Throw your uppercut, try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whisper in my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, pulling the sound of my name in the crowd. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh. Just 'cause I took a break, you're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den. Bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet. My legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying, Adrian, defeat is now your only friend. Even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, pulling the sound of my name in the crowd. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh.
So stick around. Just like cool. Just like
Everybody, we are here for the SCA Close Qualifiers for the Esports World Cup, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We've got some qualifiers on our hands for a new patch. How the hell are you doing?
Feeling great, doing great, and it's going to be a great time here. Of course, we've got some fun games lined up here for Southeast Asia for the road to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. And it's going to be interesting. Not only new patch, we've got new rosters as well, right? Like Bleed had a shake-up before coming into these qualifiers. We've had TNC come in. You know, we don't have Geek Fam anymore as well, so some of those members are spread around as well. So it's going to be a fun time watching some great Southeast Asian Dota. It feels like it's been a while for you and me, Mike, watching some C Dota, but here we are.
It has been a long time. I actually cannot remember the last time we actually just saw two SCA teams going at it with each other. But well, here we go, Jonathan. Going back to our roots, I want to say here. And, like you said, we have Bleed versus Blacklist rivalry to get started for our first two teams in this close qualifier. We do, of course, have the bracket that we can show as well, so we can have a look at the bracket, see exactly who's playing who. And there you go. Of course, our first series are going to be the bottom two. Blacklist International versus Bleed Esports and IHC Esports versus Talon. And of course, right after those series, we can go through the top ones, which is Aurora Gaming versus TNC, and Execration versus Neon Esports. John, it's a hell of an exciting day. And I don't mean to get right into the drama here. But our first series between Blacklist and Bleed, I mean, I don't know if these two teams hate each other more, or whether the players in each team hate it. You know, there's a lot of drama going on here, especially with Blacklist rivalry, Jonathan. What are you thinking?
It's going to be interesting. Of course, this is all off the back of the rumor mill that's going on there. And it's going to be fun to see Blacklist play off. Of course, we can see our sked here for today. As you mentioned, we are starting off with those lower matches. Starting off in this stream with Blacklist versus Bleed. And going into Aurora versus TNC. Then we go into the lower bracket. Of course, the other matches are being streamed as well on EWC_Dota2_EN4. That's where IHC Talon, Execration, and Neon are going to be, along with the other lower bracket round 1 match. So 6 series a day, you know, a very nice fast schedule. 2 teams do qualify in, as we saw in those brackets. So there's a lot on the line. Of course, everyone wants to go to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, the culmination of the EPT, of course, for some of those teams already qualified in. For the rest, it's going to be a slog. It's going to be a tough process. Even after the qualifiers, you're not in the group stage technically, you're in the play-ins. So, you know, you have to maintain that performance all on a new patch. It's going to be interesting to see how these teams adjust. And, you know, along with, you know, our first matchup, of course, Bleed versus Blacklist. We've all heard the news of Blacklist. We've heard of the fines being doled out. We know what's happening, you know. So the rumors...
Oh, I mean, we can go over it again, Jonathan. We haven't... I mean,
yes.
Somebody got punched in the face for talking smack, and got, you know, both players got fined. Abed and Gabby had a bit of a go, apparently. Gabby could not keep his mouth closed about something regarding teeth, I believe, and Abed thought maybe he should remove some teeth, apparently. So there you go. Gabby learning the hard way. Thankfully, they are still teammates, Jonathan, somehow. We'll see if it does play a part here against Bleed Esports.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a shakeup like that on Team Synergy is going to be one thing to watch out for. And the fact that you can say something to ignite the one person who has been so stoic, recently very happy, of course, with developments in his life and his relationship and his girlfriend. He's been a very happy lad, much more talkative. To get a guy that's been so quiet for so long that's suddenly happy to actually do something, it's outstanding. I think that in and of itself is somewhat of an achievement.
Yeah,
so
that is actually impressive. I literally said, the first thing I said was that was impressive, because you and I have tried to get an interview from Abed for I don't know how many years. We've tried to talk so much to this man, and he just will not give us any words. Apart from that one time we talked about a restaurant that he didn't like, and he had plenty of words about the restaurant. But that's pretty much about it. So, like you said, to actually get him to do something was very, very impressive. I could not believe what I was reading. I thought it was a troll. I thought they were joking when it first came out. I thought there's no way. I mean, if anyone would know, I thought you and I would know first that something went down. I was sitting there thinking it was a joke the whole time. I was like, oh, look at these idiots in the community reacting as if it actually happened. And there you go, Jonathan. It actually happened.
Yeah. I was of the mindset that it was just people really bored waiting for this patch, but apparently, there is truth there. And of course, we've been talking about Blacklist. Let's talk about Bleed. They've lost DJ and Mikado. So that's also a very big development for this team coming into the qualifiers. Mind you, with Bleed and Mikado, they weren't doing the best in pretty much all of their qualifiers. They haven't gone anywhere this year. So maybe the shakeup is enough. Emo coming in, Sek coming in as well to replace. Could make the magic happen for Bleed. Who knows? They haven't had as much time, although we did see Emo stand in for Bleed before. So he is kind of acclimatized to the team just a little bit. And it's going to be interesting to see how they fare up. Because Blacklist, in their current form, is very fresh. At the same time, all of these players have played with each other and have known each other for a long time. So I don't think that's as much of an issue, trying to form team bonds outside of the issues we've already mentioned there, Mike, but it should be outside of like a boxing ring. It should be fine.
Should be good. We do have draft number 1 underway officially here between Blacklist Rivalry and Bleed, so I think we can probably hop over to the draft and hop over to the draft and see exactly how that does go here between these two. And I mean, again, I'm very intrigued because we do have a brand new patch, so I don't really know exactly what to be expecting as we can throw into the draft.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know what to expect here with these drafts, John. I know you and I, we got to see a bit of pro play in Dream League Season 23 and another couple tournaments that did happen in between. But
Dire team
as much as you can see that the heroes are very, very broken right now in the game with all these new facets and everything like that, I still don't know what pro players are going to be prioritizing here in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I feel like some of the top tier bans are still top tier. Stuff like Chen could still be like first phase ban-outs. Stuff like Disruptor can still be picked. Shadow Shaman, Shadow Demon. Shadow Shaman is a fairly new thing, but the Shadow Demon for sure still up there as a saving support. So I'm keen to see what the priorities will be. Do already have the DK being taken care of by Blacklist, which again, it just has a lot it can do, and the weird thing about these heroes with a lot of facets, you can kind of decide what you want to do with these picks as the draft goes on, right? Especially with something like DK. Do you want the Cleave? Do you want the Fire Dragon, the Frost Dragon, the Corrosive Dragon? You can kind of make that choice in the fly, so it does make sense. I do like that Bleed take care of the TA. That's been a hero that's been winning a lot in high MMR pubs at around rank 7,000 above. It's been at, 56% win rate or so. Mainly off the refraction additional damage per lost instance. So I like that priority from Bleed.
5 seconds
Blacklist
remaining.
take care of the Storm and the Tiny. The Storm has been really interesting because, quite frankly, it's not something that I think even pops up that much in the Pro Tracker, but it is ridiculous how much self-sustain you can get now. And Bleed do start off with a Batrider for themselves, so they've got a little bit of a nifty first pick. Can still be flexed as support. And Batrider, of course, was popular last time anyway. Gets a little bit more now with some additional building damage if you want for push. It feels like Stoke is probably what you're going to be looking for, of course, on the facets. More move speed, some spell amp when your Dragon Hero's back can help quite a fair bit. And now he does reduce the attack damage of enemies with his own attack. So it makes laning against the Batrider just feel hellish for the past one. I like this pickup from Bleed. It still does what Batrider does, but it does it even better now.
Venomancer.
Here we go. I can't believe this has come out already, but the Venomancer pick here from Blacklist Rivalry, Jonathan. What are you thinking here?
This one is interesting. I feel like Plague Carrier is the funniest thing you could hope for. It makes laning feel absolutely messed up. It's I have no idea if this is a great pick. The Noxious Plague facet can be interesting as well. I know how valuable the additional spread is, but it does feel really strong, although the damage reduce is pretty big. The Plague Carrier just makes laning hellish, especially if you have a pos one that likes to run in. You just plop some Plague Wards onto them. It's not going to be able to be cleared out. It's free DPS, free harassment. It's an interesting one. I think this
Radiant team
Venomancer
back.
has a little bit more of a stronger lane and some scaling with Noxious Plague change, but it's a funny one. It's one of the funnier ones, and that came out from this patch, right? Like, the way the wards stick onto the hero as well, it's just so hilarious. I love it. It's just, yeah, it's like, okay.
10 seconds remaining.
It's a very interesting change, that's for sure. I mean, I think you are definitely looking to
5
go
seconds
patient zero,
remaining.
right? For the fact that I highly doubt we're going to see Plague Carrier being picked up here by the Venomancer, but yeah, I guess you never know. We'll have to wait and see. Because we do have Cuckoo playing after this game, Jonathan, so, you know, maybe he'll be there taking notes, or, you know, maybe he's calling somebody from Blacklist right now to let them know how to play the hero. You never know.
We'll see if that's something good old TNC, of course, later on. We'll pick up good old TNC back picking up Darling, whatever iteration of Darling this is.
Yeah.
Still, more
Radiant
advanced come out.
team
Bleed
pick.
do take care of the Timbersaw and the Doom. Blacklist take care of the Naga Siren. So still nothing too strange in advance. What else are you going to add on here for Blacklist?
Dire
Like
team
stuff like
pick.
Chen's still there. We'll go with the Dark Willow, which I believe the Brambles has been a more popular pick on the facets for, again, those high MMR pubs. A lot more harassment in lane. Spell damage amp is always great as well. And just more area denial is kind of
10
big. So I
seconds
like seeing this from
remaining.
Blacklist. It's kind of funny because if you do go Plague Carrier
5
with the
seconds
Terrorize being
remaining.
attached to someone, it's theoretically a lot of DPS to throw onto your Initiator, if that's the way
That's
you want to go.
Well, that is very true, Jonathan. I didn't think about it that way. That's one way to do it. Would not recommend it though, if I'm completely honest. But I mean, maybe that's the idea. Just get somebody to jump in with all those units on you. I'll see how Bleed do want to respond to you with their own pickup. Second pick to be made. I hated this new these new Dark Willow facets, by the way. Like that Thorny Thicket, those extra brambles, they drive me absolutely insane. Like there's just too many. There is too damn
Dire
many.
team pick.
It does feel that way,
Radiant team
right?
pick.
Like that plus the shard down the line, it's just a ridiculous thing to navigate around. Bleed go into the Oracle, great save hero, still does a lot of the same things, plus the Centaur. The Centaur is going to be the interesting one. I feel like if you were Blacklist, you were looking at something like a Centaur to jump in with a Dark Willow and Veno stacking
10 seconds
onto a hero.
remaining.
But the Centaur is interesting. I believe his
5
move
seconds
speed facet has
remaining.
been a little bit more popular. Horsepower. It
Yeah.
does do quite a fair bit. When you stampede, you're straight into 600 move speed. You can just chase literally anyone down. The counter strike
Radiant team
is a little
pick.
bit better in
Dire
terms
team
of like trading, in terms of just raw damage. So I'm going to see what the priority there for Bleed will be. But already a solid combination, right? Like you've got a great ways of dragging back. You've got the Stampede to buff up the Bat Rider when he lassos someone down. You've got the Oracle to help save if anything goes wrong.
10 seconds
It's a very
remaining.
well-rounded draft out from Bleed. For Blacklist, into the Mars Gyrocopter
5 seconds
is also really
remaining.
interesting. And the lack of vision in Arena can be hellish. It is a good entrapment for the Centaur Stampede as well. Plus the Bramble Maze from Dark Willow. You've got a frontliner who can play around with Terrorize and potentially Plague Wards. Then you have this Gyrocopter with a Rocket Barrage that can just chase people down. It's a very well-rounded
Dire
draft for
team
Blacklist, I
back.
feel. Unfortunately, Gyrocopter was nerfed, you know. I mean, it used to be the move speed increase was coming off when you hit creeps with Rocket Barrage. That has been taken out. Only hero hits now, so it's a little bit harder
Yeah,
to get that
thankfully.
ridiculous chase down. It was funny when it did that. It was too
Yeah, it was
much,
very
but it
funny.
was very funny.
Oh, it was hilarious, Jonathan,
10
being chased down
seconds
by
remaining.
a teleporting gyrocopter. I loved every second of it. I believe they're going to go
5
for a
seconds
lifesteal and pick up
remaining.
for themselves here for their fourth pick. Intriguing. I mean, can I just say as well, they're probably going to be doing a lot of complaining today, but that Mars arena change where you can't see inside the arena, that drives me absolutely crazy. Like, that is too much. Like, how is it that we just
Radiant
can't
team
help
back.
whoever's in the arena anymore?
You know, it's one of those things. They're in the arena. They're entertaining. Like you don't have a ticket into the arena. You can't watch
It's
that
too much.
gladiator match. Yeah, you got to pay admission or get a BKB and run in. It is what it is with the Mars. Now it is a lot though, and it is fairly
10
annoying.
seconds
Again, very
remaining.
terrifying when you
Dire
have
team back.
Terrorize plus the Plague Wards on top. So again, there's a lot of potential there. The one thing as well that we didn't mention, of course, with Bleed having the Oracle, and this is something I was talking to managers about. This has been coming out in a lot of scrims. Mid-rune control is now so much easier with the Oracle.
Oh
when
my
he
God,
announces
it is.
which rune.
10
It's
seconds
kind
remaining.
of funny that's his facet. He just predicts where the runes are coming out. And at the start, he
5
just says,
seconds
I believe
remaining.
2 water runes will spawn on each spot for the first 2 minutes. It's
Yeah.
like, yes, thank you, Oracle.
Thank you, Eric. We appreciate that. It is a bit of a ridiculous a trait, whatever you want to call it. Like that's because you literally can't lose mid. Like how do you lose mid when you know exactly where the power runes are going to be every single time? And in fact, I had a game with an Oracle who was just absolutely livid because nobody was listening to his callouts for the power runes. So in pubs, it's hilarious. Because these mid players that cry all the time that there's no TPs coming into refill bottle or whatever, they're not even listening. They're not even reading what the Oracle's saying anymore. It's ridiculous.
Dire
John.
team pick.
I don't expect my mid
Sounds
players to be able to read, but you know, it could help if they learn.
That's beautiful. Hopefully, you know, the folks on Bleed can read. Emo should be able to understand what he has to do there. Gonna be keen on seeing what our last pickups are. Zeus
10
being banned out is
seconds
great
remaining.
because that static field has been doing quite a lot with the discharge
5 seconds
facet
remaining.
as well. The additional damage when you try to chase him is just a little bit too much.
Radiant
Last track being
team
taken out
pick.
as well. Lead will go for the Lina, so we've got the supercharged Lina coming out, and that hero does feel pretty annoying to deal with. It's either she does burn damage or, you know, she gets the supercharge, and both of those facets feel really strong. So I can't really fault Bleed for going into that. For
10
Emo,
seconds
great range.
remaining.
Overall, very well stitched together draft from Bleed. You've got the Infest
5
vehicle and the
seconds
Centaur.
remaining.
You've got a lot of great facets to choose from. You've got some good lanes coming out. Oracle Lifestealer is a very defensive lane that can be offensive as well. Up against a Mars as well for the Lifestealer does feel good. Centaur Batrider is very straightforward as well. That's something that we've seen in the last patch. Not to discount again what Blacklist has on hand. Like Gyrocopter plus Venomancer or Dark Willow is already really strong. Mars plus Ven or Dark Willow is also really strong. So there's a lot of back and forth play. The edge out for Bleed is just, you know, having the Oracle save, at the least in the lane, does kind of balance it out a little bit more. And having the Oracle to predict the runes for Emo is it's gonna be something to watch. I want to see Bleed play around the fact that they can tell which rune it is and just fully commit for Emo to snowball.
We'll see if it pays off. I mean, again, it feels pretty impossible to lose mid if your Oracle just tells you exactly what the runes are going to be. As we are going to see
Choose
Blacklist
your
Rivalry.
hero.
They'll go for a Primal Beast pickup. So perhaps it is going to be a little bit challenging now because you do have a very nice way of just kind of onslaughting right towards those power runes and fighting over them as the Primal. But then again, I mean, as long as you get the support rotations in to help out, it does feel like Emo should have that inherent advantage going into that mid lane matchup. We shall wait and see, Jonathan. This will be game 1 of a best-of-3 series between Blacklist and Bleed to decide who is going to proceed through the upper bracket of these close qualifiers. And of course, you'd rather not have to go down the lower bracket this early on. And, well, I dare say, Jonathan, even with the changes that were made to Bleed, I'm going to go ahead and say that I think that Blacklist should still be the heavy favorites.
Yeah, I think Blacklist has had further runs in their qualifiers. Bleed, again,
10
they've had a
seconds
roster
remaining.
change. Same thing goes for Blacklist, but it doesn't feel as impactful when all of these players know
5
each other as
seconds
much.
remaining.
Bleed, again, grabbing in Se, having an Emo full-time, rather than just a stand-in, losing Misery as well as a coach, I think is going to be a big factor for Bleed. It's going to be interesting to see. They do have a lot to play around with. I think, again, you mentioned the Primal Beast versus the Lina. Having that potential to run down is pretty nice, but Emo will have, you know, a big range advantage. He has again, he goes for the Terminal Runaway, so he does have that additional supercharge stacks on the Fiery Soul, rather than the burn damage to kind of chip away at the Primal. Rune control is going to be the big part, and the lane aggression is going to be a big part on both sides as well. So it's going to be a pretty aggressive time, I want to say. Like, all the side lanes are kind of geared up to play pretty hard. And it should lead into a very interesting Game 1 match here for our Southeast Asian qualifiers for the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, of course. If I had to lean towards a drafting alone, it's really hard to say which I'd prefer. I feel like you have a lot of pros and cons to both sides. You might lean towards Bleed just a little bit more. Having the Lifestealer versus a Mars Primal Beast feels great. You only really need to worry about Pulverize. You already have Save from Oracle. In case that happens, you jump in as well. You've got a lot of coverage. You've got Batrider and Centaur to start these fights for you on Bleed. So it just feels a little bit easier for Bleed in that sense, but again, the early aggression that Blacklist has is not to be underestimated as well. Like, they do have
Prepare
a
for
lot of aggression on the side lanes that can happen. A lot of damage can pump out really fast. As we do get our Southeast Asian pause, Mike. It's been a while for that one.
Yeah, you've got to get it done. Looks like Emo's going to have a quick disconnection here on the side of Bleed. That's fine. I imagine if anyone's going to have ping issues, it probably will be Emo. I'm not 100% sure whether he's actually at the game house for Bleed right now. I imagine probably not. Anyway, moving on though, I mean, it is very hard to know which draft is better here, John, because we do have a brand new patch. You just kind of never know what's the stronger kind of combos here. But I dare say, like, the Oracle, for example, from Bleed, it feels kind of useless when you're playing against Mars. Like, whoever Gabby catches is just basically dead, because you just can't do anything to help them as the Oracle now.
Yeah. And then that is a fair point. You can't reach in. And that is going to be an issue. Unless the Oracle stays in the arena as well, then he can save someone.
Oh,
I suppose, not himself. He's going to die, but he could slow it down for anyone else. And I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I think, again, like, the ease of execution for pickoffs is on Bleed, but the team fights can feel a little bit better for Blacklist overall. If these arenas from Gabby land, it feels like there's a lot of pressure on Gabby to perform, get the arenas they need, snowball in his lane. We'll see if they can achieve all of that for Blacklists, and should be, again, a very interesting game one here, as we will slowly get into it. Again, for Bleed, I really want them to play around the fact that they've got potentially better rune control. So we'll see if that's something they read. You know, if our
30
pro players
seconds
does
to
have
go.
a comprehension on hand, Mike.
Yeah. We'll see. A lot of patience here from both sides. Nobody really going to show themselves for now. Very upset to see that we aren't seeing the Oracle spamming the rune message. Very upsetting indeed. Bleed looks like they're going to try and contest here
The
up at the
battle
top rune.
begins.
Gabby is going to be around, but probably does think better of it. It is going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty runes anyway, so a nice even start between these two teams. And of course, we will start with the mid lane, where you are going to see Abed against Emo on the Primal Beast versus the Lina matchup. Who do you favor here, John? Because Abed did choose this Primal Beast into the lane.
I think the Primal Beast plays well into Lina. It's all down to how well can Emo try to dodge and try to really leverage his early range advantage, poke and prod as much as possible, avoid the onslaught in the trample. But it should still be like Lina favored. As long as Abed's not able to fully commit like that, and you hold on to your LSA whenever you need it when commitment's there, Emo should be fine here. Again, out of range, has good damage to pop onto Abed. Abed's going to have to dip into Uproar just to sustain from the right clicks. And Emo's already getting a ton of work out early. Again, there's always onslaught in and out, but as long as you hold LSA for the onslaught in, you are fairly happy here on Lina. And again, you do have your rune control advantage coming out with the Oracle on hand, so you have that going for you here as well.
I wonder how much emphasis they're going to put on those power runes. Like, you think with the Oracle they would put heavy emphasis on rotating the supports over to ensure Emo does secure. But then again, if the supports are rotating over, then it might make it obvious where the power runes are going to spawn anyway. So maybe some mind games to be had here from the side of Bleed. As we are looking, of course, down to the bot lane, where you are going to see Natsumi and Zhao against Zeal and, of course, Policy. So far, things going pretty smoothly here for
Radiant's middle
Natsumi.
tower is
Obviously,
under attack.
we know with the Centaur Batrider, it can get pretty dangerous pretty quickly if you're not too careful. You do have the flame break into the hoop stop, and here we go. Januar does get caught out, and he is hurt. It really is just that easy. So Natsumi will try to trade here with Zeal, but he's just not doing any damage.
No, not quite enough. He can chase down really well. Again, he got the Rocket Barrage Afterburner Facet, so he can just fly some good early pressure. It's just that the Venomancer is such a soft target for the Batrider and the Centaur to pick off. Not the fastest. You know, his Facet only comes into play once you're level 6. He did go for the Patient Zero Facet for the Noxious Plague. So the impact of in-laning is not going to feel as great. If you can land the Gale, the chase down becomes easier. But again, the offense is there for Bleed. We're taking a look at the top lane as well. You do have Gabby on the Mars, along with Tims on the Dark Willow, up against Seth on the Oracle, and Jackie, of course, on the Lifestealer. This lane's very straightforward for Bleed. You're not going to be able to fully harass out Jackie at all. You can always trade back with the Open Wounds and the Ghoul Frenzy. He has the save from Seth. So any pressure onto Jackie is minimal at best. They are trying to mitigate this a little bit on Blacklist. They get a good pull. They have a huge wave. Gabby's going to hit 3 at a nice point. And they are controlling as best as they can, but overall, Jackie shouldn't be threatened. His farm is a little bit slower, to be fair. Clearing out creeps, not the easiest, or not the fastest thing in the world for Jackie without coming up into the firing line, but still a relatively stable start to be expected.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of the thing when you don't have the level 1 range available against that Tim's Dark Willow, it can be really scary. And now Jackie does have the level 1 range, so he should be just fine to secure creeps a little bit more safely. As you saw, Arbit getting very low in the HP department, but he is going to go ahead and try to swipe away the Binding Rune of Melina. So Emo not actually going to go for anything here, and Arbit will be able to go ahead and secure the bottle refill for himself. Emo, though, on this mid laner, he's having a very good time. 20 and 6 in terms of CS. Again, Arbit did opt to choose this Primal Beast into the laner, so he chose the disadvantage for himself. And Emo is certainly pressing the advantage himself very nicely.
That he is. Again, it's all this range harassment, free damage onto Abed. Abed, when he goes full committal, he has to really look for that kill, otherwise you're at risk of just burning through from Lina. And Emo has a lot of damage coming in already. Level 3, Dragon Slave up, going 1-1 on the other spells, almost 6 once he has that burst from Laguna with a supercharge. Relatively short work to melt through the Primal Beast.
Abed. He's tanking T1 tower hits to double up the creep wave in the mid lane. Emo's not going to be able to keep up with him, so Arbit will be able to get away with the double pull, but kind of shows you how desperate times are here for the Primal. So he's forced to just tank T1 tower hits to make this happen. Tim's going to drop pretty low himself now. Emo rotating, does have the level 3 Dragon Slave, but never gets within range. And in fact, Arbit, he does kind of lose his creep wave anyway. Meanwhile, Say does end up taking down Tim's on the Dark Willow, so you do get yourself a nice free kill there for Bleed. And Arbit, well, he is going to basically stack up three rather waves here for himself underneath this T1 tower. So it's a lot of creeps coming.
And it is. Lots of EXP to come out if they can find the clear. But for now, it's just some free push for Emo. Again, he's one creep dying into the level 6. They will try to commit.
They are going to jump in, but Emo does have help around him, so Arbit's taking a fair bit of damage and he is gone. Arbit just completely melting as now Zhao tries to move in to help out, but he's going to die to boot. Tim's in trouble. Tim's will run. It's not looking good for him, though. Tim's will stand his ground, trying to take down Paulison. Thankfully for him, you didn't have any mana left on Safe, so they couldn't really finish off the kill with the Purifying Flames. And nevertheless, though, 2 kills to go the way of Bleed, and one of those kills going the way of Emo is going to feel even better.
And it does. Again, this is something that Bleed can get done. You've got Lifestealer and Centaur on the side lanes. These guys can stay independent for a decent amount of time. So you play off this advantage on Emo. You've got the 6-minute power rune coming out. No big emphasis just yet from Bleed. They are heading top, which Tim's is also heading into. So they will get the shield rune for themselves onto Abed, although it is denied off the Seth. So they are playing around at prediction of Seth quite nicely here on Bleed, just not able to capitalize. Still, a strong start for Bleed early on. You are getting some good farm out on Natsumi and Gabby, though. In terms of controlling the lane, it is looking pretty decent for Blacklist, despite these losses on mid. Going into the 1v1 lane, it is to be expected they'll get that lane control under their way. But Bleed are working this early aggression really nicely. I do have to say, I like that Seal went for the triple bracer to play into the horsepower a little bit more. Just have that sustained as well up against the Gyrocopter harassment, so it's not easy to shove away Zeal in that lane. And again, you are getting still quite some free space for Natsumi. Already has the Falcon Blade up, which, you know, with the innate of Gyrocopter, it's really interesting that he can disassemble. So you can disassemble the Falcon Blade, use the Blades of Attack for your Crystallis down the line. Like, it's super efficient. Chase down Zeal a bit.
Well, Zeal's going to be chased, but he'll be just fine. Even with the Gale out from Januel, you can't really get enough damage out of that Centaur at the moment. Well, mid lane, I mean, Arbit's going to try and stack up some creep waves again by the looks of it. He's pretty far behind in the CS department when you compare it to Emo, so we'll just try his absolute best to get any kind of catch-up farm we can. Of course, Emo just really starting to escalate here with the stacks being taken on that laner, and certainly off to the best start he could have possibly asked for here on the mid laner. Going back to the Oracle for a second, John, of course you saw Emo miss out on the power rune. I mean, if you're Say, you know that they're going to follow you every single time. the power runes are going to spawn. So theoretically, you're better off just going to the opposite power rune spot where they're not going to spawn.
True. That is one of the mind games you can play with it. I'm wondering if that's the way they'd want to really go. You know, do they want to think about it that hard? Who knows? They're
Yes.
starting to clump up top again.
But Tim's will pick it up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, but the thing is, they don't even have vision over Seth, so they're just getting... Well, they did have one ward, so they are spotting that movement from Seth quite nicely. They are making use of the Oracle nicely. They're not able to capitalize. At the same time, Emo doesn't get anything to play into that aggression, but he is getting the free space, so I don't think this is really hurting Bleed as much as you'd expect. It is giving more room to Blacklist, though. Again, they've got 6 on Gabby, they've got Irina ready to go, they're getting some recovery for Abed in the jungle. Primal Beast does recover quite nicely with, say, some items up, like an Eternal Shroud or BKB here for Abed, and he's pretty much set to go to play into that lane a lot more confidently. Still for Bleed, no, again, it's pretty much a free lane for Jackie as well. Pretty decent lane for Zeal. Their own timings are lining up. They do have a Stampede to disengage. Although, again, not going to be much use into
Dire's
the arena
middle
if
tower
Gabby sees
is
an
under
angle.
attack.
So far, both sides don't really seem keen on forcing anything around these 6s, though. Getting some good aggressive boards out from Tim's. Should be able to spot out the stacks as well. Just can try to contest. Otherwise, everyone's staying on their side. Playing the farm game, getting that build up. Support levels are a little bit behind where you'd want them to be. Maybe once you get some of these initial level 6s on, say, your Dark Willow or onto your Batrider, you can start to consider more aggression on both sides. For now, just clearing out camps and building up.
They certainly are. Not too much action happening at all here between these two. Just 0-4 right now, the wave bleed. Yeah, I guess in some ways it does favor Blacklist, considering Gabby and, of course, Natsumi are having an extremely good time. Only behind Emo on that laner. You kind of question how much Emo can do on this laner as time does go on. Of course, it does feel like you can go back into that right-click laner if you really want to. With these Fiery Souls, Blacklist rivalry now, fighting over the power runes once again, unwilling to allow this laner to have it, though it seems as though it's going to spawn bottom anyway, or is it? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
They still aren't getting it though. So I mean, you choose Oracle, but you've lost every power rune so far.
Yeah, it's this forward vision, you know, they see no one coming up top with this river, cliff ward, so they head down bot, then they just are in position a little bit faster on Blacklist, so Bleed aren't able to capitalize. It's the mind games actually kicking in, unfortunately for Bleed, and they're not really playing it back, like trying to bait out with the Oracle movement instead. So that is keeping Blacklist again in a rather even game state despite going 0-4. The lead from Bleed is marginal. You've got some great flash farmers in the Mars and the Gyrocopter. You've got Abed, who just really needs just a couple of items to be ready to kind of jump in front line for the team. My concern now for Bleed is allowing this kind of free farm space is pretty big, especially for like Gabby. Like all he needs on this Mars is a blink. And once you get that blink timing up, it's going to be a lot faster, of course, than your Batrider blink would be as support. Paulson is trying to get some stacks, feed off of that, but and Gabby's blink is just going to be that much quicker as a core. And that initiation timing is going to be the big thing that determines a lot of these early fights. A bit of a smoke out from Blacklist, though, trying to head up top.
But they are. They've got a lot of heroes around. In fact, they've brought their whole team. Abed's going to have a gander, though. Jackie seems to be very well aware they're coming. Oh, he's going to go back to farm. No, he's not. No, he's not. He's not aware. Jackie will get jumped here by Abed. And that'll be about it for him, I think, because they all get stunned up there for a second. Jackie's going to go for a run, and in fact, Jackie has made it. Jackie has made it. Was that a centaur?
Yes, it was.
Oh!
It was. Yes, that was very unfortunate for Blacklist. Jackie going to be a very happy lad backing off in the nick of time. They will try to make a play down bot.
I mean, they're going to try. Gabby actually can't TP off. So maybe no fight to come. Say and Zeal, of course, going to back their way out. But that is very unfortunate. I mean, Abed misses out on the Jackie kill because of the centaur. Just stunning everyone up. And well, Jackie, are you getting very lucky with the camp he was from?
Yeah. Lucky or calculated for Jack. Who knows with this madman sometimes. Yeah, I'm sure he's for him it's calculated, like, you know, never underestimate what these pros think about. Still, you've got some initial blinks up, of course. You've got the blink up on Zeal after his free lane, so initiation's ready. Gabby's still a little bit off, and you are slowly creeping into Paulson's own blink timing here as well. You're almost at the mark where plays can happen, just not quite. There is still a lot of room coming out for Natsumi. Does have the Chrysalis up, going into the full Ags next, as we tend to see the Gyrocopter. But beyond that, not much really. I mean, all of the jungle space is being eaten up by Abed, going for the Eternal Shroud that we mentioned, has the Blade Mail up. We've still got this really fast farm coming out for Emo, going into his own Ags for the Flame Cloak. And that is progressing quite fast. Already 2 parts in, only 2k gold away. So his timing's going to be lined up. It feels like you played a farming game here. It's intriguing because there is a lot of play for both sides when it comes to the mid game. Right? Again, you've got Blink Lasso Stampede that can play in for Bleed. At the same time, you've got this Blink Arena threat from Gabby that can make it hellish for Bleed to try to leverage her saves. So it's kind of hinging on who does get this angle in first off the back of these commitments. Gabby's only about 200 away from his own Blink at this point. And I think at that point, you'd want to see Blacklist play on top of that. That should align with at least the cloak on Abed. Could be enough to keep him alive from some burst damage coming in with a Blade Mail. There are options for Blacklist to start to take some fights because, again, as Bleed sits back and farm, Blink timing on Batrider becomes a reality. Radiance for Jackie starts to come out. G Zeal, go Abed. Okay. I've never seen players address each other individually for the go-aheads, but there you go, Abed and Zeal. I've never seen Abed so chatty in chat.
Yeah, Abed, he's kind of figured out, Jonathan. No, nobody's going to be talking bad to him any longer. Zeal, bottom lane hasn't been caught out here. I guess maybe that's why Abed was addressing. Zeal was just about to die. They will jump Say now, but Gabby's been left behind. Gabby in huge trouble, but no, the Terrorize will come in onto 2 targets. Paulison is gone, and that'll be another kill away of Blacklist Rivalry as Bleed is just so slow to rotate. They will go after Say as well. Say not going to be able to make it out of the Bramble Maze by the looks of it. He'll Fortune's in the best he possibly can. And Natsumi will just chase him down to the ends of the earth, and the Oracle is now dead to boot. Not great news if you are a Bleed fan.
Definitely not. You lose out on your stacks here as well. Abed gets that catch-up farm, and they don't even need to wait for Gabby's Blink. They just get the chase down commitment, and it still lines up. At the least for Bleed, some silver linings. They do manage to get the power rune their way this time.
Oh, very good.
Regen rune for Emo, not the best to pick up at this point, but you take what you can get. It's a little bit more sustain for the mana spam in the next few fights is going to be big. Still, Blacklist, off the back of those pickoffs, do get themselves a 1k lead. And that's some good early aggression for Natsumi to be a part of. Still, as well, 2 parts away from Zone Ags. The timings are lining up. They are invading the triangle, though, on Bleed's end. But they will take away the stacks as well, trading stacks back and forth. They do still have Stampede ready on Zeal on top of that. They will pop a smoke. See if they find an angle out. It's a little bit awkward. And considering, again, their follow-through for Zeal isn't quite lined up. Paulson still needs a little bit more time for the blink of his own. No one's in the triangle as well. No great forward vision from the side of Bleed, at least spotting out Blacklist, so doesn't feel like that smoke will line up for much. But Blacklist, for their part, are stepping in the right direction here to find a big pickoff.
I mean, they certainly are. I mean, Jackie's the one you'd really like to pick off if you can, and Jackie, for now, is going to be just fine. We'll actually run into a Venom Word. Meanwhile, bottom lane, they have found Natsumi, and, well, Natsumi is gone. That's a big pick-off. They find the Gyrocopter. And sadly for Blacklist Rivalry, they do not end up finding Jack.
Yep. Natsumi walks back into that ward, and, well, suddenly that target just identified itself for Bleed. Big target they'd want to find. Blink now up for Paulson off the back of that as well. So now you have, again, more initiation angles to play around with. Stampede Lasso is going to be a pretty scary thing for the side of Blacklist. It's all about target priority now for Bleed, right? Like, who do you want to prioritize? You want to go for the cores? You want to go for Gabby first, take away the arena before it can really fly on? Feels like that's one way to go. They managed to get themselves the amp damage room as well on Jackie, and he is inching closer towards that full Radiance. They've got control on the bot lane now on the side of Bleed off that tier 1 pick. Do have some forward vision to cover, again, that flip ward that gave them the kill, and a little bit of forward vision on the upper jungle. Same thing goes for Blacklist, though. Good vision in front of the tier 2, and right beside the tier 2 up top as well. Should allow them some play.
Mid lane, a big group up here. Gabby is ready with the blink whenever. We'll see if Jackie can react with the rage fast enough. They'll show on the tier 1 tower. Bleed actually not losing anyone quite yet, and Blacklist Rivalry very hesitant with the jump in.
Radiant's bottom
To be
tower
fair, you do
is
have to be
under
very
attack.
quick to catch the Lifestealer. Here we go, Gabby, he's going to jump in for a 3-man arena, but really has caught nothing. Terrorize, though, is out. They have caught 3 targets with that. Problem is, Gabby's still being chased down here by Jackie, but they are going to move in with the Plague out. They're going to try and get the damage out here onto the side of Bleed. Nobody's dying yet, though. Everyone's still alive. They'll finally find Say, but what's it going to cost Blacklist? They'll lose 2 for their trouble. And Say was the only one to go down.
And that arena was actually
Dire's
really
middle
big
tower
from Gabby.
is
Just
under
the
attack.
follow-through wasn't there. They couldn't get the call down. They couldn't get the onslaught in for Abed. They were cut off just a little bit by Zeal just running up, pinging out the ward, giving himself under vision to make Blacklist hesitate. Like, they drop that ward. Zeal walks right into the vision. So it forces this hesitation on Blacklist. Gabby's still all in, but no one else is ready to back him up, so the control falls flat. A little bit unfortunate for Blacklist, but Bleed do come out on top. 1 support for 2, with some kills coming out for your chorus. Feels pretty good for the side of Bleed. Again, they are getting that scale up they'd want on Jackie and on Emo. If they just follow through a little bit better. Like, again, that arena caught 4 heroes. They just needed to play with the Terrorize into like a call down. They're just a little bit too far out. Again, cut across the lane by Zeal. Just great positioning and great read from Zeal there.
Oh, it certainly was. It's very tough times here for Blacklist as their initiation and combo just does not work out in their favor. And, you know, I was going to ask you this earlier, John. This new Lifestealer, this whole Corpse Eater facet that you can get, this plus 2 HP per unit. I mean, at some point, you and I are going to get some stupidly long game with a Lifestealer, knowing our luck. What do you do against this facet? Like, he's just getting 2 HP every time he hits a creep, and you know these position 1 players. When you tell them they can farm for 2 hours, they'll take it every single time.
More fuel for my
Here we go, top lane. They found Gabby. Looks like Zeal's got him. Paulison will go for the lasso, and that's going to be a nice, easy pick off, though. Jackie has stuck around bottom lane. Maybe they can try to punch this Lifestealer, or maybe not.
He's running
Jackie,
up.
he's showing himself. Abed's the one forced to TP away, and oh, the LSA! The Light Strike Ray gonna land just in the nick of time. Is now Abed gonna join his brother and Gabby and will Bleed?
Dire's
Well,
middle
they're looking
tower
pretty
is
damn
under
good here,
attack.
John, for this game 1.
They are. They've got that aggression lined up. They've been getting good pickoffs again. Their initiation so much easier. Zeal.
Oh, Tim's been caught now. Zeal with the perfect initiation, and Jackie is ready whenever for a free kill for himself. Looks like Say's going to be the one to take it here on the Oracles. Tim's not too happy with what he sees. And I'll tell you, Johnny, it is only getting worse as time goes on here for Blacklist Rivalry, because now you've got Say with the Blink Dagger up, so you can just blink into the arena if you need to save somebody now as the Oracle. Things are getting much tougher here for Blacklist
Radiant's
Rivalry.
bottom tower is
What
under
Blacklist
attack.
needs is a good team fight, right? That's where their lineup really shines. Not in pickoffs, but in big grouped up fights. They have a lot of AoE
Radiant's
control.
bottom tower
They've got a
has
lot of
fallen.
AoE damage. They just need to be able to hit that point. You're also not fully secure yet on Abed. We've been talking about this Eternal Shroud. Still lacking that Vit booster to complete it, and probably needs the BKB on top of that as well. Which is still a ways off here for our Crown Beast. So if your tools to play into these pickoffs aren't quite lined up fully on Blacklist just yet. For Bleedo, again, it's mapping out quite nicely. With the Ags up on Emo, Full Ravens up on Jackie. We've got a lot of presence here. You were asking about what to do about Lifestealer with 414 HP right now, 20 minutes in, Mike.
Yeah.
It feels like, I don't know, there's no easy answer for the Lifestealer. It feels like maybe you're going to need something to slow down his regen, but you don't have a great Scotty carrier on your lineup here on Bleed's end, on Blacklist's end. I guess Natsumi could try for a Scotty, but again, it doesn't feel particularly great. You have the Venomancer that can kind of slow it down just a little bit, but not by much. I don't know, like,
I mean, for like
this
a
is getting
carry player,
ridiculous.
a carry player that loves hitting creeps for 40 minutes. I mean, this is their hero.
Yep.
You know, this is what they want. And Jackie's one of those players. He just loves hitting creeps for as long as he possibly can. You know, I mean, I'm sure Arteezy's out there somewhere with the same idea. We're just going to hit creeps forever. And eventually I'm going to be too tanky to deal with.
I think we've already kind of hit that mark. 2.8k HP with just the
Dire's
armlet,
middle
and
tower is under attack.
you know, an Ogre Axe and 2 Gauntlets of Strength is kind of ridiculous for Jackie. So it's gonna be a little bit hard to
Dire's middle
just
tower
look for that
has
burst play.
fallen.
Not that you have burst damage on Blacklist anyhow,
Right.
You mainly kind of deal with a sustained fight. Again, a big team fight, which they haven't found yet. Again, their best opportunity was that mid fight around the tier 1. Zeal just runs up into vision, makes them hesitate. They need to not hesitate. If they're in position, they see targets, they have to have the same mindset as Gabby, actually, where he just jumps in. Everyone needs to be on that same page.
Well, I don't know. Our observer just kind of pointed out something as well. This rawhide crap on Centaur. I didn't know about this. Plus 40 max health every 120 seconds.
Yeah, they both scale. They both
Radiant's
scale
hold
to
on.
infinity.
Isn't that's a bit too much, isn't it? Every 2 minutes. Well, I'm trying to do some math in my head now, John. I'm
No.
not very good at math, as you can tell, but it
It's-
seems like a pretty good buff.
It is. I mean, he has about the same bonus HP as Jackie has. So it's keeping pace with Lifestealer and his CS. Smoke out from Blacklist. We need to see the full committal here when they jump in. No hesitation if that commitment would ring us out. See if they find the angle.
They're having a look. Say is in a very good position to break any smoke that comes. Zeal's going to TP out, seeing Natsumi, and Sei's going to do the exact same thing. In fact, they did find the D-wards happening by that bottom cliff, so instead, everybody is out scot-free here from Bleed, and if you are Blacklist, you do have choice for Rosh.
That you do. You've got some damage coming in with Natsumi on hand and with Abed on hand as well. So you can opt for that. The side of Bleed is very far away from Roshan
Radiant's
at the
top
moment.
tower is under
They
attack.
do still have their tier 2, but still fairly far out. Not going to fully commit for it. Looks like Bleed will take this opportunity now to switch. Again, they read that D ward. They know there was a flank into the rear. So now it's their turn to try to make use of that. They've got the full Eternal Shroud up in Zeal with a plate mail. Very hard to kill off this 3.2k HP Centaur. Again, 440 bonus health is no joke.
Well, here we go. Smoke is out. BKB is up on Natsumi, so it's a pretty nice kind of power spike for Natsumi at the moment. Whether it's enough is going to be a different question entirely, because now Jackie's got his own BKB up. Very nice scan. Line's being drawn out. Does seem like the side of Bleed want to wait for Blacklist to try and move to them.
None to blame.
Blacklist, they do find themselves an arcane rune for Emo, so he'll go ahead and pick that one up for himself. Even more damage to fly out from the Lena. This could be a very hard fight for Blacklist rivalry to take. It seems like Blacklist, they're going to try and go through the twin gates and head to the other side of the map anyway. So they're out of here. They're not interested in the fight any longer. Nobody's stuck around apart from Zhao, and Zhao's just going to TP out on the Venom.
They're setting up for Roshan in a good position here for Blacklist. Can set up some good vision on top. Hold on.
Are they really going to commit? Emo's going to jump in. BKB's pop. They're going to try for this. Natsumi, he'll pop his own BKB and run, but he's surrounded. Natsumi still trying to survive, but he is gone. Jackie will take him down. And the chase is on now for more. They'll move on to Arbet. Gabby will TP out with his BKB, but it is not looking too good for the rest of Blacklist. They will cancel the onslaught of Arbet. He'll try to TP away, but it is not enough. Say able to secure the kill on the Oracle. I cannot believe they can just twin gate like that and it works out.
Blacklist was a little bit split apart. Like
Well, what are they doing?
They weren't in position to fully play off of that control area. And it's... I don't know what they were doing. They had control. They plant their wards a little bit late. It's only Tim standing around the gate as well. They kind of scattered to take out these camps. And they just get jumped. Lead. Now they're the ones to go into Roshan themselves. Gabby's looking for a little bit of steal.
He's got to try something here. Roshan very low now. He's going to jump in pretty much now if he wants it, and he will not. Nice attempt, Gabby. He'll try to swipe it away from Jackie, but ultimately we'll have to die here to Zil, so it's going to be another free kill to go the way of Bleed Esports.
And they're just rocking it now. 4-13, 12k lead coming out for Bleed. This roster with Emo and Cess stepping in, it does feel revitalized. Again, we said this as well when it was just Emo in instead of Mikado, when they were having him as a stand-in at that moment in some of these qualifiers. It already looked pretty damn sharp. It's looking even sharper now. Blacklist, for their part, it's a bit scattered. Again, they're so strong in these team fights, they just never capitalize on it early. The only attempt we saw was around mid, and that fell flat, and we haven't seen any attempt since. They're going back, trying to build up on this gyrocopter, trying to get Natsumi to be the mega carry to be the be-all, end-all Satanic Daedalus, but with how much HP Bleed has on 2 of these frontline cores, I don't know if you have enough burst damage to deal with that instantly.
Radiant's
Like, even this
top
arena
tower
from
is under
Gabby,
attack.
it's feeling lackluster with the BKBs up. You know, it's like, it doesn't feel like it's enough.
It's really becoming a question of what you can do now as Blacklist Rivalry, because everything just feels so weak from
Radiant's
their side
top
of things at the
tower has
moment.
fallen.
I mean, even with the perfect initiation, I'm starting to doubt they actually have what it takes to kill anyone on the side of Bleed. So everyone just looks so tanky at this point. Blacklist Rivalry, they're going to try again through the bottom lane. They will run towards Emo and Polison, but Emo's already cleared out the creep wave, so he's more than happy to just retreat for now. Meanwhile, the top tier 2 tower, he's going to drop to Bleed, and
Scanning.
a creep wave is pushing into the tier 3, so
Radiant's
somebody's
top
going to go
tower
ahead and
is under
address that.
attack.
The rest of Blacklist, they look pretty lost. They look pretty lost in this scenario right now. I mean, they're just kind of sitting as 4 down that bottom lane. And in the meantime, you're about 600 gold away from Jackie to having the full axe up.
Yeah, and this is
Radiant's
kind of
middle tower is under attack.
I don't know if endemic is the word to use, but you know, it's something that Blacklist has been
Radiant
prone to
are
doing.
scanning.
Where normally it's a stronger early game, even that hasn't been present in this game. Paulson with confidence to just run through. That was a scan from Blacklist that they're not able to really capitalize on
Radiant's middle tower is
and
under
not
attack.
get the jump. I mean, again, this is something we've seen from Blacklist throughout. Not even just the year. It feels like this is an ongoing issue from like when the DPC was around. Except again, they had stronger laning, and then the mid game would look a little bit lost. It feels like we're seeing that again, just sitting back, trying to play defensively around 4,
Radiant's
not taking
middle
aggressive
tower is
moves,
under attack.
not fully committing when they do, and just hope for like a stall match. Which again, up with how Bleed is playing, it doesn't feel like that's gonna do much for you at this point. With how
Radiant's
tanky
middle
they are.
tower is under
Like, how do you
attack.
deal with a 4k HP Centaur and a 3.2k HP Lifestealer? It just feels impossible, frankly.
I mean, right now it does feel rather impossible. You've got an Oracle standing behind him the whole time, just keeping him healed up.
Radiant's
What are
middle
you even
tower
meant to
has
do?
fallen.
Now Bleed, I mean, they can happily look towards that mid-tier 3 tower if they so wish. Still about a minute 40 left on the Aegis of Jackie. They're going to start trying to chip away at Jackie's life a little bit. Yeah, Jackie has the full ags up, so you've got to be very cautious not to get too close to him at the moment. Bleed, they're going to move on to the top tier 3 tower instead. Just start applying that pressure slowly but surely. Of course, Jackie does have both the Rage and BKB available, so it's kind of hard to expect to really kill off this Lifestealer even the first time. Unless Gabby finds that perfect initiation, but even then you've got Say right behind him. You've got to catch the Oracle, and Gabby's going to try. He'll drop the arena right off the Sane, does take him down the first time. Jackie though, he's still going to go for the man fight. He'll move on to Arbed, the Stampede Pop just doing so much damage, and Arbed will get dragged right back to the loving arms of Emo. And Natsumi's still going to try here with the Gyrocopter. He's doing a decent job of it. Maybe finding the Centaur, and does, but here comes Jackie. Once again, onto Gabby he'll go. There goes your Mars. Tim's now in trouble. It's the Lifestealer finally getting held down here by the Brambles. Will be forced to back away eventually. And we'll lose the Aegis to the Plague Vortex. So there you go.
That's a little bit unfortunate.
You forced them away.
That you do. He did have Rage. He did have Infest. Could have gone into creep, but Jackie, I guess, maybe trying to armor toggle a little bit before. Does lose out on the opportunity. Still, that is a somewhat successful defense for Blacklist. They eat through Aegis. High ground still holds. Tier 3 is down to 300 HP, but that will take another go around to decide to Bleed. And it's like you said, the solution was jumping Seth first. They do catch the Oracle out in the backline. Great patience and great target prioritization there from Gabby. It's just the follow-through felt so awkward. Like, Natsumi was wailing on Zeal, isolated for a good 20 seconds, and it felt like Zeal just wasn't dying. And he's got a full Shivas and Eternal Shroud. This guy is just not easy to melt. With triple brace yourself, like, no need for boots. With that nice facet on the horsepower, of course, so you don't need to waste the slot. It's just so many things coalescing here for Bleed. At the least, again, Blacklist have some time to recuperate and get some farm going for themselves. They've got this Ags coming out for Abed, which is going to help massively up against the Lifestealer and even the Lina to an extent in the Centaur. Just having some break on hand. Synergizes well with a facet of ferocity. So a little bit more AoE as well. Bigger shockwaves coming out, harder to dodge out for Bleed in the middle. But Bleed don't feel any pressure. They're still shoving these waves, still taking control of the triangle, still finding farm, and just denying Blacklist any way of stepping out. Natsumi's eking away some space down the bot, but no one else.
There goes your Radiant Tormentor now, so Zill's gonna have himself a free shot.
Haste! Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, Blacklist, props to them, they're holding high ground, 32 minutes in. The net worth just keeps getting worse and worse, now 14k net worth behind. Jackie, again, is just getting bigger and bigger on this lifestealer as well. You know, even without the gold bonuses, he's just getting tankier and tankier. Gabby will go ahead and pick himself up a Deso now, so he does have that God's Rebuke kind of right-click damage he can play with this Desolator. They're looking at Zill and the Centaur. They could go for an easier pick-off. Zill. Oh, nice flick away. Very nice flick from Zill. And now Paulson with the lasso out. They've got Gabby down. And Jackie, he wants more. He'll rush right in off the Thames. They'll pulverize him for a moment, but they can't lock him down long enough. He'll just pop the BKB and just go right back to work. It does seem like eventually he will leave the area. So maybe some damage issues coming in from the lifestealer, but that's really about it. Like, they can't kill him.
No. He's going to have that full AC to help compensate for some of those damage issues. The minus armor aura certainly going to help the cause there for Jackie. There's just no fear. Really quick response out from Zeal. Very snappy. And that just provides this opportunity. Take away the arena. Suddenly the follow-through from Blacklist feels very short. And Bleed just take control. Mind you, again, they can't go high ground with only the one pick-off. But they still have the map control. They're correcting their lanes. They've got a lot of time to just farm up, scale up. Paulson going for his Ags, for the double lasso. Gonna be even more terrifying for Blacklist to play into that. You've got the BKB for Zeal coming out. You've got the full Parasma for Emo. So he's having a hell of a time here with Ayashi and Kaya as well. Like, that cast speed bonus is kind of funny, considering all the spells, especially something like LSA or the wind up on Laguna. Can be a little bit painful. Get themselves the amp damage rune as well for Emo. Again, Bleed is in rock solid control of this game, whereas for Blacklist, their backs are sort of against the wall. Next Roche is going to be the objective for both sides to watch out for 2 minutes away. They have managed to set up some defensive wards here on Blacklist outside their base, into the triangle at the very least. Bleed are running with a smoke. They don't quite have the forward vision though, so they are chasing in the dark here just a bit.
They certainly are. Bleed. I didn't think they're too afraid of the gun though, thankfully, so they're just going to move right into that Radiant jungle. Rather than the Radiant base, I should say,
Radiant's
John.
middle tower is under attack.
Tier 3 tower, it's just going to absolutely melt.
Radiant's middle tower.
Well, Tims almost getting caught out here by Paulson. Not quite though, as Tims will survive. Jackie now having to get to work as Paulson does end up going down the Bat Rider, and now the arena to lock down Jackie, but they'll just pop the BKB and stampede away. But still, Blacklist are going to give it a crack and keep the chase going. They'll have Onslaught up in 2 seconds from Arbit, but they're not going to be within range. So you lose Paulson, you get a little bit too excited on the high ground. They'll still find a tier 3 tower, and they will still successfully back their way in.
Yeah, it's still happy days for Bleed. Not the biggest loss. You got an objective. There's going to have to be constant lane correction on mid, which provides them a little bit more leeway to just freely secure stuff like, say, Roshan in 40 seconds here. There are some good wards, at least preemptive wards here from Blacklist to watch this top area. Not in the best position, mind you. Not right by the pit. But some coverage, at least, to take this next engagement. Still, Bleed knows that this is the next focal point, so I'm just going to occupy this area with no care. Let's see who does come out on top. This should still line into maybe the arena if we have it coming back up. There is like a 20-second window where arena's not up and Roshan is available. And again, Bleed already has Paulson back anyhow, so got that angle back in. Still, they do understand where they have to play. It's all a matter of how do you go in for the initiation without that arena for a few more seconds. If Bleed just instantly go into Roche, your window is very small here for Blacklist.
They're going to start Roshan now. The Blacklist rivalry, they're the ones that have to try and find an answer to this Roshan happening. There's your roar. They already had the scan anyway, so they were very well aware that Roshan was indeed happening.
Dire's bottom
They are still
tower
grouped
is
up in that
under
top
attack.
lane. They'll deal with the creep wave that is available, but Roshan is dropping very low now. They really don't have any time to react to this. They've got to go.
Dire's
And it doesn't
middle
seem
tower
like they're going to quite make it in time.
is
Jackie will pick up the Aegis. Arbit's still going to jump in, fighting Paulus into the Bat Rider, but the Oracle is just going to save the day. Is now Gabby trying to help out, but Arbit, he's already lost half his HP pool. He'll finally take Paulus down, and it seems though Arbit, he'll be able to walk away. He's now Zil jumping right in the middle of the Centaur, taking a fair bit of damage here from Natsumi. Will be pushed to the high ground of the Twin Gate. He'll survive thanks to the false promise here of Sei. They are still just trying to deal with the Centaur, but he's just such a tanky target. They'll terrorize through the TP. They'll eventually find Seal, I think, and hell, they'll even find Sei. A successful team fight for Blacklist Rivalry.
I don't think that's how Bleed wanted that fight to break out. I believe they were looking for the infest onto Paulson instead of Zeal that early in the fight when the arena popped to try to bail out the Bat Rider and get a lasso. Paulson couldn't get a lasso off, and so they lose a little bit of that isolation. Great saves coming out from Sato to stall that out. He does manage to get a good Fate's Edict off to block off a lot of that burst onto Paulson. It's just the follow-through saves weren't quite there. Again, Jackie jumping into Zeal rather than Paulson kind of cost them a little bit there for Bleed to try to take re-engage. They still hold on to the Aegis and Cheese, but it has provided an opening for Blacklist. And they've gotten a tier 2. They're starting to shove in some waves. They're looking at mid. Respawns aren't too far off for Bleedo, so they could look to force this fight out.
Natsumi's slowly starting to look like a bit of a concern here as well with the Daedalus up now on the gyrocopter. Plenty more damage coming out from this gyro now. Bleed's still 11k net worth in the lead, but certainly going to be very cautious not to give a couple more team fights away back the way of Blacklist Rivalry is. Well, things could get very, very dark very quickly for them. Group up in a smoke up here from Bleed Esports, heading down south.
I think that was under a ward though. Like I think the ward caught just a glimpse of that smoke here.
So Blacklist Rivalry, they are just sitting back at their base, not giving any kind of opening the way of Bleed. Bleed. I mean, they've got the vision of the high ground. Pollison's going to look for a lasso attempt, but no, misses out. Pops the BKB and tries to immediately run, though Arbit is going to chase him down, but no. The Flame Break will cancel off the onslaught preemptively. Arbit will get nothing out of this, and well, neither will Bleed. Bleed will have to retreat.
It's a minute 20 without that BKB lasso. So they're going to have to sit back a little bit on Bleed's end. They do have a full BKB up for Zeal at least. Can rush forward, but you're starting to get really strong, especially on Gabby. Full AC up now with that Deso. A lot of minus armor coming in. Easier burst onto some of these softer targets with no armor. Say the Lina, Emo doesn't have the most. Of course, your supports are just going to melt as well. So I like these solutions coming out from Blacklist. For Bleedo, they still have Aegis for like 2 minutes. They don't have that much to be scared of as long as they start to play into these fights a little bit tighter. Again, get these angles out with Paulson. Feels like a lot of this is off the back of not getting these lassos in the past few engagements.
I mean, they're going to show in the mid lane. There is no T3 tower standing. They will be able to go right after that barrow. Jackie actually going to go down towards the bottom instead because he sees a creep wave that he wants to farm. We'll move on to that T3 tower eventually. Again, Jackie not really afraid of too much here with the Aegis up for another minute and a half. Mind you, his BKB is in his backpack for now, so he does have to play with a slight bit of caution. Let's get a hell of a lot of damage onto that tier 3 bottom tower, but that's going to be about it. He'll rotate back into the mid lane and continue farming creep waves.
Let's get that build up. 916 bonus HP for Jackie. It's about to hit 1,000. And just free real estate. You know, it's free real estate.
Sure is.
What can you do? Zeal has 800. Gotta love it.
Well, that's one way of making sure games don't go on forever, right? Like, these heroes just have infinite scaling now. Jackie. Lasso. No, range is way too quick here. Gabby now getting caught out by a hoop stop, but it will be okay. Jackie not going to dive too deep. First crowd actually going to lock him down, so they'll go for a pulverize out onto Jackie, and Jackie dropping very, very low. Might lose the first life and does. That's a start. Can they get him the second time? Gabby will get the arena for the spear down. It's a good timing, but they've got the false promise. Jackie's going to survive. He'll go for the man fight. Sei's the one to go down. And with that, I mean, they're still going to keep the fight going. Bleed,
Jackie?
trying to get the damage off, but
Jackie!
Jackie is well and truly in the middle of nowhere. He will go down. Natsumi will just bring him right back to the T4 towers. And suddenly Bleed are looking pretty bad again as they will lose a secondary team fight.
Jackie, he infested Natsumi, and Natsumi just ran back towards the tier 3s, giving that spear angle out. Not quick enough in the BKB coming out of the infest as well. And that was just a big mess from Bleed. Again, Blacklist playing on the strengths of their team fight. Having this threat with Arena, forcing out these spell uses from Bleed in a way that they don't necessarily want to. Not giving Paulson an angle out for the lasso, which again didn't come out at all in that engagement. It just feels so important for Bleed to find a lasso target, right? Like, it can be Gabby. Gabby's the ideal. Even the supports being taken out before the fight is pretty substantial. And they just don't. Attack.
They're going to find Paulson on top, so Gabby able to pick off a nice easy target for himself. And that's Paulson down for a minute without buyback, so obviously they don't have any idea that his buyback is missing right now, but if they did, it'd be a very nice time to go and try a high ground. Instead, Blacklist Rivalry, they're going to smoke up and head down towards the bottom lane and perhaps look for that final tier 2 tower that is still standing. They could also have a look for Emo, but Emo is pretty damn far south, so chances are they will miss out on the laner opportunity. Ozil? Thinking about running down, does break his own smoke. Looks like he's going to be just fine.
Yeah, he is, but again, you're holding on to a 6k lead for Bleed. It doesn't feel substantial at 43 minutes in. It does feel like you've equalized quite nicely here on the side of Blacklist. Farm distribution between Gabby and Abid's even. Natsumi's keeping up with Emo and Jackie. You've got a lot of utility coming out. The arena is still a major nuisance, especially for the supports. We still haven't seen the lasso from Paulson. It feels like it's all hinging on this lasso. Right? It really just comes down. Paulson has to nail these pickups, these hard controls first for them to have a good shot. Bleed will try to smoke up top. Again, no forward vision left here for Bleed, so it's a bit of a shot in the dark. Blacklist in the right spot.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Bleed, they're actually going to wrap around through the twin gates here. Oh, this is a bit cheeky from Bleed. Going for the surprise initiation right through the backside, and Gabby might be maybe the one to get caught. Oh no, he sees them with the Dragon Slave committal. He knows they're around here somewhere. The scan is out into that dire triangle, but a Blacklist Rivalry, they are well aware the Bleed is right behind him and covered. They will give up the high ground though, they'll move away from the triangle instead. Now Jackie getting spotted, but does get the rage off in time. That's going to pretty much give both teams the info away that they can see each other. Tabs are still out on Jackie. He was underneath an observer ward, but I'll say both sides again, they are just going to back their way. So nobody getting caught. So important for Bleed not to lose this next team fight, because if they do, they've lost their whole net worth advantage. But it is starting to feel like you're at the stage now where Natsumi's becoming too big of a problem.
Natsumi's one aspect, like his damage output is great. I feel like it's just how these fights break out. It's really just a little bit clumsier from Bleed. And again, for Blacklist, team fighting is a lot easier when they're all in. You've got Arena, you've got this onslaught in. With a Pulverize, you've got the full Ags up on Abed, so even more damage flying out in AoE. Like, they can control an area so damn well on Blacklist. Whereas for Bleed, it's really about pickoffs. Outside of a big hoof stomp from Zeal, your best bet is really just a lasso back from Paulson. And it's been so hard to find it. We've been seeing Paulson dive in, BKB up, try to go for a lasso even onto just Tims, and still not find a target. At the least, Bleed does have Roche control right now. So they are in a good position to take that secondary life, take the cheese, take the free Ags at this point, try to go from there. But Blacklist still have enough time to regroup in that area. They don't quite have wards into the top Roche pit though. They are a little bit far away on the mid lane. This can be taken out by Bleed quite fast. It should give them a little bit of a boon coming in for the next fight, although they don't check Roshan. Emo goes back to farm, but Seb will get the job done. They should be able to find it. But that does give it a little bit of time here for Bleed. They're grouped up down bot. Will fall pretty damn fast though.
Well, the roar is there. They are, again, aware that Roshan is happening. So Blacklist is going to try and rush through the top lane. But Roshan's basically already gone. There is no time to react to this. They're just going to fight if they want.
Fallen to the dire.
Everything picked up here by Bleed. The Blacklist, they are still hanging around. They'll get some D wards off while they can.
Radiant.
Zio looking to jump in,
Oh.
has found Arbit, but they have not found Gabby, who's still waiting on the right side as Arbit is just getting destroyed here. The arena finally going down, but everyone has their BKBs going. Nobody really gets caught. It's now Jackie, he'll go for the infest on a Gabby, but Gabby's taking him for a run. Jackie in the middle of nowhere, still has his Aegis and BKB available as Blacklist rivalry still trying to run. Here comes the chase out from Zeal. So they do find Januel, but that's going to be about it. They found a Venomancer. Nobody else will go down.
No. And that's probably the smoother fight for Bleed. Again, they managed to get a good lasso. They don't manage to really pin down Abed, get the burst damage off. But that does make it, again, very awkward for Blacklist to look for the arena, look for the follow-through play with Gabby this time around. All of a
Gabby.
sudden,
Still having a look for the bat. Barely misses the spear. Just a little sidestep there from Paulison to give him a chance out of that one. It seems as though the rest of Bleed currently, I mean, they're smoked up here with Zeal. Zeal and Jackie just kind of with each other, looking for a target. Looks like they're not really going to find much out of this. I do love the fact that we've got a workhorse available on Zeal, by the way. The
Yep.
Express is placed in the Centaur now, so I wonder whether we'll even see it coming out.
he already did use it for that chase earlier on. I suppose the
Okay.
Lena's a pretty nice target to have to hitch a ride with some free hits, I
Radiant's
suppose.
middle barracks
I'm a little
are
bit surprised they
under
didn't give it to someone like Se or even Paulson. Like the additional utility in the save, it's pretty big. The double lasso again is something that Paulson was wanting earlier on. But the hitch ride does have its uses, especially just even using it for the Stampede has some value here. So I don't mind it too much. And Zeal's just popping it every single time he has it.
Zeal coming in with the cart. Not going to get there in time for the Tormentor.
It's such a silly spell. It still makes me laugh seeing him carrying a cart around. It just looks so dumb. It's just why? If it was a chariot instead, you know, that would look cool, right? It's a cart.
I think
He's a workhorse. Yeah, but he's like a central warrior. He's you know a mighty warrior. He'd be carrying around a.
I thought he was meant to get the Stampede benefits.
He does.
Based off. Oh, it didn't seem that fast to me.
Radiant's middle barracks
Well, he's already
are under
moving at
attack.
419, so 600 isn't
Oh, yeah, that's
that much higher. To be
490
fair.
with up. Jump
Oh,
is there. They've
they
got
got it.
Gabby. Oh, they've got the Mars. That's a big
Protection.
boy. Gabby, he's looking at the BKB off in time. Arbed, he's going to try and move in and save the day.
Emo.
They've held down Emo. The Infest, though, the false promise. It's going to buy Emo some time. They'll go for the fight back here. So will Jackie. They're on to the gyrocopter. Natsumi's in huge trouble. Natsumi is down. And Emo will survive all of it. It's just too much healing coming in from Jackie and Say. With that, I mean, Natsumi's down for 90, but he does have buyback available.
And he does. A little bit awkward for Bleed in that fight start, right? Like, they get the big lasso they want from Gabby, but he gets saved by a Glimmer Cape, and they don't quite have the dust ready there on Bleed in the nick of time to get that kill. Still, they find a bigger one they'd want. They could try to force the buyback into the high ground. Still a minute 20, minute 10 left on this Aegis as well for Jackie. So there's some room to play here for the side of Bleed. They've got lasso ready again.
They've got a lasso available. They've got a spear to set up on Jackie, but Jackie's going to turn around with a rage. Just fight on to Gabby once again. And Jackie not really afraid of anything with his teammates behind him at the moment.
Radiant's middle barracks.
That'll be the mid-rack's gone for free. Bleed. No pressure whatsoever. Up to the top tier 3 tower, that's gone a bit.
Radiant's
Still
top
35 seconds
Oh.
for the Aegis. Now the lasso has caught out Tim's, but he does find the Shadow Realm before he does get dragged back. Problem is, it doesn't really seem to matter. Tim's is down. Emo to take another kill for himself on the Lena.
See how they want to play?
That top rack certainly not surviving this, I don't think, as Jackie will find the top melee barracks, he'll find the top range barracks, no problems.
Radiant's top barracks
buyback from Tibbs really amounts to nothing. And it's just getting worse as time goes on here. I mean, just everyone's getting tankier. Emo's still yet to die once, 5-0-11 at the moment. It's a pretty tough circumstance right now if you are Blacklist Rival.
That it is. The 2 racks is down. Natsumi getting caught out is really the big factor in the last fight. You've got the full Ag's Blessing now into Basher for Jack. He has even more play. Saw Abed. Oh,
So
Natsumi again!
He's going to catch Natsumi on the gyrocopter. They're going to try and fight him. And Gabby's got the arena down here on Sailor. Say has goals from himself, and Natsumi is just melting. He will buy back. They'll try another time here with the gyrocopter. Meanwhile, Jackie's on a Gabby. Gabby losing half his HP pool already. He's going to try and survive through it, but just cannot. Jackie will take him down. They'll find him to boot. They'll make the jump in here with Abed, but it's a last-ditch attempt rather as Gabby
Natsumi!
and Abed's going to go down. Natsumi in trouble. Natsumi probably going to drop to boot. It's a pretty messy engagement as GG is finally called. That's a rough one.
Radiant's
That it is. A lot of back and forth. There were some openings coming out for Blacklist, especially when they managed to prevent Paulson from getting this good lasso off, but in the end there's just way too much durability on the side of Bleed. These fights had to break out in a very specific manner there for Blacklist. It had to start off with forcing the supports to not be able to, jump right on in, remove the lasso from the equation, take care of the arena as well, getting a big arena going on there. And it is easier said than done for Blacklist to find all of those conditions. For Bleed, they had this infinite scaling with a lot of HP. I think we had, 1,080 HP on Jackie, maybe around 960 or so, maybe 1,000 for Zeal at the end. They were so durable. And it looked decent for Blacklist earlier on, right? They had this really good setup for the runes. They had this good ward to watch when the Oracle was there. And the side of Bleed weren't really able to get all of those runes earlier on to really feed off of Emo, but it just felt lacking, especially around that mid fight where Gabby jumped in with the arena. No one was there to follow up because Zeal cut them off in the back. That was kind of the big spike for Blacklist to really snowball the game in their direction. It kind of fell flat. I will have to say as well, we are seeing the same issues with Venomancer. Even though with the Facet he does do a lot of damage, it still doesn't feel like an amazing hero. Now, it's not something that play makes. It's not something that helps you come back into a game. I'm not saying it's on Zhao, but it certainly didn't feel like the Veno had the impact you'd want as the game scaled on there.
No, it certainly didn't. I mean, I kind of want to say I think the mid lane is where things went really wrong. Abed just didn't really feel like he had a game most of the time. I mean, Emo obviously finding the mid lane win during game 1, and yeah, I mean, the impact from the Primal Beast just didn't really feel like it was there, I want to say, after that laning stage, John. I mean, a couple team fights where you saw some nice onslaughts, you saw some nice pulverizers, but ultimately the hero just didn't really feel like it existed during game 1, I want to say. And with that, Jonathan, of course, we do have a game 2 on the way after a very short break, so we'll throw over to that break, and right off that break, we'll be back with game 2's draft between Blacklist Rivalry and, of course, the side of Bleed. We'll see you soon.
So easy, it's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our game number 2 draft here between Blacklist Rivalry and, of course, Bleed Esports. And it is MLB Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Game 1, a bit of a rough affair for Blacklist Rivalry. It just really, it never really felt like they took off. Apart from a couple team fights during the end game that seemed to almost be a miracle for them, it didn't really seem like it panned out. Well, what would you like to see in particular changed here for game number 2?
I think the Venomancer idea, it didn't really do much into the later portions of game, right? Compare that to, say, Oracle and Batrider coming up with the lead, right? There's always impact there, there's always play potential, there's some good saves on hand. It feels like the Venomancer couldn't contribute as much. It was much more reliant on Gabby, right? To nail this arena, nail off the spells into that arena as well, and it's just a lot harder for Blacklist to find those opportunities. When they did manage to stop Paulson from getting the lassos back, it did feel really awkward for Bleed. I think that was mainly relying on your opponents to make a mistake rather than getting a big play yourself. And I think that was the biggest issue there for the side of Blacklist in that match.
We'll see how they change their draft up a little bit. I mean, again, I think the mid matchup was very rough there for Arbet. I mean, they chose Primal Beast into Lena, which I don't think should have worked out quite as badly as it did, but it's just they were never able to really take off, and that was with having multiple supports rotating to ensure Emo never found a power rune. Like, those first 3-4 power runes went the way of Arbet, and it still just did not seem to matter at all that they denied those away from the Lena. So I'm not sure exactly what they're going to change up, but maybe looking for a bit of a mid lane kind of advantageous matchup here for Blacklist Rivalry might be in the works, I think. I'm sure there's plenty of draft changes to be had, though, at the very least, because it did feel like Bleed certainly came out with the better draft, and just kind of, these heroes that scale forever. It just feels like they're going to be a bit of a trend here in this new map.
That they will be. You know, I'm keen to see if we get any more of those scaling heroes coming out in this game number 2. We shall see, of course, when that draft is up and running. But again, I think the big thing for Blacklist is something with more activity there for Johnny Well. Like, something that can actually contribute outside of just ward vision and, like, damage over time, which, again, Veno had in spades. It just felt like it put a lot more pressure onto one player, onto Gabby, to kind of set up with the arena first and have the follow-through come in, whereas for the side of Bleed, you know, you had lasso opportunities, you had hoof stomp opportunities, stampede out in case things go south. There was a lot more play spread across the players, so the responsibility for finding anything was not constrained to just one player to start off everything. So it was a little bit easier for Bleed to kind of get that decision there. So I want to see a shift in that draft, and, you know, something more exciting, I think, for Blacklist. Something that plays more aggressive, because again, this is a lineup that we've seen win out laning phase really hard, quite a fair bit, and in that case, they really didn't. Like, it felt like none of their sidelines were really getting as much. Maybe not Sumi and Gabby were farming well. The mid lane was absolutely crushed. Abed just had no play into the Lena, and that's them last picking it into the Lena matchup as well. Where again, theoretically, yes, you can jump in, you can do a lot of damage on the Primal Beast, but Lena with her range ensures that when that commitment does come in from the Primal Beast, he's not going to be healthy unless he commits straight away. So you have to make that snap decision in that matchup really quick, and it felt like Emo just made it so hard to find that. Let's see what adjustments are made. Again, we should have Game 2 ready in a short moment here, so we can switch in and take a look at what these teams will decide to change up. Again, one game up for Bleed. That relieves a lot of pressure into Game 2. That amps up the pressure for Blacklist. You don't want to have to go through a lower bracket run to have your shot into the qualifier, into the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, of course. Not too much changing in these bans yet. Phoenix DK being taken care of by Bleed. Blacklist with the Enchantress and with the Batrider Respect ban for Paulson as well. So, outside of Phoenix, it does feel still relatively similar to our old first phase bans here, Mike, doesn't it?
5 seconds
Yeah, pretty much. I don't think the bans are a problem. TA being removed as well as the Tiny. I'm more intrigued by the picks. I think you could pretty much ban anything in this current meta and it would make enough sense for now. Blacklist Rivalry. The Batrider was a problem from Paulson, so I can't quite blame him for just getting rid of that. That does seem like just a pure respect ban against Paulson here by Blacklist Rivalry. See if there's any more respect to be had here from Blacklists. You're not really going to ban out something like a Centaur, I don't think, of Zeal, though Zeal was doing some fantastic work. They'll take their time with this final ban out from Blacklist Rivalry. Again, with a new patch, it's very hard to know exactly what either side's going to prioritize because it does feel like there's so much broken heroes out there, and here we go. The Storm Spirit has arrived. I bet apparently has not had enough of this hero yet.
I mean, to be fair, it got really buffed up with its innate, and the facets can be decent. Well, I don't know about the static remnant walking. That seems a little bit strange, but it does feel like the hero does have a lot more play. Again, just a little bit more mana regen. It's always helpful for Storm, even if it's 0.1 per kill permanently. It's a good amount to have on a Storm Spirit. So I like this coming out from Blacklist. Very confident, very early pick. It does allow Bleed to consider their matchup. Like if they are threatened at all, they could just pick their mid for emo at this moment. Zeus is still available. Surprisingly, that wasn't banned by either side. Lena's still there again for emo if you want to just outrange. Both of those options feel great. There's a puck as well if you want to have some control for the Storm. And we shall see what the option there for Bleed is. We'll go to Leshrac pickup instead. So just going for the Leshrac versus Storm matchup, which still works out almost the same way as before. You know, you're still fairly happy as a Lesh. There's some play opportunity for the Storm Spirit. I'm interested in seeing which facet exactly they'll go for here for emo. It feels like you don't want to get Misanthropy because no damage on building just sounds really bad in Diabolic Edicts. You're probably going to go for Chronoptic Nourishment. Get a little bit more mana from his attacks. Does feel... It feels pretty good for Lesh, I'll be honest. I've seen quite a fair bit of talk about that and just being able to sustain true, so... I like this from Bleed. Just more early play. You can build off of this Leshrac. You've got good push. You still need some hold for the Storm, so I'm keen on seeing where that is going to come out from here for Bleed, but overall a very decent mid matchup here already.
Yeah, I really like the Leshrac. I think that the facets of the Leshrac are pretty damn strong. Like, maybe not the Misanthropy, but it's... Even that could probably still be used in some cases. You know, I don't know what cases they are exactly, but I'm sure some pro player is going to find a way to make that facet work. Though the first facet does just seem overall a lot better to have, especially in that laning stage. So I suppose we'll wait and see exactly how it does perform. One more ban from Bleed before we can see these drafts continue. The Blacklist Rivalry, going back to the bans, by the way, John, they did ban out the Centaur and they ban out the Oracle. So a hell of a lot of respect being placed here against the picks of Bleed. Mind you, I can understand the Oracle ban completely, especially when you have a Storm mid on your side of things. The last thing you'd want is for the enemy to know exactly where the power runes are going to be every single time. So it makes enough sense to just ban out the Oracle if you are Blacklist Rivalry, because you'd hate to give all the power runes back the way of the Leshrac. I mean, that little trait of Oracle, that's going to feel so broken at times, I tell you.
Yeah, definitely in pro play, it's kind of ridiculous just how much control that gives you. Along with his facets, both of them are great. Healing is definitely a lot better, but it's just so hard to play into. They will go with a Shadow Demon that we've been talking about a fair bit. This one just feels crazy. You get illusions from heroes dying around you for one facet, or the other one, which is Disseminate, takes 15% of the HP on cast from the enemy. So, or buffs a hero by 15% of their own HP, which is quite frankly wild that it's 15% HP off the bat. I think this is... You know, it's Disseminate. It's also a spell that not a lot of people understand fully. It's just a weird one, but it is great, and I like seeing this Shadow Demon come out. Great setup for the Leshrac, and great debuff immunity piercing spells, and again, very good facets all around. Either one kind of feels good here.
No, it certainly does. Blacklist Rivalry, see how they do intend on responding with their second pick. You have some very nice setup here for the Split Earth of the Lesh now as well, so it's a pretty good way of locking down the Storm in its own right, as we are going to see an Elder Titan being picked up, and well, Blacklist not to be outdone, right into the Hoodwink straight after, which, I mean, Hoodwink surprisingly felt like it got buffed after the last patch, with its new little facets, so big fan of the Hoodwink buffs. Elder Titan, on the other hand, Jonathan, this hero feels very, very potent right now. You don't see it very often. But I think Elder Titan's already pretty damn strong as it is, let alone with his facets now being even more annoying.
That it is. Like, I can see for most supports it's definitely going to be deconstruction. Momentum is a lot better for, like, cores, I suppose, if you wanted more attack speed, but it's an interesting one. It's definitely one that I'm keen to seeing what Blacklist will want to pick up on the Facets end. They have a lot of damage coming in, like you said. Hoodwink surprisingly does even more damage. I don't know why they did that. Like, it was already annoying in the last patch. It's even more annoying now with Go Nuts. And the tree bounce trick shot as well. You're not safe just running in, running away. The bounces can still continue. I really hate Hoodwink. I'm tired of it from the last patch to this patch as well. Like, the fact that it's still the hero. It's like, okay.
It's fine.
Radiant team pick.
It's annoying hero, John. Come on.
It's
now.
annoying. What do you mean? Fucking acorn shot doing what it does, the bonus damage. Now you have extra range while you're scurrying from the tree line.
You watch
You
your
can
damn
bounce it
language.
extra. It's so annoying. Like this squirrel deserves to die in the trees. It needs to be burned down.
10
There goes the
seconds
Mars.
remaining.
For Bleed to try to chop some things down. More setup to play with the Shadow
5
Demon.
seconds
I just hate
remaining.
Hoodwink. I'm tired of it. Every time. It's rage-inducing.
I'm a big fan of that facet, by the way. The tree bounce trick shot. Very, very big fan of that. I think that's really, like, that is such an annoying trait to play against. It's like,
Dire
what are
team
you meant to do? If you get away from your teammate to avoid the double acorn shot bounce, you're still going to cop it anyway. Off the tree bounce. It's bloody brilliant. And speaking of great changes, Jonathan, this clockwork change.
Oh yeah.
Oh
I love
my,
it.
was this... Now this is a treat. This cogs change is too much.
10
And this is coming
seconds
from a clockwork spammer, John. This is too damn much.
I love it. I love the
5
clockwork
seconds
changes.
remaining.
Like, both of his facets are really good as well. Like, the bigger cogs is kind of funny. The lower cooldown and hooking an ally is ridiculous. 75% cooldown reduction is
team
kind of
back.
nuts. So you can just hook shot in to an ally
Again?
instead and just go back in. Blacklist will go back into the Gyrocopter, which... not the biggest fan. I mean, it does make enough sense. You've got some good lanes coming out with Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter into Mars, though, instead of
10
being with
seconds
Mars, is a
remaining.
little bit more awkward. Range core with split range attack into Arena,
5
which will just
seconds
block
remaining.
your hits even with BKB when you're in or out. It's not going to feel the most amazing there for Natsumi. So, not the biggest fan when you're up against Mars. It just feels awkward. You had options for, like, Lifestealer on your side here for Blacklist. You had an Infest vehicle in Storm. I'm a little bit surprised they still opt for Gyro overall.
So am I.
Radiant team back.
I didn't think it'd be coming against the Mars pickup, but here we are. Natsumi certainly wanting to continue playing this Gyrocopter, running it back for Game 2. Not sure how to feel about it. I think personally it's a bit of a poor pick from Blacklist, but of course Natsumi could just prove us wrong.
10
By the way, John,
seconds remaining.
this new cogs of the clockwork with the added range of the
5
bigger circle
Yeah.
that you get,
remaining.
plus the Mars Arena, that could be a real problem.
Oh, yeah.
Just being kind of knocked back between the cogs and the walls of the arena.
Yeah.
Just consistently.
It's the ping pong machine in play. I love it. You know, like, conceptually, these cogs just feel like, you know, when you're playing ping pong, the bumpers are there, those circle bumpers. That's what they feel like now. Just kind of
Yeah.
knock them around. It's gonna be fun. For Bleed
You know
at
what
the very
annoys me?
least.
10
What?
As a
seconds
clock
remaining.
player, Jonathan, like, do you, like, it kind of makes you want to
Back.
completely skip Rocket Flare now. Because Power Cogs does so much damage. Like, it just does so much damage if you can land all the cogs. It kind of makes you want to just skip Rocket Flare altogether and go 3-2-0 with your skill build.
That it does. I guess early on, you
10
might not need the
seconds
flare as
remaining.
much. It does still feel impactful for setting up. That slight slow to
5
help you with hook
seconds
shots, though,
remaining.
is pretty big. So I don't know if that's something you can fully bypass. Maybe you go for a more even 2-2-1. That could be potential as well. It's open enough. I do get your sentiment, though. Like, the 3-2-0 does feel really good in clock, but I feel like going into 6 without Rocket Flare is just mildly briefing overall.
I don't think so. I don't think you need the vision. I just don't... I don't know. Look at the difference, dude. It's over double the damage on level 2 cogs. And you can hit how many? Like 2-3 cogs before it expires? I think 2, at least, with level 2 cogs. There's so
Yeah.
much damage.
It is. It really is, to be fair. I don't know. Like, there's always place for vision. I think, especially in pro play, it does feel like the vision is still probably a priority, but we'll see with Bleed. Maybe they have that same idea. Go 3-2-0,
Dire
play with a
team
setup
pick.
elsewhere, hookshot onto allies anyway. Like, if you're playing off of that facet, then
Radiant team pick.
you really don't need a vision if you're just hooking into your allies first. They will go with the Magnus here for Blacklist in the end. Should be our Gabby off lane. And for their sake, I hope they don't get reverse polarity, but it is a funny one. I really feel like that only
10
works
seconds
well with
remaining.
like something like Puck, but I did experience a Rubik
5
stealing it. It was
seconds
fairly
remaining.
funny when Rubik did it, to be fair.
Yeah.
So there is space there, but this is the one of the weirder ones. I feel like Valve was cooking something big with reverse polarity. It's just I think they overcooked it a little bit.
What were they thinking? Like, what the hell were they thinking with that crap? Better than Earth Spirit facets, at least, John. We got rocks, which is great. Bleed, they're going to go for a Troll Warlord. Did you see the Earth Spirit facets, John? I mean, you won't see
Oh, yeah.
any pro games, I
Outstanding.
guarantee you that, because nobody's going to
Great.
pick up Earth Spirit in pro
Rocks.
games.
Rocks. So
How
good.
great is it?
So nice.
Very unique.
Wow.
Thank you, Valve.
Rocks. Wait,
Thank you,
Ovid
Asfrog, I
actually went for
appreciate it.
static slide. He went for static
Oh!
slide. What?
Static slide?
He took it over shock collar. I feel like the electric vortex debuff is a little bit better than
Well, what's the...
repositioning your remnants.
So yeah, but the remnants reposition themselves at a pretty slow speed, right? Like it's not 325 movement speed.
325.
Okay, so it's
It's
not,
not
bad.
amazing.
But what do you do with it? Like, is it like a farming tool now?
I think the idea is he can hang further back
10
to drop the
seconds
remnants to
remaining.
get some free farm in lane.
Do you think
In
so?
particular, I
5
think
seconds
yeah, I think that's the
remaining.
idea because the Leshrac will punch you every single time you walk up, right? You walk up, you're gonna cop a couple of right clicks, you're gonna get lightning storm, maybe you're gonna get split earth, so you can just walk your remnant out and clear out the wave safely. Question mark? I feel like that's the one utility there for the Storm Spirit in the matchup up against Lush. It still
Aren't you
feels
just-
weird.
Yeah, because aren't you just griefing the lane? Are you just pushing out the wave over and over again?
I mean, that's what Storm does anyway, right? Like that's how he farms: static remnant and overload. So
I mean,
at the
I
least he can
appreciate that.
farm. At the least he can farm, because the Leshrac's also going to be shoving in the wave with all of his AoE spells. So you can kind of try to equalize and farm. I just feel like you lose a lot of impact from Shock Collar instead, which feels pretty insane. When you do manage to jump into an enemy, it just makes that burst a little bit better. So I'm curious to see how much Ovid can get out there for the static slide. We do have the Go Nuts as well coming out for Tim, so he is going for the range instead of the Acorn Bounce on the tree, which it's so damn annoying with that little bit of extra cast range that Hoodwink gets, a little bit extra harassment range as well. A rather interesting draft. I would lean towards Bleed overall. I think this area control they have is insane. I think you don't have the best solutions to burst down a troll. Your lane control is pretty decent in Blacklist. Like you end up with a Magnus Hoodwink, so you have some good ways of trying to pressure onto Jackie at the very least. And I feel like this game is kind of
For battle.
dependent on how well the initiation in Blacklist is. It's kind of the same story as Game 1, except not as badly.
What's happening to Zeal's cape? Look at Zeal.
Oh yeah, no,
Mars.
the capes are all bugged. Yeah, and then the
The
Mars
capes are
have been
all
bugged.
bugged.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen that a lot on a lot of different capes. Zeal says, "Have fun, Ovid." Ovid gives the question mark.
Oh my goodness.
So it's Ovid dropping the question marks now, not Emo. He's taking over.
What's this cape? I mean, it's a. How many One
Have you
Piece
not
jokes
seen
can I make, Jonathan?
It's
ridiculous.
actually so annoying. Like every single time my party mates pick Mars and that cape's bugging out to the center. I know how this bug works. I feel like there's something with the rigging and the anchoring of the rig that leads to the dead center of the map, the 0-0 point of the map, and it's just so weird.
30 seconds.
Well,
to
not
battle.
0 point for this one. It's just dragging back weird, but it's actually so annoying when you're playing. It makes it it's annoying to read the map with this kind of visual clutter. It's actually so weird. I don't understand it. I swear. I've laned with this like 3-5 times in a day, and it's so annoying. It hurts my eyes.
Thank you for that, John.
It's annoying.
Just rivalry. When they're looking for a fight here down the bottom lane, Say's not going
The
to give them that
battle
fight.
begins.
I agree, Jonathan. I would assume that would be quite annoying, not being able to see anything. It is going to be a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Bleed Esports, by the way. It's a Blacklist rivalry, giving up an extra boundary rune for basically nothing. as
They're looking for first blood, though.
they are still looking.
They're under vision, though. So, well,
They
no,
are under vision.
They were under vision.
Well, Say's going to see anyway. Gets the cogs out. Kicks him away. Tim's will cop one. That has to be maybe my favorite change of the whole the whole patch. Just that little
Yeah.
cogs change makes him so much better.
Yeah, it really does. Like, it makes cogs in lane feel a lot more viable, a lot more utility coming out, especially in the lane where you can't really chase down with battery assault, which this lane kind of is. You don't want to fully commit onto a Hoodwink or a Magnus. There's a lot of counterplay potential there for Blacklist. So Say has some play for himself. Again, for the side of Blacklist for Tims and Gabby here, there's always like the Bushwhack into Skewer back. You have more damage with a run through as well, a little bit more to try to whittle people down. But I like the idea of Say. Cut down the tree line with the power cogs. You have a wider AoE one as well, so it's really easy to just cut everything down. And you make this lane unplayable for Tims. Just make it harder for these first 2 levels.
It's going to be very, very annoying for sure, and I still wonder whether you go for the level 2 cogs at level 3 mark. To say, like, considering he is just trying to abuse them as we speak. See, level 2 battery assault is a huge spike for the clockwork, so you probably don't want to do that. But if you see the value in the cogs, especially considering how low mana it is to spam that out, I mean, he might think about it. How's the middle lane going? I mean, Arbit going at it with Emo right now, it does seem like a pretty even
Dyer's
affair, though
top
Arbit
tower
is
is
ahead
under
just
attack.
by a little bit in terms of the CS department. Imagine Arbit probably will be at a little bit of a disadvantage if the levels do go up here for Emo, but for now he is doing pretty damn good on the storm.
Now, this is kind of ridiculous how sustainable the Leshrac is, though. Plus 3 mana every attack? That's kind of nutty. Like, that's basically plus 3 mana every 1.37 seconds. It's just free regen. It's free real estate for Emo. There's not much Abbott can do. Again, I get the static remnant, why he went for that little static slide instead, just to get that farm going. Overall, Emo is still going to be very happy in this lane. Abbott's doing a great job of keeping up. They are isolating down bot.
Yeah, Tim's certainly going to die. Say able to pick up the kill. Gabby's going to go for a skewer back, but it's not even by the tier 1 tower. So no real harm to come here for Bleed Esports. They just want to just rush back towards the creep wave by the tier 1 tower and farm that up. And Say's going to be very happy with that little pickup for himself because it gets him even closer to level 3. And he's just bullying them away at this point as the clock. Very, very annoying here for Gabby and Tim.
That it is. Again, no trees to play with for Tims further up in the lane because he's been cutting them with cogs. You've got the boots lining up for Say a little bit faster now as well. He's going to be able to contest for the 3-minute Lotus. And Tim still manages to find it. Nice faster fingers on the channeling. But you're still in a happy position. Again, you're getting some good free farm out for Jackie. Uncontested in the lane. Working it out well. And the last lane we haven't really looked at up top is rather slower lane. Natsumi's just farming up perfectly fine. Top of the CS board. Not much Zeal can really do to stop that with Johnny Well on the Elder Titan to cover. But that does give some room out for Paulson to go a little bit further out. And plant some nice wards. Get some good vision set up for the runes. They could start to play with a setup, but it does feel relatively awkward in trying to run down.
Mid lane, Arbit's doing a lot of damage onto Emo, and he does get the kill. I'll tell you, you know what? That static slide, I mean, the movement speed, it's not bad. It's not too bad.
325 is pretty much base movement for... And that's Storm with, like, boots almost, feels like. So, it does move really quick. I'm just surprised it's doing as much as it is to Emo and getting caught off guard a little bit. I'll have to watch himself. Again, he's been maintaining that lane great, but Abid's not completely out, and he's going to have that level advantage now coming in a little bit faster on the 6. Does allow a lot more play for the Storm to have that slight edge for himself. So, have to see how Emo tries to balance this one out. So far, a better start for Abid overall, and a decent enough start for Blacklist. They are getting a chase up top.
They are. Paulson probably not getting out of this one as Natsumi able to claim a pretty quick kill for himself here on the gyrocopter. Zil has been pretty much unaffected by this gyro, 22 and 2 on the Mars, but Natsumi has had a pretty free game. In fairness to himself, 30 and 4 on the gyrocopter. Absolutely no pressure being applied here to Natsumi.
Yeah, there's not much Zeal can really do. Again, he can hold that lane just fine, but to get that aggressive play potential, there's a lot of ways to counteract on the side of Blacklist. With the Elder Titan, the Echo Stomp can just kind of throw you off, and you've got a lot of spacing there for Natsumi to play with a flat can as well. They are starting to clump around mid. Again, some forward vision set up from Paulson earlier on. Does have some control. It's a little bit early to camp into the 6 mark, but might try to gun for Abid early instead.
Doesn't really seem to be panning out this time. Pauluson's just going to retreat, not really seeing the opening he was looking for against Arbit. Problem is, there's not much he can do top lane either. Like, as a Shadow Demon, like, it's You're just trying to make sure Zil stays alive, but Zil's pretty much had the tower by his tier 1. Or rather, by the creep wave by his tier 1, so he's been relatively safe. 20 seconds for those power runes to initially spawn up, so I suppose Paulson can move around that area, but you will see Zhao doing the exact same thing here on the Elder Titan. See, the power rune's going to be very important when you've got Abed versus Emo on the Leshrac versus Storm matchup. So who does manage to get away with it? It's going to be up, and he gets an arcane root of all things as well, so very lucky this time on the Storm.
Yep. Also has his level 6 up early, so again, he can try to leverage that with the arcane. I was taking a look at Set. He did go for the 1-2 build, and he did just drop Tim's to 0 mana, forcing out the 1 charge just by kicking those cogs around. It's pretty funny to watch.
Yeah.
We love that coming out there. Again, Blacklist having a little bit more presence in this game, have some good wards to set up for a mid-fight as well. Abed dropping the obs in a nice position. Does force the side of Bleed to just fully reset. And again, it opens up these side lanes, free farm for Natsumi. A decent enough time for Gabby, somewhat free farm as well for Jackie. So you are trading out safe lane farm for off lane farm here this match. And then there's just not as much play for Bleed early on. Already the early commitment from Abed to just rotate, but that is under ward vision, so they're not going to fully commit just yet on the side of Bleed. And for Bleed's part, does feel like they need some more levels up. You do have Arena ready on Zeal though. Could lead to an early pickoff if they find a setup somehow.
I mean, Abed's being chased here by Emo, but Abed can always just zip away, so it's not really an issue for him to be chased like this. Though Emo is still continuing the chase, but does eventually think better of it. Both teams once again more than happy to just play the farm game here against each other. And here I was thinking it was going to be some kind of action-packed clowny game we were going to see between these two teams, considering we have a new patch, but it seems as though both teams are ultra serious. As Jackie bottom lane, completely surrounded. They will miss the bushwhack here, so Jackie does have a chance to be able to just battle trance if he needs to. In fact, Zil does TP anyway. Of course, not allowing that Jackie to go down for free. And this is kind of another thing as well, like Jackie was left alone for quite a while down at that bottom lane. So Say was having a look around to just cogs up Tim's pretty much the whole time, and Jackie is still finding himself top of the CS board here and top of the net worth quarter control.
Yeah, it's mainly because Natsumi takes time to come down bot, although Emo.
They've got Emo locked down here. Emo's going to drop. It's a 4-hero rotation to make that one happen, but they will get it.
And again, they did commit Natsumi going down bot, leaving the top lane, so he needed to get some activity out. Does pan out quite nicely for Blacklist, and they're missing out on some CS, but they are slowing down this Leshrac's game, making it a lot harder for Emo to hit those initial spikes. Allowing Abed, again, total rune control and mid control. Has the haste rune bottled up for himself, could look for another play elsewhere if something's forced out. And the side of Bleed, again, responses are pretty slow. They're going to need way more to come in. Maybe by the time you have higher levels in your supports, you can feel a little bit better in trying to make these plays happen. They are eyeing Gabby.
Got him locked down. Battery Assault should make it pretty hard for Gabby to skewer out of this one. And here come the cogs once again. Gabby, he'll get a skewer away. Does have help from Tim's, with Gabby still dropping very, very low here to say. Is now Natsumi and Zhao going to show up, trying to go after Jackie. Jackie's popped the battle trance, trying to survive through this one, but they'll lock him down. The troll should have no way out of this, though he's still going. Spear is not going to land from Zeal. Jackie's still alive somehow. They'll drop the arena. They'll buy him even more time. Jackie's still running. Now there's a static remnant chasing him. He's alright. Jackie's made it out.
Yeah, they got him out. They used everything to bail him out, but does survive, and they find Natsumi. They might find more. They will.
Saving Private Jackie. Jackie's still not down. They're going to try again. Abed's having a look around. Thinking about the zip in. You've got Tim's there with the bushwhack. You've got Gabby ready with the RP. And they know there's no battle trance this time, so they'll get him. They will finally punish the troll. Now Abed, though, completely out of mana, could find himself in a bit of danger, as the spear is actually going to push Tim's away. Meanwhile, Zeal still trying to fight, but here comes Natsumi. Natsumi going to make it very hard to continue this fight for Bleed, as now Zeal caught out, needs to try to run, but the call down is going to lock him down for a little bit longer. Gabby's out with the RP just in case. So Natsumi able to secure another kill here on the gyrocopter, this time onto the Mars. Well, what a messy bottom lane it has been.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah,
is under attack.
it's quite the commitment. This is the clown fiesta you were looking for, Mikey, right there. Full committal for the aggression coming out from Blacklist does pan out. I like that read. Now they've got Gyrocopter that plays very strong early with a Rocket Barrage and the Afterburner. Might as well make use of it. We've got the Storm, who's got great rune control. They play off the haste really nicely as well. And they just kind of pile on, dogpile into bleed while they're not quite ready. Again, support levels aren't quite up yet to 6. You need more items to be up there, especially for Emo. Doesn't have the ults lined up quite yet. There's a lot more patience that has to come in here for the side of bleed this time around. They're still not able to fully commit for the tower, but they are making it hellish for Jackie to find his Battle Fury timing that he really needs to keep up in terms of farming pace in comparison to Natsumi and his Flak. That is one thing they're keeping in check very nicely. Also, Sed did go for the 3-2-0, so no Rocket Flare, just looking for all the damage.
I don't blame him at all. I mean, he's going to get caught out here. Really, probably no way out of this for the clockwork, but he is trying. He'd love a couple creeps to die around him so he can hit that level 6 mark, but still has to run the old-fashioned way. A lot of time being bought out, to be fair. Tims will eventually land the bushwhack and does secure the kill. But my goodness, it took them a while to get that done.
Did get the punish. That is some room for Jack to bail out. He will switch gears and farm that lower jungle instead. Again, the side of bleeding out quite a fair bit in the early game. Blacklist looking a lot sharper in the lane phase this time around. Our strength to set up for mid. 12-minute power rune will spawn top. Amp damage rune for Abed. Nice and free for him. No rune control still for Emo in this game, unfortunately. But very fortunate for Blacklist. Again, it's these runes that are feeding into this early activity for Abed. The haste rune down bot, the arcane rune when they play down mid. Now with an amp damage rune, pretty sure they will try to make something happen. They even got the sharpshooter ready on Tims now as well. Level 6 is up on the Hoodwink. They've got all the burst damage they could ask for here to start to find some targets. They do still have that forward ward down bot, although it's not quite in the jungle area, so Jackie's still free to farm. And the same thing goes for Blacklist. It's very free farm for Natsumi up top. No forward vision, no pressure at all onto this Gyrocopter. You've got some decent build up in the stacks, not the most, but just enough to keep things going. There's no push pressure from Emo yet. He does have the maxed out Edict, but isn't really safe in trying to gun down the mid, so they can't open up the map to make these plays happen. They are waiting out for, again, same timings for Zeal. Blink for the Mars is going to be big. And you do have 6 up on Seh, so he does have the hook shot. He's playing a little bit close to the fire, just holding bot by himself, but it is only the 2 heroes anyhow, so not quite ready to fully commit. Gabby's rushing his Ags as well. Horn toss over the Blink, going to be interesting to see. Just a little bit more control to kick in. This kind of map state does favor Blacklist. Again, they farm really efficiently with Gyrocopter, with Storm. Even Gabby farms relatively well, although he doesn't have Empower, he does have good clear with the Shockwave. So you're more than happy to play this. You know that Jackie's farming from behind without the Battle Fury. You've got a lot of room to just take it slow in these next few minutes here.
Mid lane, there's going to be a bit of a group up now. Abed and Tim's going to join Zhao, and of course Gabby. Oh, they'd love to find Emo here, just baiting him in with his 14-minute power rune. Gabby's going to show himself. RP is out. A nice arena from Zil. They're going to lock them down. Not allowing the skill play out, but it's not going to matter. Emo is still going to drop, and now Zil's in trouble. Abed with the chase, out onto the Mars. Should eventually have some control here, as Zil's just taking too much damage. Gabby, though, going to get hooked. Saving Zil for now, but it will give up his own life. And they still kind of have vision over Zil here with the Astral Spirit. Won't matter though, the Mars is going to be okay, but still a 3-0 trade the way of Blacklist.
Yeah, it does work out perfectly for Blacklist. And again, this aggression over the runes, this early emphasis on fights is certainly what we expect from Blacklist, especially, you know, considering game 1 was a lot slower. This is Blacklist in their normal form. Strong laning phase coming out, much more impact from Abed this time around. And for the side of Bleed, again, it's a farm game right now. You still need more time for Jackie, you need a lot more time as well for Zeal to hit that blink. Heck, Emo is the one that's hurting most. Only has the Yules to save, needs the full Eternal Shroud. Does have room to shove in top at the least, but here comes the defense. Or at least a commitment from Bleed, dragging in Jackie as well to the gate. So they will find an objective on the map to open up. First objective of the map, actually. So that was a little bit more forays into the top jungle, tried to cut off Natsumi a little bit, but it's really just giving Jackie more space to farm overall. And again, if this boils down to a farm game, Blacklist are more than happy to play that long con here.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They
attack.
absolutely are right now. It's just both sides seem more than happy to just play the farming game at the moment. A 2k advantage here for Blacklist Rivalry. Natsumi working onto that axe very, very soon, so we'll have that up available for himself.
Dire's middle tower.
Blacklist, they're all hanging around the bottom side of the map. They already got that tier 1 tower though. You can see Bleed smoke up as 3. This is with the Blink Dagger now of Zeal being available, though Zeal is not with his team. It's Say, Polison, and Emo running as 3. Gabby does have his own blink up now, but Say is going to see him in just a second. Hookshot is available, and he actually lands it after the blink. Gabby's still going to be able to skewer away though, and is just fine, as now Arbet will zip right in. He'll find Say on the clockwork. And there's not much to be said about it. Only the clock to go down. Blacklist Rivalry, they still have basically 5 heroes around to help out.
Yeah. They've got the backup, and they'll just feed off this clock. They'll go for their own aggression now. They've got that full blink up on Gabby. Again, he can reposition, get the drag back. His RPs have been on point so far. The 1 RP we saw. Well, the 2 RPs we saw. See if they find that position. Bleed have to be so cautious. They're staying so clumped up.
Polison. Vince will reveal himself. Arbet does zip in, but Disruption is already there to save us. Now Zeal has been caught out, and Zeal is just down. Polison also caught as Emo's trying to rush in and help out. He's on a Natsumi, but he's been locked down by the Earth Splitter. Now in huge trouble. Arbet trying to get away. Emo in the meantime, 1 hit away from dying, does go down. So they RP nothing. Well, Gabby really showed that range creep. It won't matter anyway.
Radiant's bottom
3 down for the price of nothing. Blacklist Rivalry, they'll still be able to get away with a pretty damn great fight.
Yeah, 3-13, Blacklist taking the lead. Again, playing this ultra aggression early on. While the side of Bleed just not ready to really follow through. Like, even on these hooks of Se, doesn't feel like they're able to just gap close as effectively. And maybe now with a blink on Zeal, they could try a little bit more. The arenas have been good, but the follow-through hasn't felt great. I feel like this is all going back to Emo having a slower start than Lesh. Still stuck with just the Yule. It's no Eternal Shroud yet at the front line. Bloodstone, a pipe dream at the moment here for Lesh as well. So you are lacking a lot of that presence when the initiation does happen here from Bleed. Whereas for Blacklist, you've got a Magnus, you've got a Storm. Like, it's really easy for them to just fully commit, get the damage by themselves as well. And buy all of the space for Natsumi. Full Ags up, going for the BKB. He's going to be very hard to control outside of some really good arenas from Zeal to block off the flak damage. And again, for Bleed, it just feels a little bit more scattered. Blacklist feel a lot more organized and in sync in this game. There's not as much disruptive activity here from Bleed in comparison to Game 1. They just need to get running with his Lesh. Like, Eternal Shroud's 1 big step. Does feel like he's going to want a little bit more on top to really be in a good point with Leshrac to follow through from Se and from Zeal jumping in like this.
The game plan is going to be, I mean, top lane, Zeal gets caught out again here on the Mars, so it's going to be another nice easy kill here for the side of Blacklist Rivalry, as now Tims can fully afford that Maelstrom up on the Hoodwink. Now mid lane, Polison currently being watched here by Zhao. You have got Cabby with the skill back play if he wants to commit, but he will not. Just seems like things are getting worse and worse here for Bleed Esports now, as you do have the Eternal Shroud completed on Arbet. And just now the impact just not feeling like it's really there from Bleed Esports. We really haven't seen Emo do much of anything on this Leshrac. Zeal hasn't really done too much either on the Mars, and with that Blacklist Rivalry, they're just grouping up mid. Arbet's there, Zhao is there, Tim is there. And they're just looking towards that mid-tier 1 tower, which they could think about going for free, but instead they're going to go for a smoke. And they're also going to find another Arcane Rune here for Arb.
Oh man. Everything you could ask for. They've got a good flank angle as well. They've got this really good cliff ward that's watching Jackie at the moment behind the tier 1. Just need to find the angle in. Scan does spot them though.
Say's going to break the smoke. So at least they will just use the clockwork to tank the gank here for Jackie. But it's still pretty dire straits here for the side of Bleed, as now Blacklist Rivalry looking towards that Tormentor. There's a lot of damage being done to themselves in fairness, but it won't matter. Nobody's going to be around to try and capitalize, and it's going to be a free shards now the way of Tims.
Oh, Paulson.
Jumping again on Paulson. Now going to jump the mag at the very least, so Gabby in a spot of danger. Gabby, though, not really dropping as Tims in the meantime, also being chased here by Zeal, but Zeal will be locked down by the stomp of Zhao. So Emo trying to chase for a little bit more on the Leshrac will only really find himself a courier. Tims still being chased by Jackie, but it is a hoodwink. She is pretty challenging to catch. Though eventually they should have him. Tims finally goes down to Jackie. I guess you call that a bit of a win here for Bleed.
Yeah, it's still the follow-through issue, right? Like, Zeal gets a pretty decent arena. You've got the jump forward from Paulson with his own blink to set up. It's just the damage isn't there. Emo can't follow through. He's a little bit late in joining his team up top. He has Eternal Shroud. Now it feels like you actually might want a blink on your Lesh just to have follow-through damage. Just to have this positioning tool to jump in with the Mars, play with that arena, the damage output you potentially have in the middle of all of that. He is going to go for the safe play first, Bloodstone. Of course, necessary for the Lesh to sustain up front. But the lead is going for Blacklist. Natsumi still free farming, BKB not too far off. You've got the full Lincolns coming out for Abid soon, which will save him from really big setup on that disruption. And once you can't disrupt the storm, it just feels difficult to actually pin down Abid here at all. Like, you need that setup for the split Earth or for the spear on such a slippery target. So I like this itemization on Abid. Understanding the weak points of Bleed's trap in terms of hold for a storm. And again, Blacklist doing a great job of just working this map. Oh,
Gabby barely missing out of the shockwave. Pretty slow kind of game, 4-15, 6k advantage. You've got the BKB now up on Jackie at the very least, so
Radiant's middle tower.
I believe Esports, they might want to try and move as a unit here with this BKB up. The longer you wait, the bigger Natsumi gets. I mean, Natsumi now working towards his own BKB into the Daedalus for the Roshan as well. Why the hell not? There's your BKB out, now the Gyro. But Roshan is going to be a bit of a slower process, but it doesn't really matter too much. This leader not intending on trying to fight this one out. But they will have the vision now with the rocket flare usage, but it won't matter. They're going to just try for the top T2 tower instead. So Genual's already TP'd back to get prepared to defend, as they are going to find Tims here on the hoodwink. Tims trying to run his way out, but he is gone. So you do get the Aegis up, but here comes Gabby. BKB skill back onto Say, though Say is okay with the police being available. The hook shot off the mark from Say. In comes Seal, though. He's in with the arena. Say's going to survive a little bit longer, as now Januel's the one in trouble. Zhao is gone, so is Say, and it seems though so is Seal. It's now Gabby. He'll get a skew route onto Emo by himself, but Emo's still alive. Jackie the one to jump in now. Moving on to Abed. They'll take down the Leshrac, though Emo is gone, but Abed looking to drop as well. Does go down onto Natsumi now. Natsumi to drop.
Oh,
Gabby.
God. What's happening?
Gabby's been disrupted. Gabby is down. Natsumi trying to mat fight Jackie. Jackie's going down a boot. He can't really fight without the BKB up. What a mess of an engagement.
Yeah, that's a 4 for 4 going away with Bleed. 5 if you want to count the Aegis usage of Natsumi. There was a buyback earlier on Tims. That is not that bad for Bleed. It equalizes that fight, negates the Aegis advantage for, say, a high ground push after a tier 2, or the safer farm route for Blacklist. 2.5 for 2.1k in terms of gold trade. You're in a happy position for Bleed. Very messy way to force that fight. You start off fine, isolating off Tims, and then it just kind of falls apart from there, but the Troll does do a ton of damage, and is actually fairly tanky with that insensitive facet he has with the fervor stacks up in melee form. So he is hard to burst down with a BKB running plus that. The side of Blacklist, though, I think overall you're still in a decent position. You have to be cautious about those kinds of fights overall, as again it's swinging back this lead. It's highlighting some shortcomings of your draft. I have to say Paulson had some really good positioning there. with the disruptions coming in towards the end, great usage, just standing in the back, utilizing his blink to the fullest extent, is working onto the Ags as well. With a Philosopher's Stone, not going to take too long to have those 2 charges up in the Demonic Purge. And then into the Shard with a Cleanse, it's going to be a little bit harder to pin down these single targets for any much longer. I think the big thing Bleed still needs, and this has been something I've been going back to for a while, but it really just feels like he needs so much more in Emo. Again, he is going for that full Bloodstone, could probably use a BKB on top. The Ults alone doesn't feel enough to save. Once you kind of line that up with the arena usage and with how much Jack you can do in the middle of these fights, you still have a lot of plays. Still, Blacklist, no, they've got the advantage. They're shoving in bot. They've got a good board to cover their rear here as well. So they can just look for a tier 2 to equalize the map a little bit more. Bleed not interested in going for the defense, but Bleed does have a lot of scaling. Again, Ags on the supports. We talked about Paulson getting his Ags. Once Se has his Ags, with the overclocking up, it is going to feel a little bit more oppressive, to say the least.
I mean, absolutely. You see Jackie, he's trying to go for this Blink Dagger on the Troll Warlord now, so just wondering exactly who it is he wants to jump first. I think it might just be Arbit on the Storm. You just kind of hope for the instance to come out. You know, any supports to die with the Blink in would also be really damn good for the side of Bleed. Like, Zhao's a huge menace in the back lines as well with that Elder Titan, and of course he does have that deconstruction facet, so the longer he's alive with the Astral Spirit out, the more annoying he's going to be towards your side. Surprisingly, Blacklist is still more than happy to just sit back and relax. It doesn't really seem like they're too interested in trying to force a fight, besides when perhaps you have the Satanic up on Natsumi. And Natsumi will have a bit of that.
I think it's fair for Blacklist to still feel confident in the slower game. Again, you've got Blink RP, you've got the AoE Vortex down the line for Abed. He's going for the side of Vice, which isn't too far off now as well. So you have a lot of control pieces yet, and a lot of control that still goes through debuff immunity as well. So you can kind of just play it a little bit slower. They will find his tier 2 eventually. No contest coming up from Bleed, and instantly the smoke from Blacklist. Could get a nice river crossing. Maybe get a good snipe onto the supports. Heck, even the Zeal could be in the firing line. Tim's already scouting forward. Does reveal that smoke though.
This
could be a big team fight to come. Blacklist Rivalry looking for an opening. Zeal going to find a spear out onto Tim's first. Tim's being caught immediately. Is now the double stun coming in from Emo.
Oh!
And the hook shot. There's still RP from Gabby trying to save it. It was only on Say. Meanwhile, Jackie's got the BKB going with the Battle Trance pop. We'll move right onto that gyrocopter.
Oh, Natsumi.
Oh, and Natsumi is down. A perfect start from Zeal. Jackie will get tipped in the middle of all that. And that is a real problem here for the side of Blacklist Rivalry. Oh boy.
That is a concern. This blink pickup from Jackie allowing him to beat a fall with true damage is huge. And that's been one issue holding Bleed back from these arenas of Zeal. The damage just doesn't feel great. This time around, you're in a good position for Emo to get the follow-up stun from Se as well. You force the RP onto 1 on top of all of that. The Gabby's forced to try to bail out Natsumi in that really awkward spot. And up against a troll, you lose a fight like that, or high ground gets ripped to shred. They do respect the lower cooldown respawns at this point in the game. They'll take the tier 3 and get back. But you are seeing the holds come out. They play really confident in Blacklist getting the smoke follow through, but Bleed were set up for the smoke themselves because, again, Tim's broke the smoke in lane. He's trying to clear out the creep wave, but just revealed the smoke. Bleed instantly reposition and get the better end of the trade there.
In fairness, I think the RP from Gabby, I'm not sure exactly how he missed Jackie, but it doesn't really feel like he caught the Troll Warlord in the middle of all that. The RP, I mean, my eyes could be playing tricks on me, but it really did feel like he only touched the clockwork of that RP. So,
he did.
Not the
I think he RP'd right in the hook shot. So
right.
Jackie wasn't quite there. And again, he had the blink. He just blinked into the fight afterwards. It's just a little bit difficult for Gabby. And again, it's a very awkward situation. I think he was trying, hoping that it would be in range of the Leshrac. Like, Emo would be caught in the RP. It's a little bit too far. So, fight goes a little bit sideways. They will still secure rune control. And again, you've got the side of Vice now for Abed. So, some great instant jump action now from the Storm. Lead has nullified to less than 1k for Blacklist. They will go out with a smoke 11 to 20. Win probability has leaned towards Bleed now as well. off the back of that fight was slightly in Blacklist's favor, but slowly coming back onto Bleed. I don't think it's completely unfair
Radiant are
to Blacklist
scanning.
though. Again, it does feel like they scale up still really strongly with this Magnus and with the Gyrocopter. Just need to play their cards right. Maybe to get this flank ankle onto Jackie.
They're going to try again. Jackie's a great target if you can burst him down quick enough. Jump is there, they've got the Hex out, they should have him. Jackie does not have the chance to be able to get any of his spells off. A very nice pick off here, Blacklist Rivalry. And that is off the back of the surprise reveal here from Arbed with the Hex up.
Just a little bit too forward. They were trying to use Jackie as bait. Doesn't really have a way to play up against all the chain stuns with that Hex opener. So it's a little bit tougher for Bleed. And that does allow a little bit of respite for Blacklist. Get to relax a little bit more. Get that build up into the Daedalus now for Natsumi, into the Butterfly as well. Gonna force something like an MKB for Jackie, which he doesn't have
Radiant's
lined up.
middle tower
He
is
doesn't
under
quite
attack.
have enough room to freely farm into these kinds of timings. Tier 2 for Blacklist being taken by on mid. No contest coming out from Bleed. Yorson to reach critical mass though. Again, Emo, he's got the full Bloodstone. He's going for
Radiant's
BKB.
middle tower
Their high
is
ground
falling.
hold is pretty good with the
Radiant's
arena.
bottom
Just have to
tower
watch
is
out for the
under
RPs here from Gabby.
Radiant's
Natsumi's going to frontline for the side, his side again.
Radiant's bottom
There's your Ags up on
tower
Gabby
is
now,
under
so
attack.
Horn Toss is now officially available for the mag. So everyone's going to be able to get away just fine here on the side of Blacklist. There'll be no real chase to come. Now Arbit's going to find himself another regen rune here on the Storm, so happy days for him, as we are going to see a 4-man smoke from Blacklist Rivalry, but it could be very unfortunate timing for them, as Arbit basically has unlimited mana for the next 30 seconds or so. Rocket Player will give some vision over. Blacklist Rivalry still hanging around the twin gates. Roshan still a minute and 30 seconds away. It's Bleed still wrapping around. They'll go above that bottom lane.
Radiant are
They'll head
scanning.
down towards the Lotus Pool. Rocket Player again giving vision over the twin gates. They'll see Natsumi and Arbet. No jump as of yet. They'll still see the Gyrocopter. Natsumi does have the BKB ready, but no, they'll land the spear! Oh, Natsumi! He might go down too fast, and he does! Natsumi does not react quick enough with the BKB, and now Emo finds a double stun! Oh, no.
Oh boy.
How can you not react quick enough? The Rocket Players were there, you saw them coming in. I think he had about half a second to press the BKB and it just never came out.
Yeah, he definitely had a window. Big punishment out from Bleed.
Dire's bottom
It's going to lead
tower
into a little bit of
has
shove. Roshan in 40 seconds as well. It's still going to be a south side spawn. They're going to be able to try to get that after a tier 2 clear here, after the Tormentor. We get a lot off the back of that. And it's really just down to Zeal getting that big arena initiation they needed. Oh my god. Blacklist. After, again, a considerable lead, a good bounce back in after dropping a couple of these fights. They're in a really bad position now. Again, Roshan open for Bleed. Really quick take with a Troll. Satanic up for Jackie. Another form of Self-Dispel. A lot more sustain for the Troll to take these prolonged fights. And Roshan's going to go their way. No issues at all. Are already setting up. There is some backline vision here for Blacklist to play off of, but not quite the frontline Roche vision we want. Again, it's not going to take too much time at all for Jack to get this done for his team. Blacklist, at the least, it does end up in the high ground situation. Still have that threat of RP with a Horn Toss and Skewer back. They've got still a lot to play with. The full Daedalus for Natsumi's not quite there. He has a recipe, but is 800 gold away from the Silver Edge.
Radiant's
They will
top
try to
tower
take this
is
Roche
under
fight though,
attack.
but they are playing under their vision, so they could try to get this jump.
Oh, they could try. Aegis is up here for Jackie.
Oh,
They'll
Tim's.
move in, Gleipnir is out. They find Say on the clockwork, but Say's got the jetpack going, so he'll take no damage from that sharpshooter. As now Blacklist, I think, this is looking rather desperate now. Zeal, he missed the arena. Natsumi does not get caught in the arena.
Radiant's top tower is
So
under
now,
attack.
Bleed Esports are the ones that need to leave the area. Things are looking a bit desperate for them. Zeal's going to pop his BKB, not losing anything. Meanwhile, they have found themselves a Troll Warlord. Jackie, he's still okay to run his way out of the Earth Splitter, will not really land, but they do find safe. So you still get the clockwork in the air.
I'd say these small kills for Blacklist to find is actually really impactful as long as it's top ed. He's only died one time this game, so he has 31 stacks of Galvanized, Mike, from his innate.
Yeah.
He has a free 9.6 mana regen. It's absolutely ridiculous how much Abed has. 32.3 mana regen. It's kind of nutty. Doesn't even need a regen rune to really feel insane. But does have an arcane rune for himself once again.
Of course.
He's a happy camper.
I do like this whole galvanized thing. You know, they basically gave Storm his own inbuilt bloodstone, almost.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of nice.
And it is, as long as
It
you don't
takes-
die.
Yeah.
Once you die, it's just gonna drop down to 0.1 per permanent that you get, which is like what, 7 kills, 0.7 mana, which is that's
Yeah,
all
but
right.
That's basically how old Bloodstone worked. You know, you just never wanted to die
Yeah.
because of the charges.
Yeah. He's got old Bloodstone.
Yeah, it's
I
nice.
wish you could have old Bloodstone. I mean, new Bloodstone's kind of cool, but I miss old Bloodstone in the Suicide. You know, that's pretty funny. And then at some point didn't the Suicide proc actually allow you to heal your allies as well in the AOE?
Yeah, it did.
That was pretty funny.
It was good. It's actually a pretty busted heal too if you wanted to use it. So,
Take me back.
Bleed.
Let Pudge self-deny again. That's my sore point after all these years. I just want to play Soul Ring Pudge, please. Let us do that, pal.
oh, you can still do it, John. It's
Yeah,
still
but you
possible.
don't die anymore. You know, when you're
No,
at
you
1
don't.
HP or 100 HP, you Soul Ring Rot and you don't get anything on the enemy team. You can't do that anymore. It's sad.
Have you considered just being good at Pudge, John?
What do you mean? Soul Ring Rot, big plays, great stuff.
Oh, TM's. It's gonna be spotted.
Ooh.
Says off the mark with the hook. Emo. Oh,
Emo,
can he
come
get
on.
vision? Oh, he's
Oh.
gonna get him. He's got the vision just in the nick of time. No Split Earth dodge here for Tim's. Eventually, Emo will be able to secure a very nice kill for himself here on the left rack. Happy days. Now a 3k advantage the way of Bleed Esports. So it's still a very slow game, and it feels like it's still anyone's game. But Bleed are somewhat of a 60% win probability their way at the moment, apparently.
Yep. And again, that swung off that big fight they took earlier on there from Bleed, where Blacklist just didn't quite get the angles they'd want on the mid. The RP didn't quite work out. Do have a disconnect without the disconnect coming in yet. So I guess Jackie is a little bit of an oracle. We do have the go-ahead now as well. Interesting. We do have the
Nobody's
sec
disconnected.
call for Natsumi. Fool. That's what I'd like to see, Mike. The good old Southeast Asian DC pause when no one's disconnected.
It is one of those things. And it's what was it? The last tournament we were casting, I think in Dream League, just the admin was asking why they paused, and just nobody answers the question.
Yeah, no, we had a 40-minute pause there.
Poor old Wishy. Shout out to Wishy
Yeah.
if he's watching.
We had 23 Savage ask some spicy questions
Yes.
in chat.
Savage was the one guy I think that really enjoyed the whole drama between
Oh,
Gabby
yeah.
and
Oh, yeah,
Armin.
no, yeah, for sure. 100%. No, definitely.
I'm pretty sure like Aurora's management would have had to make sure he didn't tweet anything stupid after that happened. It's like, Savage, don't you log online
I
to-
mean-
to tweet anything stupid, sir.
I mean, you know, the guy gets kicked from T1. Wasn't it Gabby who also replaced him at that point? And then
I'm pretty-
it gets reversed in Talon, right? Gabby used to pause one, then they get replaced with 23.
But is that where
It's
the
a weird
drama
back and
started?
forth relationship. I think so. I think so, right? Like it was Savage for Gabby. T1.
Because
if I recall.
they legitimately don't like each other, as far as I'm aware.
I don't think so, no. Yeah. To be fair, I feel like that statement
Oh,
applies
no.
to a lot.
Natsumi's got a mouse issue now. This applies to what, Jonathan?
Cat.
Very good, Zeal.
Look,
Thank you for
that specifically applies to Gavi, to be fair.
Oh, I see.
He's a character, to put it nicely.
Yeah.
He's definitely a character. He is a character. You sit with the guy in Discord trying to cast a game with Armel and John Uel. He had some fun things to say every time, for sure.
I mean, I just sometimes I think it was probably a good thing I wasn't there to cast with you boys. I tell you. So,
Would have been
I don't know if I
interesting.
would've- I don't know if I would have had the patience for Gabby's antics. You know?
Would have been interesting. Then we got
Oh,
some
no,
deep talking there. Some
Did
deep
ya?
interviews with Armel. Yeah, we went deep. Asked him about how he feels about, you know,
Dire's top
Dota
barracks
2
are
now,
under
Dota 2
attack.
before. Deep stuff. Look at the Roche banner. Invulnerable creeps. How do you stop the push? You
Oh
can't.
my goodness.
You can't.
Top barracks are under attack.
It's too much. It is too damn much, these creeps. And they're going to try
Legitimately, they can't. They can't.
The top racks is gone. They have got a horn toss onto Emo, but there was no skewer. Gabby gonna have to run his way out. Bleed will happily just leave with the top racks being taken, and the Blacklist rivalry, they get really nothing.
Don't find too much. At the least, the banner's gone. So you're not going to have that for the secondary Raxus. When I saw
gonna be
that
anyone's
change, I was like, why? Why in God's name would you allow this? It's insane. Imagine if you stacked up the Roche banners like in some other games. You drop all of them in each lane in a good spot. And you just have this crazy push.
Mark
You
my
have
words,
what? Yeah.
The next upgrade to the banner is going to be Wraith Pack. They're literally just going to change it to Wraith Pack. I can feel it right now.
Don't say that. Don't.
They're
Please.
literally going to change it to Wraith Pack. You
No,
mark my words.
please. No. I don't want Wraith Pack, Mom. I don't want to eat my Wraith Pack. I'm tired. I don't want that again. Please.
It's
Valve,
coming,
don't listen
I
to
can
Mike.
feel it.
Please
I
don't
can
listen to
feel
him. Please, for the love of God. Mute
while
the
we're
stream
complaining-
right now.
While we're complaining about stupid things, they brought the Necromonicons back to the...
Oh yeah, it's hilarious.
It's
I actually keep
stupid.
laughing when I see it. It's so dumb.
It's so dumb. Who
You could-
decided that was a good change?
Like, you don't even need to use Fiend's Gate to do anything. Just use it in the push. Free Necronomicons out. What a Roche! Put your Roche banner on the Fiend's Gate. There you go. That's a
But they're
push.
so weak. They're so weak, though.
Who cares? They're back, Mark. Aren't you happy? Aren't you an
No.
Underlord player now?
No,
Oh,
I'm
look
not.
at you all whinging. Oh, Necronomicons is weak.
Oh,
Tims?
jump in, Tims. Has been caught. Tims is gone. Gabby.
Oh.
Try for the skewer play. Emo's got him, though. BKB was popped in time. Gabby will pop his own BKB, trying to move back onto the troll. They'll get the Hex out. Jackie, he's going to find Natsumi, but there's no lockdown. In we go again. Zeal, he's going to drop another arena. Catching out Gabby
Huh?
with the spear. A complete cloud fiesta here in this team fight as Gabby finally will go down. Back on a Natsumi, they'll go Natsumi. Dropping quite low himself, will be forced to BKB and pop the Satanic. Turning right back on Arbed, but here comes Say with the hook shot onto Natsumi, just completely surrounded. They'll
Oh,
jump
no,
in
the
again.
BKB.
Jackie's onto the gyrocopter. They'll get the Hex out, but it won't matter. Jackie's got him. Natsumi is down. Bleed, trying to find a little bit more. They will lose Say on the Shadow Demon, but that's going to be about it. As I say on the Clockwork, not the Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon is just fine. Jackie's onto the tier 3 mid tower.
That's so unfortunate for Natsumi. BKB faded right as he was standing in the middle trying to run out of the cogs, so he gets the longest. And again, the high ground siege that comes out does not take too long. Trying to stall as best as they can on Blacklist. We do at least have this long range reach with John Well dropping some armor in the process, but it's not fully enough.
Oh, I bet he gets caught by a stun. Still going to move on to Emo. Does have the help of Natsumi behind him, but here comes Zeal once again with the spear out, catching the storm, and no! No stun to come out. Arbet's still fine. Emo's still alive, healing up with the Bloodstone. We'll move back in onto Natsumi. He's got the splitter that's going as well. Natsumi!
Oh, he bought back, no!
Natsumi! It's a nice RP, but Natsumi's down. He bought back for that. Arbet's got a bird.
Dire's middle
Oh boy.
That's it.
GG is called. Blacklist Rivalry have lost 0-2 to Bleed Esports.
radiant victory.
And that is a painful way to go for Blacklist to start off the Riyadh Masters at Esports World Cup. Qualifiers dropping in to the lower bracket instantly. A strong performance coming out from Bleed. Like, again, we had a lot of question marks about this team coming in. Losing DJ, losing Mikoto. They had Emo stand in for one of her qualifiers already, so they were already kind of gelling with him. It does feel like Bleed has come out on top with how they're playing as a team, with how they're executing these drafts, with how they read the game. Like, game 1 with the infinite scaling, and then game 2 with just solid plays coming out overall. Just very good fundamental Dota and spell usage and initiation coming out from Bleed in this one. For Blacklist, I don't know what to say, Mike. We were joking around about some of the team chemistry in the back. It doesn't feel like that was an issue at all, to be fair, right? Like, the connection between Abed and Gabby were still strong. It just feels like it's still a little bit lost, especially in that mid game you mentioned earlier on there.
Yeah, that was a pretty rough affair here for Blacklist Rivalry. The laning stage is going fine, but as soon as the laning stage ends, they just seem to fall apart here as a unit. And I want to kind of comment on the drafting. I feel like the drafting's been maybe a little bit on the weaker end of things. It feels like they're kind of going back to the previous patches meta. You know, the double gyrocopter pick just didn't really seem like it was doing that much. The offlane Mars of Gabby was fine. The offlane Magnus pick I think it was fine, but the drafts were nothing spectacular, were they, Jonathan? I mean, it was just...
No.
I was really expecting to wake up and it cast some very exciting, crazy broken Dota. And that's not what I feel like I just did.
No, I mean, again, it was a strong performance from Bleed. I think game 1 was a little bit more clowny with, like, the infinite scaling. Again, game 2 was just very... almost standard fundamental Dota. We didn't see the facets really play too big of a part. We didn't see the crazy interactions. Unfortunately, again, for Blacklist, they're going to have to trudge their way through the lower bracket. And for Bleed, they got that adventure in the upper bracket going for themselves with this renewed roster. So props to them for starting off strong here.
Absolutely, props to them. Of course, we do have another series coming up here on our stream, Jonathan, and I believe it is going to be Aurora up against TNC Predator, of all things. I mean, what year are we in, Jonathan? I don't even know. We're going to head off to a short break, and of course, right after that break, we'll be back with TNC against Aurora. We'll see you soon.
Und unter mir, da hör ich die Sirenen singen. Ein Teil von mir will gern gleich hier zu ihnen sinken. Doch ich widersteh, hör auf mein Herz, ich geh. Ich werd nur kurz zum Abschied winken. Und dann einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug. Wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt. just nothing. What are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't give it. What are you? Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the line. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. What a truth. No one talk now, I'm feeling lost on this. Silence is loud, I get it safe from it. What a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the line. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the line, and everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down.
Ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. Im Coupé hinten links, ich schreibe und ich trink. Mit den Brüdern und wir chillen. Heute Abend ohne Sinn. Sie will, dass ich sing. Doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die Klick. Und sie weiß, dass es stimmt. Die ganze Nacht nur. 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 Ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt, ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaffe, wie gehabt, holen für den Body an der Tanke Saft, 808, das ist so laut, dass du in der ganzen Stadt, die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, die ich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm ich nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Landstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truckstop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yachtclub, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, Küstenring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi, bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Blaue Stunde Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas, Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen
Coupé, Dachterrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corvosier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei. Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover. Americans, unsterblich. Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen. Und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider. Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf, Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff, Candlelight, sanftes Licht, Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Valencia. Vergiss, was die Leute denken,
be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice.
Scream out.
I see you turn around. You shine the brightest now.
There's no doubt.
This current's changing, changing.
Still about. There's danger waiting, waiting. Scream out. I see you turn around. You shine the brightest, brightest. There's no doubt. The current's changing, changing. Still
in my head, they say I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with me while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. Couple warrants and a gun to my name, low-key. Wood grain gripping and I keep it on me. Whole lot of new faces, I'm the real OG. Keep talking shh, and I'll put you on a white tee. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with me while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with me while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. me with caution, might have to get hurt. I tower from the treetop, but I came up from the dirt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less suggestion, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's unusual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. I've been shot down, I've been hurt, I've been left down in the dirt. I've been lied to, I've been cheated, but I'm never coming to my knees. Need a way out, need a way out, need a way out, need a way out. Oh no, never gonna break. Oh no.
to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal the pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to force a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heartbreak will light the fire. Heartbreak will light the fire.
not a king, I'm the king.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans, just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best to get this to stuttering, tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot. You better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, oh get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me.
Look, I don't really see God as the competition, but if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you want to look like you could close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, oh get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me.
This my game won't stop. No, I can't fit in your box. Whoa, that's demolish shop. Froze, set the scene, no plot. Hoes, whoa, please don't play me. Cause when I let the beat sound, you think I'm crazy. But none of you critics gon' phase me. So when I talk like this, don't blame me. I know I'm bad with it. Go against a goat, that's bad business. All of y'all are jokes so sad with it. To me, you're just a ghost, don't get mad with me. Just, it's a my, gotta get already. Not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, oh get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me.
Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back.
Hey, 10 toes, I'ma never miss. Boy, I'm locked in. Never take a loss in the sport, boy, I'm top 10. Giving work all around the clock. I know they watching. Got it out of the mud. Ain't had no options. Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead and change my style up. Got that touch like Midas. Back then they wouldn't invite us. Switched up, now they wanna be like us. And now they dealing with identity crisis. I know, I ain't sorry, get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now. But if you pull up on me, you gon' see a body. Cause I'm not the one you want a problem with. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the tutu to your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa.
Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back. And that's keep running it back, 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 running it back.
Hey, look, hand me the ball, I'm running it back. Answer the call, I'm all in my bag. They want me to ball, I charge on the max. And then they promo cause they paying me tax. I'm the solution and I'm the problem. If it ain't profit, it ain't an option. If you try to play me, I'm gon' get you packed up. If it's something nasty, nothing's getting passed up. No, we bout to act up. This whole game is wrapped up. Talk will get you smacked up. Reflex, you should back up. Hanging up these plaques up, it's fast, bro. Know that I'm a menace, catch you lacking with your hands up. 10 toes down, if I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the tutu, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa.
Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rare, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back.
You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. From the same ones say they loyal, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold.
Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this. This my designer flow. Hey, gotta keep my fur coat close cause I'm a boss and I'm way too cold. I didn't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pocket too swollen, they already know I'm a flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Way too cold.
You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold.
Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a code, sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now. You say you got it, and I Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into them way too cold.
Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold.
time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
You can escape. Don't scream now. 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 You can escape.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Welcome back, everybody. It was a bit of an extended break here, but we are back for our second series of the night for the closed qualifiers for SEA for the Esports World Cup. And it is MLP Dota Intermix Fight. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We have a new series on our hands. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. We had a pretty good showing in our first series, of course, seeing some interesting things come out. Lifestealer Centaur, which I do believe appeared in the other series as well. So I'm keen to see if that's going to be something that we see once again, as they do feel really, really strong. We can take a look at our schedule here for today as well to refresh us on what we've got lined up today for day one in the Southeast Asian qualifiers for the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. We've already had Bleed versus Blacklist, of course, with Bleed taking that 2-0, and we've also seen in the other stream, EWC Dota 2 EN4, IHC up against Talon, which also went 2-0 for Talon. So you're saying earlier on the day, Mike, where you were expecting some stomps. We did technically get stomps in the first rounds. Second round, of course, coming up now is Aurora versus TNC for us in this stream. On EN4, it's Execration up against Neon. And later on, they already have their matchup for the lower bracket on the other stream as well. Blacklist versus IHC. For our stream, it'll be determined in these next two matches. So it's either Aurora and TNC up against either Execration or Neons. So that's going to be the one that we'll see. And we can take a look at our brackets here as well, Mikey, to see the journey these teams have to take for the road to Riyadh. Again, it's slowly forming up. We've got the 2-0 for Bleed already, knocking Blacklist to the lower bracket, and IHC getting knocked down as well by Talon. Both pretty strong 2-0 performances from both sides. So I'm keen to see how this bracket develops. Remember, there are two teams qualifying through. So there is still a chance for two teams at the very least to come out here into that road to Riyadh, into the Esports World Cup. And there's a lot in the line. It's a very compressed schedule. It's a double elimination playoffs, no group stage, no messing around. Every single series does count.
It certainly does. And well, like you said, two teams will make it through, but for now, obviously, we are right at the start. So, I mean, well, I say that. You're only a couple steps away. If you get through the upper bracket, you don't need to play that many series to qualify. Like for Bleed and Talon right now, they've won one series so far. If they win the next one, then they're basically in the upper bracket final, which means that they're one series away after their next series from being able to proceed. So really, if you do remain in the upper bracket, you're basically 3 series away from qualifying directly to the road to Riyadh. So there you go, Jonathan. I mean, there's not so much group stages yet, but you are kind of getting to Riyadh, which is pretty damn cool. And yeah, I mean, it's not too long. Like, if you're Bleed and Talon, you're 2 steps away now, 2 series away from being able to proceed. And we are in a new patch, of course. So again, if you wanted to run some really cheesy stuff, you know, if you had a couple strats that you know that other teams just haven't picked up on, it feels like you could have a pretty clear path to getting to Riyadh here for the Esports World Cup, especially if you're Bleed and Talon again, because they're only 2 steps away now.
Yeah, I think it's pretty important as well for how well teams adapt to the patch. I know a lot of these guys have been scrimming non-stop. Of course, there's a couple of factors for this matchup, Aurora up against TNC. TNC rising from the ashes after disappearing 2-3 years ago before the DPC starts with Cuckoo once more. Of course, this is basically Team Darling. What, 3.0, 4.0? I don't know what iteration of Darling this is at this point, but it is basically Darling. You know, you've got Palos and Pos 1, you've got Yoa in your mid, you've got Cox on the off lane, which is always a good time. You've got Jing and Cuckoo on the supports, of course. Up against a team like Aurora, who's had a lot of LAN experience. You know, not just as Aurora, but of course, even in their time as Talon, even their stints in T1 and Fnatic each as well. Like, there is a lot of experience to go around in that stack. This is probably the toughest matchup for any team coming in. Feels like, as Aurora should be one of the favorites to go into the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. So it's not going to be an easy time for TNC. It's quite the tough opponent to face off of for your first round in the upper bracket here.
I dare say it is. It should be a pretty interesting one, I think, here between these two teams. And, you know, I hate to be that dude, but I dare say Aurora should be the favorites going into this matchup up against this TNC lineup. But you never know. I said the exact same thing last game with Blacklist rivalry against Bleed. I thought Blacklist should be the heavy favorites going into that matchup, and boy, was I wrong. They got completely stomped by Bleed Esports, and well, maybe the same thing happens, Jonathan. I mean, TNC, they're back from the ashes, like you said. They're against Aurora, who's basically the only team that's making it to LANs these days from the SEA region, so it should be interesting.
Yeah, it should be very, very interesting to watch out for. And again, keen to see how Aurora in particular adapts to the patch. Again, they had a little bit of playtime in Dream League until they had some connection issues that could not be resolved, unfortunately, but they've had a little bit more time on a LAN international setting with a patch, so they might have a few more ideas that they have picked up in comparison to TNC. Of course, for TNC, the meme factors there, I mean, you and I were talking about the draft potential. Cuckoo Venomancer is always in the pool, you know, that stuff like that can come out. I mean, who knows? We should be able to see the draft relatively soon as well, as we do have that on hand for Game 1.
If there's ever been a time for Cuckoo to pick up Veno, it's this meta. I mean, the Veno is very strong right now with the right facets, so it's
Radiant team.
I think, you know, this is the one time Cuckoo can take Venomancer, and I won't make fun of it.
I will say, you say it's strong right now. It has a 43% win rate in above 7,000 MMR pubs, 8,000 MMR pubs above. That's a 43% win rate. So it feels strong, as we saw in the Blacklist series for John Uel. It feels strong for sure. The Noxious Plague is nice, but it's still fundamentally Venomancer. Do you want your support to do nothing but damage? In most cases, it doesn't feel like that's what you really want from a support.
I don't think it does. Like the wards, though, like the vision game, it's still very good.
Yeah, but it didn't do anything for Blacklist, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think that was Zhao's fault. If you want, I can point fingers, but I do not think that was the Venomancer. And you know, John, I love shitting on this hero. It's my favorite thing to do. I don't think it was the Veno's fault they lost that game.
That's fair. I just feel like you might look for more impact elsewhere. We'll see. Cuckoo feels the same way. You open up with a Batrider first, so you get that nice support going for themselves here. For Jing, more than likely, we've seen the effect of a Batrider. Lines up nicely for a Centaur pickup if Aurora don't pick it up first, which, you know, it's not very frequent. We get the Jabs first pick off lane. It tends to be other heroes. He's prioritized
10 seconds remaining.
Till the end. He tends to get last pick, if not in the second phase. So I'm wondering if they want to just steal away the Centaur now, as it feels like a very dangerous combo to allow through. Just Batrider Centaur just does so much in lane. It's very oppressive. And Centaur itself just gets really, really tanky. Doesn't need boots. Saves him the 400 gold to get that build up into other items. It just feels a little bit too much. That and the added move speed, of course, from horsepower. Max cap of 600 instead of 550 is pretty massive. So wouldn't mind if Aurora just pick it up here. They'll go to DK instead, which we have seen first phase banned. And this is really interesting. DK is probably the most flexible with facets there is among all the heroes. He does a lot of different things depending on which one you pick. You can have cleave in your melee form. You can have some slow.
10 seconds
It's an interesting one, and it's very flex. I like it for Aurora. The fact that it wasn't banned is pretty
5
interesting.
seconds remaining.
The fact that Aurora even banned out Marcy as well is fairly interesting, as I believe, again, in pubs, in high immortal pubs, the win rate of Marcy has been around 45, if I'm recalling right. Not the highest in the world.
Dire team ban.
That change to sidekick into bodyguard is pretty interesting conceptually, so I don't mind that being banned out by Aurora. Perhaps, again, testing it out in scrims against TNC is also a possibility there.
I wonder, like, going back to the Dragon Knight pick, I wonder what facet you want with this hero.
10 seconds remaining.
They all seem fine, right?
Yeah.
5
It's
seconds
really interesting.
remaining.
It's hard to say which one's the best. I feel like there's a lot of utility coming out from each. I feel like if you are going for a heavier farm core, the Fire Dragon facet is probably the best. You get some cleave, you get to just farm up, you have additional splash damage bonus. It's relatively straightforward to get your timing in lane. You get some free harassment in a melee versus melee matchup as well. So it's relatively open for you if you do go for the Fire Dragon facet. But again, it's open. Like there's a lot of ways you can go with the DK. And that's probably the most interesting hero to pick
10
in
seconds
this
remaining.
new patch with facets. I think DK's matchups change drastically depending on
5
the facet.
seconds remaining. Team pick. Dire team pick.
Here comes the
Oh.
Phoenix.
Oh god. That one has been winning a lot of games. Phoenix, especially with how his facets work. I do believe overall the Sunray facet's been a little bit more popular, but the winning facet seems to be the damage facet, the Dying Light
10
facet.
seconds
6% of
remaining.
his missing HP is magic damage to everyone in a 450 radius
5
is
seconds
kind of
remaining.
nuts. Especially if you, I believe you Supernova with low HP. I do believe, again, the way Supernova works, it hides your hero at its current HP in the egg. And, you know, Radiance goes through still because the hero is still technically there. Theoretically, Dying Light should work in that AoE as well.
Dire
Okay.
team pick.
It's
Radiant
all very
team
complicated, as now we have the sniper pickups. That's a nice little counter towards the Phoenix, and in fact we have another one. Snapfire will make its appearance as well. Is Sniper still strong in this new patch, do you think, John? I haven't been seeing much of it.
I don't think the hero got weaker, but its facets definitely
10
aren't
seconds
interesting.
remaining.
It's not particularly amazing. The ghillie suit is
5 seconds remaining.
kind of interesting, but it only works when you activate take aim.
Radiant
so
team
if you
pick.
take aims down, you don't really get much. It's a 3-second window. 4 seconds if you take your talent. It can be impactful. Maybe scatter shots a little bit better.
Dire
Duration
team
decrease, but that's fine. These people run out anyway. The higher damage is pretty big.
Oh, hello.
So I think that's the way to go. Do get the Weaver and Spirit Breaker coming out from Aurora. Not the best hold to, you know, just drag these heroes down. The Spirit Breaker is rather interesting. I know its popularity has increased as well. I do believe its win rate
10
has been
seconds
positive.
remaining.
Its Ags has been buggy, but I can't confidently say all the
5
bugs have been
seconds
fixed
remaining.
with our sub patch, so I'm not 100% because Planar Pocket, you know, remember when Planar Pocket first launched as a shard and how busted in a bad way it was for your team?
Yeah.
It kind of did that again on the Ags. It would proc everything
Dire
on you
team back.
multiple times, so it would just kind of grief yourself. His facets are interesting though. I feel like Bull Rush has been a little bit more popular than Imbalanced, but
I mean,
both of them
Radiant
have some
team back.
interesting sort of...
I don't understand imbalance. Like, what is the point of imbalance? So you, like...
I think the one use case I can think of is, like, if your Spirit Breaker's charging in and you don't have clean follow-through, he can Nether Strike and you can Force Staff the guy even further away.
Sure.
Like, that's one thing.
10
Because it will
seconds
affect
remaining.
move spells or move modifiers onto the
5
onto the hero.
seconds
So
remaining.
that's a one use case I could really think of. And beyond that, it's kind of strange. I guess for core Spirit
Radiant
Breaker,
team
bashing
back.
around is funnier. Maybe if you have a Bloodseeker, it could be good, but you're not getting that here, I don't think.
I don't think so. Weaver as well, it feels very potent right now. I've had a bit of experience with support.
Dire
Jonathan
team
feels
back.
very, very good at the moment. I do appreciate it quite a bit. It's kind of nice having your germinated attack just available straight off the bat.
Yeah.
It's pretty busted when you're playing support Weaver, I've got to say. Like, you really can't lose the harass trade, and then if you go for the whole swarm
10
gives you
seconds
XP, it
remaining.
just seems even more stupid.
Yeah. Just scales up like an
5
insane madman.
seconds
I do have to
remaining.
say the Shikuchi move slow is so annoying, even though it's like 0.3 seconds. It throws you off, especially when you're laning, even against like a core weaver. It's just mildly annoying. And so I like that Aurora is going all in on the annoyance. With her draft, TNC for their part into the Naga Siren. Not something we see too much. It was popping out in the last meta a little bit. Every now and again would be banned out as well. I will say Deluge is weird because you have to activate it. It's not an on-hit activate like Riptide is. So I don't know if you even want Deluge. Stat resistant reduction is big, but for a core Naga, you're probably still looking for Riptide, which is the way I'm assuming TNC will go their draft. Let's see as it develops. Do ban out some offlane, some Aurora's End,
Dire
Centaur,
team
Slordar. TNC as well banning out the Sven and the Darkseer with a flex in mind here for Aurora's draft with the DK. So keeping it rather open, the DK and Spirit Breaker, even a Weaver can be flexed a bit. They're going to have to show their hand first on TNC. Mind you, no option for the Cuckoo Mancer anymore. Mike with Snapfire
10
Bad Rider as
seconds
well. Forgot to
remaining.
point that out earlier, so no such shenanigans here.
There's always
5
space for the
seconds
Cuckoo
remaining.
Mancer, Jonathan.
No, there's
There's
no
always
space in this
space.
draft. Don't say that. For the TNC fans, they will get flashbacks to when Fnatic or when TNC would actually last pick that. So
I was there.
some
John.
memories
I
there.
remember.
Oh, we were there. We were there.
Good
So-
old times. Good old
Oh,
days.
not the best moments. T1
God,
fans as well.
I'm glad to see TNC's back. Shout out to the boys from TNC. We're happy to see you guys back, of course. Hopefully you guys aren't planning to go anywhere if things don't go too well here
Radiant
for the close
team
qualifiers. We'll wait and see, John. If they do go for the Primal Beast last pick.
I like that. It's a Cox special. Played it a lot in mid. Of course, he's playing off lane now. Should have the Yoa Sniper coming in. And the Palos Naga Siren. It's stitched together. You have some pretty
10
good
seconds
team fight
remaining.
potential. Pulverize into kisses for kills. You've got the lasso
5
back
seconds
to
remaining.
drag one from away. Primal Beast can make the lane rather annoying as well. Keen to see if they get the move speed facet instead of the area of effect facet that we saw from Abed last time. What the priority there is for Cox. Aurora for the last pick. Again, we're probably eyeing a Jabs here, but it's open enough that you could kind of look for Aurora mid instead, or Savage safe if you're flexing the Weaver. Like, there are a lot of directions you can go here for Aurora. I don't think their draft is lacking anything. Maybe hold for Egg is kind of missing, but when you're up against Snapfire and Sniper, it doesn't feel like the Egg's going to be the most well-protected spell anyhow, no matter what you pick. I don't think... Yeah, you don't have the Mars option as well to protect. You banned out Faces Void yourself. Feels like they're going to have to just surrender a wider team fight focused around Egg, just because there's just so much counterplay from TNC. So probably just gun for something that can deal with Naga lane. LC, is it? No, it's been banned out by TNC to protect. Makes sense. Go the Underlord. Okay, here we go. Necronomicon's back, Mike. Isn't that great?
It's such a
Isn't it
stupid
great?
change.
Oh, it's stupid. Why is Necronomicon stupid?
John, they're not as strong as they were. Like, I can't believe that's the change they made. They added Necromonicon units to the stupid Dark Portal, Dark Rift, whatever it's called. And then on top of that, they gave them like 1/3 of the stats for whatever reason. Well, why even add them? Why add them back?
Or the fun of it, Mike. Because it's what you were asking for. Can't believe. There you go. Jabs takes the Abyssal Horde.
You know, it'd be fun.
He
John?
has it.
If they
Oh,
gave
that'd
me
be
a
fun.
facet that allowed Boulder Smash to stun again, that would be fun. You know?
Nah, it's
But what is
asking
this-
for too much, Mike.
These Earth Spirit facets are so stupid. Like, what is
Rocks. Rocks. You get rocks. You can eat your rocks.
But
They
you
don't
see,
go
like,
away.
LC can like press Q and suddenly just be unkillable.
Yeah.
Right? But I can't stun people with a rock, apparently.
No, you can eat your rocks, and they stay there.
It's basically all you do as Earth Spirit is eat rocks, John. That's all you do. It sucks.
Oh, that's all you need. What do you mean? Oh, you complain about Earth Spirit not getting changes. You complain about Underlord having the nerfed Necronomicon.
Well, I just don't understand. Well, why they give, like, why remove 1/3 of the stats? For what reason?
Because it's free Necronomicon at 6. If it had full stats, it would be kind of messed up.
Yeah, but they're just garbage though, John. It's like 2 creeps spawning with you.
It's 2 creeps every second, is it not? Am I misremembering? It spawns
I'm pretty
a lot.
You have to go through the portal.
Oh, after traveling through the gate. Yeah.
Right? It's pretty stupid. Am I wrong?
No, it spawns every 2 seconds on the passive effect.
That's not what happened in my demo game, John. Right? I demoed this. Did not
should
work.
Spawn too. See, after teleporting through the Fiend's Gate, Underlord brings forth a warrior or an archer to aid him every 2 seconds. That lasts for the duration of Fiend's Gate.
After traveling through the Fiend's Gate.
Yeah, once he travels through them. But you get them, they should be spawning every 2 seconds.
They weren't for me.
Skillet.
Well, we'll keep an eye on it now. We'll see what happens. I just can't believe that they gave Earth Spirit like the worst facets in the game. I just can't believe. I mean, I can believe it because I called it out before it happened.
Ah, we've gotten a correction from our good old observer Scriff here, saying you have to be around the gate for it to keep spawning.
Oh, is that what it is? You have to be around.
1 warrior per unit, spawning
30
every 2
seconds
seconds.
to battle.
So
But you have to stand by the gate.
A creep wave is like 5 units. Okay, Mike, are you 5 units spawning in if you use your Fiend's Gate via creep wave? You happy now?
Is that how it works?
You want full? Yeah, I guess you just didn't use it right. See, skillage.
I just
it's weird. No, the tooltip is pretty bad. The tooltip's pretty bad. Let's be frank.
Top side. Might go into a bit of a fight. QQ and Palos are here, ready to go whenever.
The battle begins.
They can out-click each other here. Palos and Q. That's going to go the way of Q. In fact, Q's going to go for the third one on top of that. QQ's still very busy just chasing down Jabs, but we'll lose a boundary on top. Jabs is taking a lot of harassment to be absolutely fair, though, so QQ removing half his HP pool, but now the charge is going to come in from Q. Generally speaking, you usually don't prefer to go level 1 Charge of Darkness, but rather the Bash. I suppose it doesn't really matter in this kind of lane anyway. Against the Bat Rider, you're probably not going to get too many opportunities to actually get the Bash off.
You're certainly not going to be able to run up there all too frequently. Still taking a look at the mid lane before we spread out into the side lanes. You've got the classical DK versus Sniper lane. We do have the ghillie suit up for Yoa, which means we're not getting anything exciting with the shrapnel. So it's probably one of the most boring facets there is on the Sniper. And again, DK has the most exciting one. You've got the Corrosive Dragon. You have the Poison coming out. Splashes in Elder Dragon form, affects Corrosive Breath, so you do a lot of poke damage onto Yoa. This kind of shifts that dynamic of the lane, you know, normally no one dies up against a DK. In this case, there is some potential to out-poke Yoa early on without the take aim. It's not going to be the comfiest of times for a Sniper.
It absolutely is not. At that top lane, QQ trying to pull a wave, or it looks like Jabs was probably trying to pull it away. QQ going to be unable to contest here as Q will just force him out as the Spirit Breaker. Of course, in the meantime, Palos is completely freely farming on the Naga Siren, which is to be expected. QQ giving him all the space in the world.
Courier has been killed.
Does lose his courier to Q, but not the biggest deal in the world. Of course, down at bottom lane, you're going to have Jing and Cox against Ollie and 23 Savage. Should be a lane you'd imagine the Weaver should be just fine in. Highly doubt we see any kills coming out here on the Savage, though I suppose you never really know.
Should be a stable lane. It's rather interesting. Jing does go for the full bore, so he has that longer reach on the blast, which means later on it's kind of funny. You can play safer to clear out a creep wave as well, farm up a little bit safer. The narrow range is very narrow though, so it can be a little bit annoying to land, but safe harassment on top of the tree and on Ollie is all you kind of need. And Cox just trying to soak up what he can. Is a little bit uncomfy. They already have the sentries down at the least, and you can see the effect of that scatter blast from full bore. It does allow you to poke on Savage when he does try to scurry away at the very least.
I like it. Jing's gonna have to get his way out of there, just salve up. Savage is doing a bit too much damage on this Weaver. Of course, Savage did go for the skitter step facet. Obviously doesn't care for the whole hive mind facet when you're playing Pos 1 Weaver. Top lane, a bit of a chase happening here from Cuckoo and of course Palos, but they are forced to back away again. Jabs looking for perhaps a fight. They'll get the bash on a Palos. Jabs wants to try and move on to Cuckoo, but thinks better of it. We'll just protect the Lotus Pool for Q to be able to pick up. TNC, I mean, the safe lane of TNC slowly not being as dominant as it once was. It does start to feel like Jabs and Q can start to take over.
This Underlord is a hero that I was expecting a little bit more in the last patch, honestly. The atrophy just feels atrocious to play into again. Like, it's so much minus damage, especially later on once you get your talents up. At level 20, the plus 10 reduction is huge. It's like 40% damage reduction in an area. It's like Wraith Pack is there. At least, you know, you don't stack that with Wraith Pack, you know? But you were asking for Wraith Pack to be put back, Mike. So
no,
Underlord Wraith Pack. Oh, no,
saying.
You said they're gonna do it. You want? They're gonna do it.
They probably do that before they you know, give Earth Spirit buffs. So, you know. I can make that prediction confidently, John.
Tier 5 neutral, Wraith Pact. That would actually be way too strong.
That's what they'll do, John. They'll give us a Tier 5 upgrade for Earth Spirit. Like, he'll get his own item that he can only select one of one from. And he'll get like, they'll give him double the rocks or something. It'll be like, you know, huge boulder. He'll get 10 more boulders. Congratulations, Palos. Get charged. Q's going to find himself in a bit of danger though, as Cuckoo will knock him back with the flame break, and Q might just be dead. Blood grenade will land and Q is gone. Very nice setup here from Cuckoo on the Bat Rider, and Palos will let them know about it immediately.
And there's not much you can really do in this lane in terms of aggression from the side of Aurora. You have really slow chip damage, you're kind of reliant on getting some lucky dashes. That doesn't come in, your kill opportunity doesn't really show itself. I think looking at mid again, Lorinov is doing a great job of just managing mid lane with Breathe Fire. He knows that he can afford to just leave Worm's Wrath a little bit lower, just because, well, doesn't need that much protection up against our pesky sniper. And so, he is just building up. Again, this is a little bit slower for Yoa.
Nice rotation here from Q. I mean, they'll try to save with the cookie. Cox still going down to the swarm, but looks like he's going to be okay. Survives on about 60 HP thanks to the backup of Jing. Q looks like he'll still have a gander around to see if he can find the primal of the triangle, but not going to find anyone. It is kind of the nice thing about Pos 4 Spirit Breaker, though. You are able to just start roaming the map at the level 2, level 3 mark. You could even think about going after Yoe with a charge, but decides better of it for now, just getting some wards down. Yoe's going to find him eventually. Looks like Q's just going to stick around here to secure the 6-minute power.
And they've got the Elder Dragon form to play with on Lorinov. Again, it's the Corrosive Dragon, so you have some good amount of damage coming in if you can get an auto attack onto Yoe. See if they get lucky with the runes. Yoe would want to deny that away while the Dragon form is up, and does get lucky. Grabs himself an Invis, can bail out. Really good early ward being dropped here by Q. Well, is looking top.
Yeah, they are onto Jabs. Jabs already taking a lot of damage on his way out, but Palos the one in danger. You've got the rotations out from Oli, but a nice scatter blast from Jing. Gonna take down Jabs. Now they'll go onto Oli here on the Phoenix, who's already used his Icarus dive, so he's no way out himself. And Aurora, they'll lose 2 on the offlane. TNC able to punish once again.
Some good early aggression coming out from TNC already. 0-3. Doesn't really line up in terms of net worth lead. All the lanes in terms of forest farming is a little bit better for Aurora here overall, especially Lorinov, who's been dipping into the jungle very effectively with that Poison Dragon, or the Corrosive Dragon. And it's doing a great job of just building up. They are keeping that aggression tight in top. Jing doesn't have the mana to play with them, so it's going to be a little bit harder. Savage turns up.
Swarm will be out. No real great ways of getting out of this unless you get the cookie, and he does. Chase is on from Savage. To deny though, Jing's got it. Very, very nice from Jing.
Top tower is under attack.
I mean, even Q could have bashed him to the high ground. Decided not to, of course, but Jing just denying everything away is now TNC. They'll let 23 Savage TP out. There's no way to cancel that one here from their end. So 0-3 already for TNC Predator. not really much pressure being applied whatsoever here to the Dire side.
Yeah, they're in a good position to just keep building up off this Naga. Again, the initial farm for Aurora is lining up. Savage, despite heading up top, is still up there in net worth. You've got Lornoff at number 1, giving all the free space on mid. Just play with his Corrosive Dragon, get his blink timing going. Hasn't been able to really poke onto the mid tier 1, which is to be expected against a sniper. But is getting, again, that steady ramp up that you want to see on your DK. They get rune control as well with a haste. So they could consider doing a little bit more now. Again, they've got this backline vision on that mid tier 1.
Dire's
They could try to punish Yo if he does inch closer for a defense play.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Grouping up, like Lorinov is still getting a lot of damage off from that tier 1 mid tower. With TNC, all they can do is really just watch Lorinov do this for now. Actually, they will be able to force them back, just showing the numbers. Now, Lorenov's actually picking out bottom. It seems as though they want to try for Cox. Still a fairly quiet game thus far. Almost 9 minutes in, we've had 3 kills here, and they're all on the side of TNC.
There's too many darn wizards. Don't you sass me.
Aurora, again, is farming. Like, Jabs is still tied in with Palos' farm. Yo and Cox are a little bit more behind. They've got level 6 ready on Jabs. So we could see those summons come out. Again, if you use it properly in the creep wave, it does work as intended. With it getting summons per unit around the portal, then you could end up with a huge army for an early push with a DK. I'm intrigued by that possibility. I want to see it. I want to see it work properly here, Mike.
Yeah, so do I, John. So do I. See when Jabs feels like it, though. For now, he isn't even skilled up the Fiend's Gate. Just holds onto the skill point in case he needs it. Mid lane, Jing gonna go for a cookie onto Q. Q now just looking for a charge out. We'll be able to get away. Gonna charge back towards the creep wave. Now they'll try for the Phoenix, but Ollie is also just fine. Nice little escape from both the sides, both the supports here from Aurora. I might add as well, while we have a second here, John, like, theoretically Aurora should always be better on levels, considering they have the herd mentality of Q. But that is a very nice little trait to have here, innate ability for the Spirit Breaker, I argue.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, it is. Just allows some easy EXP for Ollie, right? And Phoenix probably the best here to benefit off of that. Very EXP hungry support, so you're always going to be within striking distance of your own pause 4, which is really good to see. So it does help out a lot, at least in terms of trying to play around that. I think your big issue for TNC is, again, all of this aggression hasn't really slowed down the course. Savage still farming, Lornoff still farming, AFK farm for Jabs. Your build-up on Palos is... it's quick. It's not bad by any means, but it does take time for the Naga to really hit its stride. And the cores that should play are still lagging behind a fair bit, especially Cox, which is to be expected. You've seen Primal Beast go off in slower lanes. All he needs is like 2-3 items to be up. Very cheap items. Blade Mail and Infernal Shroud tend to be the ones that start it up. Once that's ready on Cox, he should be more confident, but again, it takes time. This is time where Savage is just playing the lane perfectly. And then you've got Lornoff in the jungle. You don't have the same efficiency right now on the side of TNC. They've got some stacks for Yoe. He's trying to clear out, but it's not the quickest process, mind you, for a sniper to do this without any attack speed buff.
It's a bit of a slow time, but Yoe's going to get it done eventually. There's going to be a smoke mid lane. Dragon Form has been popped, and they're looking towards G. Stun out with the Blinken. Lorinov, G, he's going to try and buy himself a little bit of time, but of course Lorinov will have the damage output to take down the Snapfire. They don't have a creep wave, sadly, so they aren't really going to be able to get too much damage off that mid-tier 1 tower, but still a nice pick-off, and eventually Lorinov will be able to start getting that damage. So it's really not too big of a deal that they're missing out on the creep wave. It's now Cuckoo. Get charged by Q. They've got Savage to move in as well, and they've got Cuckoo's life, no problem. It's now Yoe, the Dark Rift right behind. Here come the boys.
Oh, look at the units. He got 3 of them.
Yoe. Oh, and he's still running. The sniper is still making it out for now, but not for long as he does drop. They'll even find Cox, but it'll be at the cost of Lorinov. There's now Palos. I'm not sure if he actually wants to be here. 23 Savage just keeps moving in for more, looking for that damage output, but he's got to be careful. Oh! Scatter Blast! How did that not land?
So, it's so narrow. It's just so narrow. It's so long, but the narrowness really kills you in chasing. Good attempt. Trading Lorinov, probably not the best bet, but you do find 2 cores for the exchange. And again, it does seem like this thing, if you do drop it by the creep wave, Mike, it kind of seems ridiculous if it does work that way. We've got 3 units out. Sure, you know, they're really weak Necronomicon units, but as it levels up on a creep wave, I'm keen on seeing this. It's funny. It's funny just seeing Necronomicon creeps back, Mike, and you not being happy about it. It makes me happy. For some reason. No.
I don't know why you said for some reason. You know exactly why I don't like it.
But imagine that with Book of the Dead.
Palos?
Can you imagine?
Palos in big trouble here. John charges out from Q. Palos is as good as gold. 23 Savage setting up a very nice pickoff. And it's kind of my thing, John. Either you choose Underlord, or you wait 60 minutes into the game and hope you get Book of the Dead, which
Radiant's
even that
bottom
item's kind of
tower is
gone,
under attack.
considering you're 60 minutes into the game.
It's great. I love it. They found a way to bring it back and make it kind of useless. I'm happy.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
The aggression lining up now from Aurora off the back of these item timings. Again, this is what I like to see with Weaver players. Savage, even with just the Falcon Blade, he was already rotating around with the Falcon Blade plus the Javelin and the Gloves of Haste. He knows he's got good damage to pump in. So just joins his team, gets a chase down, gets a couple of kills, goes back to farming, still giving a lot of space out to Lorinov to be the more passive farmer in the jungle, just waiting for the Elder Dragon form before committing. Objectives aren't quite falling apart yet. Tier 1 top is barely holding on and mid is half HP. So a little bit more shove from Aurora should open that up. For the side of TNC, again, it's a matter of waiting for Cox to get like an Eternal Shroud to actually tank in front, and for Cuckoo to find that blink timing. Yeah, that's the key parts for this lineup on TNC, while buying Palos space to farm. They will go for a smoke play out now. They do have the kisses ready if they can land a lasso on someone.
Oh, where they're going. Top lane is where they'll head. Palos, he doesn't actually have Song available to try and set up for his team if he wanted to, so that's a bit unfortunate. Moving off to Jabs. Jabs will get the good amount of Song, but they've got the lasso already to lock him down, so he's a tanky boy, but eventually Jabs will drop. They have dropped the egg for this. They are going to try and... They won't even try for the egg because they're just way too far away. Instead, they'll look towards Savage with the Song set up now of Palos. This could be a very awkward team fight. They'll get the Pulverize onto the Weaver. Sunraid's going to keep him alive for a little bit longer as 23 Savage will get the time-lapse away. He is still alive. They really want that Naga Siren. Palos in trouble, but no, it's Savage who stuck around a little bit too long. Lorinov to go down to boot by the looks of it, though Lorinov still trying to get away. For now has made it. Ooh. They'll take down Cuckoo. Cuckoo running in for a blood grenade. Here comes Jabs. Right onto the sniper. Will eventually take down Yoe. I suppose at least Palos gets him.
Yeah, does bail out 2 for 1. Losing Savage is pretty big, to be fair. So it's a little bit rougher losing your Weaver up front. It did take a lot more effort. Had the one charges to get the time lapse off. You can see the ridiculousness of this Phoenix aspect, facet with the Sunray, that increased healing and damage at the tail end, just keeping Savage alive for even that much longer, and really putting a big dent onto Cox, because kind of mitigate that chase down potential that TNC did have. Still for TNC, killing off the Weaver is pretty big. Again, high net worth hero, does allow a little bit of rebalance in terms of the farm distribution here. Does allow a little bit more play for Palos, Yoe, and Cox, considering that the farm distribution between 23 Jabs, Yoe, and Cox now is very even. So there's not any major item advantage you do have now for Savage to kind of leverage. He does have his full Maelstrom, but nothing beyond that. And that does keep the game manageable for TNC at a 2k deficit. We're still waiting for like this blink timing, which Cuckoo's getting some space out now. He's got room up top, 800 gold away. And the Eternal Shroud for Cox, it's still a ways off, but again, once you hit these item timings, the game becomes simpler for TNC. At the moment, though, it does feel like you are tied into almost playing around Song of the Siren to bail yourself out. And Palos did have it leveled up in that last engage for positioning, so it does allow some ease in taking these fights, but options down now, and Aurora are smoked up here.
They certainly are. They might find Cuckoo or Bat Rider. Savage, at the very least, is going to take the creeps away from Cuckoo, so all that hard work is basically for naught. There's still only a 1k advantage. It's a very close game between these two teams.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now, Palos still well and truly top of the
Dire's
net worth
top
board at the
tower
moment on
is
the
under
Naga
attack.
Siren, and only looks to escalate even more as he will
Radiant's
have the
bottom
Orchid very,
tower
very
is
soon on the
falling.
Naga. Q's gonna find Palos eventually, but obviously can't really deal with him on his own. The bottom tier 2 tower they'll go. Jabs is going to be around, however, and we'll just continue to defend that tier 2, so there's no real chance of that dropping. It seems like Palos is just going to stick around this southern side of the map though and just keep the farm up.
Radiant are scanning.
Meanwhile, again, both sides are more than happy to just sit back and play the farm game for now. 18 minutes in, 7-6. Still no F10K occurring either here, Jonathan, sadly, for the betting crowd out there.
Dire's middle tower.
Why do you have to call that one out? Wait for 14 minutes much. 14 minutes with no F10K. That's when it's noticeable. Alright? I mean, to be fair,
It's a new patch. What are these teams doing?
I mean, to be fair, it's Aurora. When they were on Talent, I remember a first blood game at 22 minutes.
Yeah.
You remember that?
So do I,
Notice they've changed all but one player. It's you know, it can end up that way again with Aurora. And TNC, you can't fault them for the game going slow. They do have to build up. They're not quite ready again on their cores. They're having to go back with 4-staff on Yoev. Probably going to Hurricane Pike so it doesn't eat up an item slot just to have some save, especially from the charge down the line. It does feel good for Palos to kind of just eat up all the space as a Naga can. Going for the heart next now that the Orchid's done. Can be very durable up front. You do have percent-based HP burn though, with a Sunray, and again amplified with that hot spot. There's some good play here, some good solutions to burn through the Naga yet. It's just a matter of how far does Aurora want to take this game slowly. Because TNC with their lineup more than willing to just take the slow game out.
Well, too
You have
bad.
a quick disconnect, as is classic in C, while a smoke breaks out from TNC.
Did you see the Necromonicon units when they spawned? Did you see how much damage they had, John?
Oh, so much. 20
like
damage
20
on
damage
the warrior.
each. 20
30 damage on the archer. What do you mean?
Incredible, huh?
What do you mean?
I'm so glad they added the units back to the game. So great. I'm just going to pick Underlord now and Fiends get to the tier 1 towers all the time, John. That's all I'm going to do.
That is legitimately the idea behind it, I think. It's forcing Underlord
so I can throw
players
the
to...
game and protest how bad the hero is, John. Is what I was meant to say after that initial sentence, because it's an absolute garbage check.
It's 20-second duration Fiend's Gate. You go across, maybe, you know, channeling takes, however, 3.5 seconds here. You have like 16 seconds of spawning units.
Bottom tower
That's 8 sets of creep smite that you can spawn.
Yeah, but the creeps don't do anything. That's my problem.
It forces you to use it into like a tower fight. I think that's the idea.
Carlos, nice charge up from Q. They've got the Fiends Gate coming in as well. Carlos, he is as good as gone. Look at those units, John.
Look at him farm. Look at him
Look
farm.
at him farm.
Go.
Oh my goodness.
Jabs. Stick to the gate, Jabs. No, it's just 4. Oh,
wow,
look how quick he farms. Holy.
This is value. This is value right here. I'm so glad they added these boys back into the game.
Some high-end stuff,
tower
Mike.
is under attack.
Stop your yapping. You don't need books. You just need a gate to let the dogs. You know what I love as well? You're yapping on about uncontrollable. Lycan wolves literally are just a cosmetic hanging around him.
Yes.
You choose that passive, and it's hilarious. It's hilarious how much HP he has with his shard. Absolutely funny. Not fun to play against, but it's hilarious. Just seeing how much you can get. Oh god, I love it. They've done some. They've cooked up a lot of stuff in this game. Ah, stop. You eat rocks. That's what your hero does. He eats rocks and rolls on the floor. He's like a stone Cerberus or something. What can you do with that concept? They already have a rock here as well. That's the worst part. Tiny was there.
Yeah, but he's
what do you do with the other rock? Yeah, he is. Especially with craggy exterior again.
Oh, I was so
Just
happy
play the
to
other
have
rock. Just play the other rock. You don't need to do that spirit. Tiny has a rolling emotion, a rolling taunt. You could express yourself there.
Much more useful. Aurora, it's still
Radiant's top
8
tower
to
is
6
under
now. 4K
attack.
advantage Aurora's way. TNC again, more than happy to take their time. Problem is, Lorinov has overtaken the net worth department now, and of course, Savage is right behind Palos, so not too far at all. Yeah, I'm not really feeling afraid at all by Yo's sniper, by the way. It just feels like when you're playing against a Spirit Breaker and a Blink DK, it's like, as soon as the charge is out, you have a Fiendscape right behind the sniper. He's just dead.
Yeah, it's a non-factor. Right now, the output of Yo isn't that great as well. Does have decent frontline for himself, at the very least, with the Crown Beast, and I suppose Cuckoo would Blink. So there is some potential there. We just haven't seen all of this lineup just yet for TNC. Perhaps now. Cuckoo does have smokes. So they can look for a play with this Blink reveal if they find the opportunity to do so. It just feels like playing into what you have in Aurora right now is kind of nightmarish. They've got the Gleipnir already up on Savage, and Lorinov has the full Sanch and Yasha. The stat resist, had the Mage Slayer earlier on. Jabs has all the auras in the world, going for the Guardian Greaves next. They're lining up for Roche. And this is a fight that you could try to force out in TNC if Palos was around with Song, but it's not a very safe bet. Roche will fall towards Aurora. They'll have the secondary life ready. They should be ready to line up for Tier 1 until Tier 2 perhaps going far.
Radiant's top tower is fallen.
I'm suddenly going to go Aurora's way for 3. No problem whatsoever.
Has fallen to the Radiant.
Mortality.
It is going to be TNC the ones that need to make some kind of move happen. It seems like they're probably going to be sitting back for a little bit and just hoping for a good opportunity to defend.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Now, of course, Aurora will go right through the bottom lane. That'll be the T1 tower going down for
Dire's
3.
bottom tower has fallen.
Savage continue back in the mid lane though. Not going to stick around for the T2 bottom tower, but rather we'll go back to the pre-play event, the defense on the
Dire's
T1
bottom
mid.
tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now you've got the shards
Dire's
coming out as
bottom
well
tower is under attack.
for the Weaver now, so you've got that Sakuchi buff to come out, and it feels like time, it's just getting worse and worse here for TNC Predator. Time is ticking.
Radiant's top tower
That
is
it
under
is.
attack.
Again,
Dire's bottom tower
it's hard to
is
say
under
that their
attack.
high ground is really strong as well. I mean, they have a Song to try to set up, I guess, for a lasso back or hisses. It's just not as straightforward as Aurora's run and gun with how durable their three frontliners are in the DK, Spirit Breaker, and the Underlord.
Oh, they're trying. Smoke is broken here by Jabs though. Cox, he's still going to rush in after Q, but Q's just going to pop the Shadow Blade and run. Meanwhile, 23 Savage, he's been caught by a lasso here, but he has the time-lapse away. Will be just fine as now the Dark Rift Jabs. He's going to jump in, catching nobody quite yet. In comes Lorinov though, he's onto the Batrider. Cuckoo in a spot of danger. Who are they actually aiming? They'll finally go after Jing here, so the Snapfire is down. In comes Q with the charge out onto Cox. They have caught the Primal Beast, but do they actually have the lockdown for it? You'll have onslaught in 3 seconds. Cox will go for a walk away with the trample. Q, he'll pop the Shadow Blade and just chase him down. Cox will try for a TP play out, but they've got the charge. They've got the charge off cooldown. That's 2 for the price of nothing here for the side of Aurora.
Yeah, it's a rough go for TNC. Smoke being broken on the right flank there with the jabs. And just fragmenting that fight, not the way they'd want it to. They feel like they can commit on Savage with the time lapse, quite so. They didn't quite have the positioning for Cox to go for the pulverize as well. Like the chain control needed to be perfect from TNC. And that provides Aurora with the opening now to siege onto the tier 2s. Mid already starting to get poked. Dragon form does fade, so it's going to take a little bit more time. But overall, 10 to 6. There's your FNK. You guys in chat all very happy. It only took 26 minutes, but you can rest easy now. Hey, it could have been 42. You know, it could have been 42 minutes, guys. Think positive.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tough times here for the side of TNC Predator. I mean, they've got Palos, who's been farming very well. It just doesn't matter. Again, it just... I'm not really sure about this Naga Siren pick in the first place, if I'm quite frank with you, John. It just feels like it hasn't really done too much with all the net worth that has been given. Speaking of the devil, Q is chasing Palos down at the moment. Will the eventually find the real one, and there's your charge out with the feed script to follow, rather than the feed's gate to follow. Here comes Lauren off the boot. Nothing Palos can do. A beautiful setup here from Q. Go ahead right back through the feed skip.
Dire's
There's
middle tower
Necronomicon
is
creep
under
pushing
attack.
down bot as well. Oh, the value for jabs.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
They do take the mid. Can start sieging onto the high ground. H is still up for a minute and a half.
So, yeah,
Yeah, it's
Dire's
amazing, isn't it?
structures are fortified.
That's
Wow.
what the units are, my god.
Oh, it's beautiful, Mike. It's perfection. Ice Frog's finest creation.
This is what we, we waited this long for this, huh? It's something.
Dire's bottom tower
I love
is
how
under
depressed
attack.
you are that Necronomicon's tied into this game.
I'm convinced Icefrog just listens to our cast for like a minute to hear where we complain about something. He's just like, oh,
Dire's
that's what I'm
bottom tower
gonna
is
nerf
under
the crap out of that next. Screw
Hey,
that.
you buffed line. You buffed line, you know? He approves of my opinion. Give him more buffs.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I've got to admit, I was quite jealous when I saw the line buffs. Cute. Not gonna get caught out. He'll be alright.
Fist of Death is so sick. I hope someone picks it up.
Literally pimp slapping people now. The
Oh, it's so good. The animations, basically his ranged attack animation, but no projectile
Dire's
flies out, so
bottom
he's
tower
poking
is under
people.
attack.
It's so
Are
funny.
scanning.
Like he's literally poking. I
Radiant's
love it.
middle tower
It's the
is under
best.
attack.
I'm so happy. This patch with the Witch Doctor stuff and the line stuff, it's just hilarious. I love it. Thank you, Ice Frog. Finest creations. And then this Underlord thing, ah, beautiful. Perfection, the
Are
best.
scanning.
And Earth Spirit as well.
Oh, shut up. So let's add a boulder to the end of his roll so you can't even kick people back anymore. What a great idea that was.
It's good stuff, Mike.
Tell me nobody at Valve plays Earth Spirit without telling me, John. You know, that's how I know. I know nobody plays the game. Boss Kurt, excuse me, sir. To get his way out. We'll show on the creep wave though, sadly, so Cuckoo might just have to die. We'll have Cox around to try and help out, but it won't matter. Cox will just get himself out.
Yeah, there's no help in that. Again, they need so much
Radiant's
more
middle
farm
tower
on
has
the side of
fallen.
TNC. Like, Pox has been starved out. And Yo has been somewhat starved out as well. And you could say the same thing about Jabs, but he's an Underlord. He doesn't need farm when he has
Dire's bottom
Necronomicon
tower
for
is
free.
under attack.
So he doesn't need much. He's got auras. That's it. Already sieging onto the high ground with the DK Dragon Form, of course. So much damage coming onto these objectives with Corrosive Breath. Does not take too long at all with the minus armor.
Radiant's middle tower is
These
under
objectives
attack.
just absolutely melt.
Dire's bottom barracks are under
You don't even
attack.
need the Necronomicon, Swan.
Kind of ridiculous.
I'm telling you.
Dire's top tower
Charge
is
out,
under attack.
Palos. A very awkward position. That's a long TP, Palos. Oh, he's alright. He's alright. Palos definitely clenched his butt cheeks there. There's no doubt about that.
Just a bit. You know what I need to see now from Jabs? I need to see the Ags come out. And that's what makes this fun.
What
A
is-
70-second
what is
cooldown. It gives the Pit of Malice on the Fiend's Gate. So, you you spawn the Necronomicons and they get trapped, Mike.
Wow.
It's amazing.
The cooldown reduction is the big one, right? Like, just
Yeah.
20 seconds less for your
8
minus.
Necronomicon creeps every 70. Oh,
That's crazy. That is unbelievable.
that's the good stuff, Mike.
They
Gotta
might
see
make
it.
that a talent at some point, I think. Like, talent to have the original units available.
Necronomicon unit strength. Imagine at the rate they spawn, though. It is a lot of spawns, you have to admit. The spawn rate is pretty high.
Don't
At full
reduce the
strength,
spawn rate.
I would take that. Like, half the spawn rate to 4 seconds? Yeah, probably. That's still pretty strong.
I never said that. Let's take it easy with those numbers, John. Cox?
6 second spawn rate?
Oh, uphill miss from 23 Savage. Still gets the courier anyway, it doesn't matter. Cox, you able to uproar Dispel and just run away.
Have a good line of vision from Aurora to just control this area of the map. 3 wards cutting right across that bot area. Not very safe. TNC are out with a really nice smoke around though. To catch anyone would be big, but all of them are slippery. Like Q is pretty hard to chase down. Scan's already out as well on Dire side, finding nothing in the triangle. Could use this as a warding run, but I don't know if they can even utilize that all too well. They have an amp damage rune for Yo at the least, but the action's all very far away. Aurora, again, just setting up for next Roche. Respawn in half a minute. TNC has to be quick onto that area, but they've kind of given up that position. Again, there's some good wards watching. They are coming down there as well once the smoke breaks out. So Aurora just set for a nice free Roshan, no contest. It's getting scary how big Lorinov is. Above Palos in net worth, that's with the illusion spam of Palos. He's Satanic's not too far off. And this DK is so hard to deal with. The one thing I wish they did with DK in this patch, since he has such unique dragon forms now, very distinct from each other with the facets, I feel like the Ag should have done something else. You know, let the Ags do a little bit more. Do have the Ags for jabs, called it. Oh, 70-second cooldown Necronomicon spawn.
Holy. That's incredible. Jab's gonna be having a great time. Roshan started. I mean, he might have to use it very, very soon. Or maybe not, because Roshan's just gone. They might still force the fight here, TNC. They're going to see 23 Savage for a second. 23 is going to be able to escape, and we just find for now. They'll make the jump in onto Cox, and there's your Fiend's coming in, catching out the sniper. Yoe, he's going to have to run, but he's been trapped again. Yoe, he'll be able to pounce away as they pop the song on Palos. And that'll allow practically everyone to get out. Everyone just TPing away immediately after that song was committed. But now, I mean, if you're Aurora, I mean, you're looking to high ground now, surely.
Yeah, you've got the opening. You know, Song's down for quite some time. 2 minutes without the bailout here for TNC. So there's not much holding them back here on Aurora. Alright, I will admit one thing about the Necronomicon creeps, Mike. The fact that they fade with the gate is kind of sad.
So
they made them, if they made it linger for like 20 more seconds on top, I think that's fine. They're uncontrollable anyway. And make them linger for like 20 more seconds. Then it's like, okay. Still though, the Ags is sick. I love seeing this. Like, I swear, that pit is so unpredictable. Just because it's global. It's basically a global AoE route, if you think about it.
Yeah, it's broken. But the Ags on is actually
The Necronomicon creeps.
Speaking of the other lot, he's going to get the shards upgrade as well. Not that he really needs it, but why the hell not? I mean, if you're Aurora now, I mean, you're basically just holding on to this, to the map, really, right? Like, the only person who's able to farm the map at the moment is Palos. Everybody else in TNC are just kind of stuck on their high ground at the moment. And Palos again. I mean, the impact of the Naga Siren just hasn't really been there.
No.
Like, the most impact Palos has had so far is literally using Song to get away.
Pretty much it. And that's the issue. There's no real big playmaking on TNC. I say that. I mean, they've got Blink Lasso, they've got Pulverize. It just doesn't feel like they've been able to find targets, and their item times were thrown off. Like, Cuckoo's Blink wasn't that late, but it was at that point where Aurora were already in control of majority of the map, so it's hard for them to play. You can slowly begin with the high ground siege. I say slowly, again, Corrosive Breath minus
So
armor
much damage.
simplifies this process. It's so fast.
Oh my god!
Jesus.
Oh, right back. That was pretty fast too. John Cuckoo's gone. Charges out from Q, connecting on 2 with the stun. They're just going for the T3 tower. Just look at how fast Lorinov takes that tower out. They'll glyph it up eventually. There goes Ollie. Ollie will finally die. They'll get the T3 tower, no problem. But it's now Palos who'll get stunned up here by Lorinov. Q's going to jump in a boot. Palos is dry. Oh boy.
No.
Q's going to disconnect. Cuckoo's the one who paused the get. No, Cuckoo bought back. Ollie bought back. Jabs is saying he can't click. Well, what can't you click, Jabs? What's he can't click?
It's a Necronomicon
Mistakes
unit.
is the path to wisdom. That was unreal.
Let's see if this reconnect fixes it. Timing's a little bit awkward. Could give pilots just enough time to maybe pop Song if they don't manage to chain stun. Let's see. Do they have anything? Yeah, they do have Nether Strike ready, so they have a way of still keeping Palos in.
I mean, somewhat. You could just pop Song and run. Unless QBKBs. which he also could do, but he won't have the damage on his own. Well, he'll do it. Carlos will pop the song. Now the strike, he's waiting it out. He decides better off. And in fact, they're going to go for the... Oh, the lasso. Cuckoo, no! He went on to Q with the lasso, but he forgot about the bulldoze. Cox is gone. So is Cuckoo. That's a problematic mistake, as Yoe now in trouble. Lorinov, I mean, he's in danger, but not that much danger, I don't think. John, as Lorinov eventually just going to be able to walk out of there. And the saddest thing about that lasso was that the song was still going. So your only lasso opportunity was Q. And you never want to lasso the Spirit Breaker because he's got 70% status resist with Bulldoze. You know, it's not a great idea.
That certainly isn't. Yo gives the tip out to Bosku as well. Rather unfortunate set of events there. Beside TNC. 15-8, 18k lead for Aurora. And they're set to go again. Dragon forms back up. Guess what? Minus armor onto objectives. Seems good.
That's a lot of damage.
Oh, here comes Jabs with the army.
Here comes Jabs. He'll get onto the T4 towers.
Look at the
it's
army.
only him and the boys, but he's just going to go right back through. I'll see you later, guys. Here comes Savage. What's Savage doing? He'll time lapse away. He'll be alright.
Dire's courier has been killed.
What is Jabs even trying to do with this Dark Room?
Cutting them off.
Usage?
Preventing the defense. Free take onto the racks. Very fast take. This corrosive breath is just insane. The minus armor on buildings, it's just nutty. It's a lot. And the fact you don't need Ags now because it doesn't do anything too crazy, not like before, is kind of interesting.
If you mouse over onto that door, Lasso is going to connect here onto that underboard. Jab's in a bit of danger, though he's still alive, slowly going down. Won't be able to go down eventually. Is now Yoe in trouble. The sniper Yoe going to try and shadow blade away, but cannot make it. Q, he will land the bash, securing the kill. Onto Cox they go. Cox will charge right through Q, but it won't matter because Lorinov will catch him. Cox is gone, I think. Palos will try to run, but the Fiend's Gate will come in, catching out Bosku again. And this is about that point where you're caught. 3 down without buyback here for TNC. The game is well and truly over.
It should be. The creep wave is pretty far behind though, so there is time for the respawns. Just a little bit more. And the Chronomcons unfortunately don't drop back door. So are stuck, which is weird.
What a shame.
Imagine if it did though. Your Underlord, that same play at TI that RNG did, could have ended differently.
T4 towers, I mean, they're going quick. Jing in the meantime trying to cut off a creep wave, needs to bounce his way out of the base though, as they have lost both T4s. Ancient exposed, Palos, he's gonna pop the song, but Lorinov ignores it.
Lorinov, go!
BKB. That's so much damage, man. I mean, the case though, there's no defense to come. I'm not even gonna try to hype this up, John. They're ignoring everything.
Oh, Dragonite. You can see why
that
it's
is too much damage. That's too much.
It is way too much. And again, it's not just the damage coming out from this corrosive dragon form. It's the flexibility. It's the fact that you have 2 other facets in case your matchup just kind of sucks. You can kind of adjust depending on what your team needs. In that case, they needed tower push. Corrosive Dragon did do that job. I mean, it's just so flexible. It's literally the one hero where the facet just changes so much about how this hero works and what it does in game, I think. It's one of the bigger ones. So, a great pickup from Aurora to first phase. I'm surprised TNC let it through. And again, the side of TNC falling flat for their debut here. Mind you, again, this is basically Team Darling's iteration of 4.0 or something like that. Aurora having a great time. 0-3 scoreline for Jabs, not amazing, but you know, he did his job. He had all the auras. He had a Necronomicon army, Mike. 12 assists.
That's true.
He got the job done.
He did what he needed to do. It's perfectly fine here. I mean, props to the side of Aurora once again, finding the victory here over the side of TNC, of course. That is only Game 1. You do have Game 2 coming up after a break, and of course Game 2, you hope the draft change-up is there for the side of TNC, because it really did feel like, again, a kind of an old meta style of draft almost, right? Like you saw the Naga Sara, which nothing wrong with Naga, but then you see the mid sniper coming out, and it's just like, well, what are we trying to do here, boys? Like, what's the idea? And I'm just not sure what the idea was, but I think we can head over to a break, Jonathan. And after that break, we can come back with our Game 2 draft between Aurora and the side of TNC Predator. So we'll see you all again very soon.
react. You whisper in my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh. Just 'cause I took a break, you're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den. Bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet. My legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying danger in defeat is now your only friend. Even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 First round, fifth round, final round. Oh, yeah. First round, fifth round, final round. No. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 You're so cruel. So stick around. You're so cruel. You're so
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between Aurora and TNC Predator. And John, I mean, Game 1, it felt like the laning stage went pretty damn well for TNC, but Game 2, I mean, Game 1 still we're talking about it. It's just, laning stage went well, mid-game went horribly. I don't know if you attribute that to draft or it's just complete outplays here from Aurora. Obviously, Aurora are the heavy favorites. You know, this is a team that has consecutively been to the last few lands and has been performing pretty damn well. But what do TNT need to do? Give themselves a chance at game number 3. Jonathan, what are we looking for?
I would say probably draft. It just felt, as you said, it felt like something from the last patch with Naga and Sniper. It feels like there's a lot more in mid that was still available. You know, there's stuff like Leshrac, Zeus in particular. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't pick up. Maybe even some like Alina. Like all of those options were there for the side of TNC. The opening in Batrider was fine. I think, again, Batrider's still really strong as a support. But it just didn't feel like they had enough play this time around. Considering how well Aurora could run down and the lack of play from all of the cores of TNC. Like, you have a Sniper mid that's going to farm, you have a Primal Beast that needs items to really jump in, and then you have a Naga Siren who's just going to farm literally the entire game, so just not enough activity coming out from TNC. I will counter-argue as well. You said laning phase went well for the side of TNC. Aurora's cores were all out farming every TNC core. In terms of even just creep score, it was way better for Aurora. I don't think the laning pressure was coming out there as well in as much as you'd want it to for TNC. So they need stronger laning presence coming out there as well, which it's kind of rough. Again, like Naga just doesn't tie in for that much aggression. It was into a very passive lane as well with something like the Underlord, which when you're up against an Underlord, you kind of want something with more level 1 to 3 presence just to punish the Underlord before the Atrophy Aura becomes ridiculous. Naga's not that hero, along with Batrider support. Like, it's just not gonna really pressure, so Jabs is fine just farming up, hitting jungle. Lauren off mid, again, the DK was a massive issue there with the corrosive dragon form. Just how much those towers melted from the armor reduction was just, it's kind of ridiculous what that does. So I would say probably first phase ban DK and reconsider your own mid, reconsider what you want from these lanes, because it feels like TNC were getting really not much out of these lanes at all.
Certainly not. We shall see what they adjust here, TNC. I mean, for now, Aurora one game away from being able to proceed through to the upper bracket semi-finals. Of course, we do not know their competitor yet, but it will either be Neon or Execration if they are able to pull off this game 2 victory. So, I mean, even then, I suppose if you're Aurora, like, if you look at the matchups you've got, you start off with TNC Predator, you go into either Execration or Neon, which, you know, arguably aren't the hardest teams to beat if you're Aurora. Then after that, maybe you have a hard matchup, I don't know. It almost feels like Aurora after this series, I don't want to say it'll be an easy run for them, but it sure feels like it's not the worst run in the world, is it, John?
Certainly not. I think it's really Bleed and Talon that I think would probably be their toughest opponents coming in there in their further upper bracket run. I think that one's a little bit more testing. Maybe Talon is a little bit more challenging in particular, but I don't think Bleed can be underestimated with how they are now. So yeah, all they have to do is kind of win this one out. And for TNC as well, you know, you don't want that long road on the lower bracket. You don't want to have to risk playing more serious up against teams that are probably closer to your skill level as well. So if you could take care of the toughest opponent you could face here, then you would set up a pretty good path to that road to the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, if they can get that done. I mean, they have to win this game here. With how Aurora played in game 1, I don't know how you kind of rinse that off. I mean, they have Cuckoo, one of the best motivational speakers there for the Dota 2 community in the Philippines. The guy has some ridiculous speeches, or he has a good vibe. You know, he can raise the vibe for his team.
Right.
You know, Yoa tipping Cuckoo because of the lasso on the Bulldoze. You know, they know what they're doing here on TNC. So we'll see if they can rally back. You know, especially for a team that just came back after leaving, you'd want them to look good. So yeah, we shall see.
Yeah, I think everyone wants TNC to look good. So we are having some technical issues by the looks of it. Hopefully it does get resolved rather soon. But like I said, I'm happy to see TNC back as an organization here in Dota 2, Jonathan. I miss them quite a lot. you know, whether this qualifier pans out in their favor or not. Not looking too hot after game number 1 against Aurora, obviously, but again, you know, it's been a while. Maybe a little bit of time is necessary for TNC to kind of get back on the right foot here, and you know, again, they are against arguably the best team in SEA right now in Aurora. I say arguably, John. I'm pretty sure it is kind of set in stone right now that Aurora is considered the best team in SEA. Or are you going to disagree with me here, John?
I would say that the margin for that isn't as big as you'd expect it. Again, I think it's the same opinion I held when this year started. I feel like Southeast Asia, our competitiveness internationally has dropped down, but our regional competitiveness amongst each other is a little bit stronger, so they are, but not by a huge margin. We'll see if they can make that margin bigger, as we should have our draft ready here for Game 2 shortly, and see again what adjustments TNC makes in draft. I think they should just first ban DK.
Remaining.
Like, you cannot allow that hero true. It does so much. All of the facets are all
Radiant
very
team
interesting in
ban.
what they do. You
Radiant
cannot play
team
against it.
ban.
There you go. They finally do.
I respect that. I mean, I thought DK was going to get absolutely
10
dumped
seconds
in the new
remaining.
patch, but that turns out
Oh,
they
God,
just
no.
made him even better. So
Oh,
there you
yeah.
go.
5
Dire
seconds
team
remaining.
It's so weird that they did that. Like, I was like, I leaned into it. I'm like, why is this hero still a hero? You know, you'd expect
10
on new patch,
seconds
like
remaining.
the top tier picks would just be nerfed to hell. It's
Radiant
like,
team ban.
why is Hoodwink still there? Well, why is DK still there? It's like, all right, it's just
Radiant
we've
team
powered up
ban.
everyone, and we've powered up the powered up guys already. And just deal with it. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm still really curious about Aurora banning out Marcy against
10
TNC in
seconds
particular.
remaining.
Maybe
Dire team
I'm trying to
ban.
recall. Jing does play it quite a fair bit, if I recall right. And maybe Cuckoo as well on the 5. I do feel like Marcy 1 is probably better with the
10
bodyguard.
seconds remaining.
And free hits in the middle of a fight is pretty nice, but it hasn't
5
had the
seconds
most
remaining.
particularly good win rate again in pubs. I'm just curious why Aurora bans it. Maybe they ran into it in scrims. It doesn't feel like something that you would think is a really top tier pick, but probably played against it, particularly in TNC/Darling in scrim. So you're just taking care of that early. There's a lot of options left. Like Timbersaw Weaver taken out by TNC, and again Aurora, Tiny, and Marcy. Like what? That leaves Centaur still in the pool, Shadow Demon,
Dire team pick.
Shadow Shaman,
Radiant
TA banned
team
out by
pick.
Aurora. Again, very strong. And there's the Zeus! There we go. We've got the static field ready. More than likely the left facet being taken up. A lot of
Dire
damage to come
team
out,
back.
even if you chase down the Zeus. He will hurt. Batrider once more to open for TNC. But Aurora can just ban out Centaur. So you don't manage to get that. I feel like if you had a choice between picking the Batrider or the Centaur probably is a safer bet overall. We'll see what TNC will try to tie into the
10
Batrider this time
seconds
to
remaining.
perhaps give Cuckoo or Jing a better time on it, whether or not they wanted 4 or 5.
5 seconds remaining.
I think Cuckoo was doing a pretty decent job last game around. I mean, apart from that, you know, that rogue lasso we saw mid-song, I think everything else was pretty damn good. I mean, this first pick Zeus though, this Zeus here, it feels way too potent right now. It's a bit too much. It's just too much damage output can be dealt with this Zeus, and I do like the pick already for the side of Aurora. See how they intend on trying to deal with that hero is. Again, I just think with the facets that have been provided here to the Zeus, it just feels like so much damage with that damn live
5
one.
seconds remaining.
It is. It really is. I mean, the other one, the Thunder God's Rat one, is funny, but how often do you get really that low HP kill? Not too often
Radiant
as the game
team
scales up.
ban.
It is hilarious, though. There's the Night Stalker and the Centaur bands. I suppose some other top-tier offlanes left as LC, Axe options are available for both sides. That could be something to pick for TNC in particular, to tie in this aggression, have a better time in laning as well. And they're going to have to give one of those
10
up.
seconds remaining.
See what the priority is for TNC to ban out. I'm also curious what they
5
give
seconds
Palos.
remaining.
Because we saw a lot of Gyrocopter in the last series as well. That is certainly something Palos played a lot of. He was one of the first few guys in Southeast Asia doing the Crystallis rush into Ags. Like Falcon Bait Crystallis, I think, on his time in Boom. That like 1 month stint he had on Boom Esports before DPC
Radiant
kicked in.
team pick.
They do
Dire
respect
team
Dan Phoenix.
pick.
Again, leaving Axe, LC.
has
They picked Dark Willow as well for TNC. So they've got a really strong support duo. I'm just a little bit concerned that they're not going to get the pickup offlane they'd want, considering Aurora, again, has this very wide pool to pick from.
I'll see what Aurora want.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
a bit of a deeper think about this one.
Dire team pick.
So it is going to be the Io making its appearance here. Not quite the hero I was expecting to see. In fact, if I even read up the facets of Io, like what the hell does Io do now?
His facets are interesting. It splits the damage and the armor
Oh.
HP.
Many
on
gun
overcharge.
crits. Yeah, okay.
10 seconds
It's a little bit
remaining.
weird. I think overall most people pick up crits.
5 seconds remaining.
Overall, just get more aggressive. You don't really need armor and magic res in as much as you will miss the attack speed and spell amp. So I believe that should be the way to go. I mean, spell amp with a Zeus with static field. If anyone jumps you, it's pretty scary. It is pretty scary to play into that Zeus. Just Zeus IO alone is scary enough, in my opinion. It doesn't
Radiant
really
team pick.
matter as much what TNC has on hand. They get the Hoodwink as well. So that busted support coming back in. Lots of damage coming out.
Radiant
Safe range to
team
play
pick.
from. No
Dire
saves
team
for Lasso, mind you. Nothing like the Vengeful Oracle coming out to save you from the Lasso plays, but it didn't feel necessary in the last game anyway. TNC go into the Doom and the Ember. So you get the Ember versus Zeus. That one's interesting. I don't think that goes all too well for Ember, no
10
matter which
seconds
facet he
remaining.
takes. Maybe the Sleight of Fist is a little bit better, but
5 seconds remaining.
the chain is really nice with the Remnants. It's a lot of chains flying out. I just don't think the lane matchup changes for Ember up against Zeus. I feel like Zeus is still happy.
Dire team banned.
Oh, yeah, I don't think Zeus will be perfectly fine with that matchup. I don't think there's any stress here for the Zeus versus Ember matchup at all. We'll see what they do about it. I mean, it's not like a wash for the Ember by any stretch, but or rather
10
for the Zeus by any
seconds
stretch. But yeah, it does feel like it's a big advantage to the Zeus in this
Radiant team banned.
this current meta. Is the Gyrocopter, of course,
Radiant
coming out for the
team
side
banned.
of Aurora. Final bans to come out now. TNC back to the offlane bans of Jabs. They'll get rid of the Underlord this time around. Of course, Aurora focusing on the Lifestealer for now. What is it, John?
No, I mean, like, the Underlord was annoying, but Underlord
Dire
over
team banned.
Axe LC. Okay, LC gets the Axe, but Axe is an option. Mind you, it's not the best Axe game in the world, but it is still viable for the side of Aurora if they wished. They could also go for... Again, Lycan's a weird one, but Lycan with the uncontrollable wolves and how
10
much HP he
seconds
gets, he's a
remaining.
very strong front line as a universal type as well.
5
Could
seconds
be one
remaining.
way to go. Mars is still available as well, not been banned out, so there's that option for Jabs. I'm just surprised Underlord is the one that gets the cut. I mean, I suppose it's annoying for the Ember Spirit, but it feels like there are way better options here for Aurora.
So what do Aurora do want? I mean, I like the Axe feels pretty amazing right now if they wanted to just take it for themselves. Doesn't that you really have that much in the way of counters towards the Axe either. I mean, you've got annoying heroes towards the Axe, but I think Axe itself is just a very, very potent hero to just pick up and take for yourself if they did want it.
Yeah.
I don't think Jabs would be necessarily opposed to taking Axe either.
I mean, it's just kind of ridiculous. He just gets armor every time he kills, even without the culling. Then you get 2 times with culling. Like, it's so much armor. I've seen games where Axe just,
Team
without
pick.
call, has plus
Radiant
40.
team pick.
It's like, how do you deal with that? There you go. There's the Axe. Doesn't take too much time to think about that. Axe comes out. You could end up with Axe Hoodwink lane. Very strong. Lots of good control setup for a call. Again, the one thing for Aurora is that they don't have a save for the lasso. At the same time, they didn't need a save in the last game anyhow.
10
So I don't know if
seconds
that's really a major
remaining.
concern. It's not like you're playing into Batrider Centaur where a lasso
5
break is much more
seconds
important.
remaining.
In this case, it's a little bit more... you have more of a window to kind of try to play around your ally being lassoed back. What pick do you want for Palos now, for Mr. Solap? Doesn't feel like you have too many amazing options. Go
Choose
Meepo.
your
Alright,
hero.
so we
There
were
it is.
talking about this as well behind the cameras here, Mike. Meepo comes out, he takes the Pack Rat instead of the additional Meepo, which it's still strong as well. I'm just curious if it's really stronger than the additional Meepo overall, considering that I feel like it plays better with your Ags. Just having one more Meepo legitimately makes Mega Meepo kind of crazy, but Pack Rat, has some interesting applications that I'm keen to see if that's something Palos is playing into. Like, say, a Hex in that slot instead. You know, having lowered cooldown for multiple Hex uses on your other Meepos is pretty big. So it is an interesting one from Palos. Still, Meepo into Axe is also pretty funny, isn't it, Mike? Like, that's going to be a good call.
I mean, it's going to be an
10
interesting one, I
seconds
think. Because, yeah, you think, like, straight off the bat, you're like, wait, you chose Meepo into Axe.
5
But I think,
seconds remaining.
as long as, like, once you get to the stage where he has Mega Meepo, I don't think you care anymore. Right? Because you could just merge into the Mega Meepo, and then you don't really care at all about the big call that they just... Yeah, I just don't think there's going to be enough to burst down the Meepo with one call. Even if you catch all of them. I don't know.
There is, if you catch all of them. Like, if you can't get Mega Meepo off, you probably have enough damage here. Overall. Like, it's actually quite a fair bit. You have Flak Cannon from 23. You have the percent-based damage from Lornoff, plus if he goes close with a Live Wire, it's a lot. You have the IO tethering up, either the Gyrocopter or the Zeus as well. I don't think it's the comfiest. I think you will have to actually just play with Mega Meepo more often than not here for Palos as the game scales on. So
don't get me wrong. I don't think they should have given Axe away to begin with. I mean, I don't care what position one they take for themselves. I think Axe is just too strong right now to give away like that.
Making mistakes is the path to wisdom. Making
we'll see how it all
mistakes is
pans
the
out.
path to wisdom.
I would definitely lean towards Aurora's draft for sure here, though. I think if we were looking at just on draft, which one I'd value more, I think the Meepo is interesting. I feel like the Axe makes it less interesting. And you do have enough to kind of deal with Meepo. Heck, even the Mega Meepo, I feel like you have enough damage. It will take more time for sure, but we've seen how you deal with Mega Meepos in other games. You just ignore it when it's in Mega Meepo form. Just ignore him, kite him around, focus on everyone else, clean up afterwards. So I'm keen to see if that's how Aurora will play it around. Rather interesting as well. Cox does go for the Devil's Bargain. So you can sell your items back for 90% of their value. I guess you could sell your Midas for good returns. It's kind of interesting.
That is an interesting one. I thought that would kind of be a... Like, how would you even use that? Yeah, I guess we're about to find out here from Cox. Like, it feels like one of those facets that could be completely busted, depending on what items you can cycle through here for Cox. Because theoretically, that's the idea, right? Like, you can cycle through a bunch of different items. So, like, every stage of the game can be really strong for doing,
don't mind me.
depending
Just
on what he picks up.
Going about her business. Don't
Another
mind
surprise for me is I thought they would go for
business.
the call-out facet for Axe. They actually ended up going for the one-man army.
I think the one-man army is statistically stronger. I believe the win rate is 2 points higher. Not that the other one's bad. It's like 57% win rate compared to 55. Plus, it lingers anyway, so you get the blink out, then the linger armor is there for like 5 seconds. It's pretty big.
The reason why it somewhat surprises me is because you're against Meepo. So I thought you'd want the added attack speed against all the Meepos that you call. I mean, we'll see how it goes, John. I mean, at the end of the day, one facet's better than the other, then so be it. See how Jabs does try to abuse it, as we are going to get some very nice steal attempts here from Yoe. That does actually pan out. All the tips out for Yoe. Very, very nice.
I'm getting too old for this horse shit.
I think the one thing with like the attack speed one, I don't know, like the strength-based armor is just pretty big. Like, I get your point. Like, I do like the attack speed one in terms of playing with Blade Mail. But Meepo is an interesting case because of Ransack. I think more attack speed for Meepo on you might actually kill you. So, the added armor could be a bit more beneficial for Jabs. Overall, we'll see down the line. Still early days for that. Taking a look at mid first, you have the Zeus versus Ember matchup. And again, this should be very straightforward for Lornoff. Not too much to be scared of. With a Live Wire, every single time Yoe comes closer, it's going to hurt that much more. With a stat field. So, not much you can really do here for Yoe. I mean, he starts off with Flame Guard, goes into the Sleight of Fist. Or starts with a Sleight of Fist and Flame Guard, but that Flame Guard will just burn down anyway from Lornoff. So, not much to be scared of. Like, it's very straightforward for Zeus unless some sort of rotation comes in.
No, that's absolutely is. Back down to that bottom lane, you'll see Jabs and Q against Cuckoo and Palos. And it feels like this is the kind of lane that could be, quite a high kind of kill lane, but we are going to have to wait a couple levels out before we do see any kills coming out from either side. As you do see, Q did go for the other facet this Hoodwink game, went for the tree bounce trick shot, which I personally think is very nice. I think it's the better facet to go for.
Yeah, it does allow you to get some really cheap harassment out. it's nice to see that we've gotten both facets out already. You already see Cuckoo not enjoying trading against Q. Like, he doesn't care for the napalm. Throw the Acorn out, get a free bounce back on a single target. It's a lot of damage still. Which is why, you know, I'm surprised Hoodwink got all of those changes. We basically buffs. Still, last lane we haven't looked at. Up top, you've got 23 and Ollie on Gyrocopter. Io, very straightforward lane. Got the Blitzkrieg as well.
Q is going to drop. Cuckoo able to get his revenge eventually here against the Hoodwinkers.
Yoet.
Mid lane, Yoet dropping quite low does also go down. So Laurenov able to secure a kill on his own here on the Zeus. Meanwhile, top lane, Jing dropping quite low himself, but Jing's going to be okay. Now, I'll tell you what though, I mean, that mid kill not going to be feeling too good here for the side of TNC. You're already going to have a pretty rough time as it was against the Zeus, but dropping a kill away solo like that to the Zeus is not going to help.
You drop the kill, you lose the levels, and Laurenov gets both water reads, so he's fully topped up. He can sustain that harassment here in the mid lane, no problems. Jing's still playing on the edge up top, but not really much he can do to try to cut off an Io Gyrocopter. At the least, Cox can just really farm up. He can sell off his bracers, go into a Midas. I think that's one of the use cases as well. It makes picking up a cheaper item more feasible for a Doom to have more presence. And again, it makes the Midas much more economically viable. Your item timings are theoretically a lot earlier for the Doom. All lined up.
And speaking of the Doom, Cox is gone. Ollie able to secure that kill for himself. The Io is now bottom lane. They're trying to get a little bit aggressive here on the Jabs by the looks of it, but Jabs is perfectly fine. No stress whatsoever here for the Axe. Now again, things are going very well already for Aurora. I mean, 1-2, 1k advantage. You know, both the mid and the top lane have been going extremely well for Aurora, and I dare say even the bottom lane, if it Jabs, is not going too bad either.
All lanes are really going well. I would agree with you on that aspect. I don't think there's really much holding Aurora back. That earlier loss of Q is a decent dent, but it doesn't really stop Jabs. It does help accelerate Cuckoo for like boots timing or more levels on a Batrider. It doesn't really relieve that strain on Palos. Because now Jabs can just cut the creep wave, get his own farm going. Cuckoo can't really punish too hard and can get some good stacks up.
Let me show you how a real wisp does things.
That's right. Jabs is dropping a little bit low here down to the bottom lane. They are actually going to find Yoe on the side though. Yoe is down. Jabs is still going. He'll either load us up as Palos will finally be able to secure the kill.
Did I get you?
I mean, but Yoe just drops like that on the Ember, trying to rotate to help out, but he got caught by Q, and Laurenov just made very short work of him.
Yeah. And you trade away the Axe, but again, you're feeding into this Zeus whose early item spikes are just going to be tremendously painful. Up top, the aggression is still going from Aurora. And it's not a fun time for Jing and Cox. Best they can hope for is just to farm up, but nothing stopping Savage. And the Gyrocopter scales insanely fast still. And I love that they're still leveraging the Rocket Barrage with that Blitzkrieg. Right? Like, just overcharge with the movement speed of Gyrocopter with Tether on. It's so hard to play into Savage. Every lane, again, just a great reading from the patch, really, from Aurora. They have a great understanding of what's strong already here.
Dives are scanning.
Just a scan out. They're going to know the Meepo's farming the southern area. Palos is going to TP one of the Meepos away, get the main one out of there, but Cuckoo is going to be kind of left behind. The Cuckoo actually moving easy onto them. We'll get called, Cuckoo. I mean, it felt like he had the opportunity to just casually walk out of there. Still is going to be able to do so anyway, though. It seems like the slows are a bit too much on Aurora's end of things, and Cuckoo playing on the edge, but he is fine.
And he is. He's buying space out for Palos, giving him a little bit more space to work with in the lane. Get that build up into the Dragonlance, maybe Blink Ags. Kind of build up here to be expected from Meepo. Overall, though, again, Aurora very happy in this game. 2k up. Only really Palos able to keep up and farm in comparison to he is a Meepo. He's expected up top. Lots of poking onto Cox. And they keep trying to leverage this mana burn, but 23 doesn't care with all around.
Has been killed.
Here, at least sniping some good couriers here from Jing. Probably the best you can hope for.
Is that mid lane? I mean, Yoe's finally hit level 6 on the Ember, but Laurenov's already level 7 now. Not easy times at all for
Dire's
Yoe.
top tower is under attack.
Just like that chain lightning or arc lightning damage is kind of ridiculous. for old Yoe. He'll pop the flame guard now. Lorenov's still going. Yoe could try to punish, but does not. Meanwhile, Jab's bottom lane. Chased down here by the Meepo. Palos has got him as Cox in the meantime going to take him down thanks to the Thunder God's Wrath. Meanwhile, Jabs actually helps get Cuckoo down before he does die. So now Palos wants to try for Lorenov. He's going to continue trying to get there, but he is being chased by Q. But Palos able to get the kill. Q going a bit too far, and Cuckoo very happy with what he sees.
That's what they need. Some early kills for Palos to feed off of. Get that build up into the Ag's Blink. Already has the Dragonlance, I believe, flying out now on the Meepo. Some more stats to play with. A good sign overall for TNC that at the least the Meepo is having a pretty strong start. And Jabs really needs the Blade Mail. If he had Culling Blade as well, it would have been a better opportunity. Not quite at that point yet for our Axe. So they need a little bit more time to pop up. Still, concern still abound. You know? This is a very slow start for Cox. It's a Doom at bottom network across the cores. Midas is not something he's queuing up. Again, he can sell off the bracers later on for some good gold, considering his facet, but to what extent will that be enough? I don't know. Yoe getting the full treatment with the overcharge. Lorenov's output is just insane.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Does not get lucky with the rune though, so at the very least Yoe that has that to play with for a little bit of a top-up for himself. Still, I think the map state's done very happy for only here that really needs recovery is Jabs. He always has to try to fall back into. Put a Blade Mail Blink. Once that's up, he is set to go. Cox.
Not playing. Chases on here from Savage. All down, he is actually going to land the first time around, so Cox. Well, he's going to try to run, but there's no run. He is down once again. A very, very sad start to the game here for our offlane Doom. Meanwhile, Jabs going for a bit of a chase. They have found Palos, one of the weaker Meepos, but Palos going to be able to poof away. Is now 23 Savage being relocated over to try and help out. Palos still running. Savage still chasing, but it seems as though they are going to have to secure Cuckoo instead. And that they will. Jabs will happily dunk on the Bat Rider. Palos actually going to reveal himself once again straight after he sees his Bat die. They are going to have help incoming from Yoe and Jinx, so now Jabs is going to find himself with Nathan Jabs. He'll miss out on the call. Yoe should have himself a kill, but here comes Lorenov now. Jabs going to be saved by Oli, so Jabs does not go down. And Aurora, they'll get everyone out of it.
That's really unfortunate for TNC. They don't lose the big hero though, at the very least. It's just Cuckoo. At the same time, this Bat Rider being set back this hard, you know, behind in levels, behind in farm by a good amount. It means the blink timing's going to be off. Higher levels in Lasso, the value point of Firefly is going to be thrown off. There's not been that much time as well to stack up the jungle, so there's no room for Cuckoo to kind of eat some space in the farm for himself. And that stall out is going to cause him issues because, again, Doom Assaults is stalled out. Your Ember can probably play. Going for the Mage Slayer build-up, which is a good answer for our Zeus. Just still needs more time to cook into. In comparison, again, you've got very free lane for Savage, a decent enough time for Jabs going into the jungle. Everything's lining up for Aurora. We'll try to fight over these runes. Gets lucky, it's going to be Yoe again. Does have himself an Envy. Very fortunate for TNC that at least the rune control goes their way, but it almost feels like just a bonus for Aurora. They don't even need the bottom to top up for Lorenov as long as all is around.
Top lane, I mean, they're having a look at Savage
Radiant's
now.
bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under
Savage
attack.
is going to try for a TB. Palos, he can go for a random net. Oh, he's going to be a little bit off the mark. Nice attempt. Just a little bit too slow. Savage, he'll just keep farming the area. Like, he's still just to the right of where he was a second ago, just TPing towards that top tier 2 tower. Of course, they aren't going to be able to find him, and even if they did now, Lorenov and Oli are right around the corner if they need it.
Has fallen.
So, Yoe, he'll stick around and get the top tier 1 tower, but that's going to be about it. It's still an objective. I mean, considering the state of the game, you'll basically just take whatever you can.
That you will. You open up the map a little bit more, you can try to go forward to hunt down Savage. They don't manage to plant wards forward though, so in that aspect's a little bit harder to pull off. I do feel like this is some necessary recovery time for Aurora, as again, if you're not quite ready on Jabs, still needs Blade Mail to blink. Once he has that, you are pretty much set to go. Even Savage. Chrysalis is coming out soon into the Ags. Should have at least the Chrysalis flying out for some more output, which plays nicely with Aldi and the overcharge. Lots of potential there. You don't mind a slower game for Aurora. Even though TNC, it is necessary for them. It's a bonus for Aurora as long as they keep map control up. they are still happy with it because they still have these item spikes that are relatively close by for them to consider. There's that blade mail fully up on jabs. There's some good stacks here as well. Looking to stack one more time. They do have a smoke coming out here for TNC. One buyout from Cuckoo. Not grouping over to Team Toe, so
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ruins. Ooh, good deny.
Very good deny here from Jing. I mean, you are still buying plenty of time here for Palos to farm on the Meepo. So Palos can choose to get active. This is the problem. Like, Jabs is completely recovering on his axe. So much farming coming. He'll be a couple minutes away from his blink now, thanks to all the stacks that were made up by Q. Jab's still going to be a huge issue as this game does go on. It's just 4 to 70 to 3k advantage the way of Aurora now, but it just... You know, I just question how much the Meepo is going to be able to get done as we do scale into the later stages of the game. Because theoretically he should be able to get a lot done considering the pack rat facet that he does have. We shall have to wait and see those. For now it's a pretty slow start, 13 minutes in.
I don't know. Like, you have to see what his pack craft, what Palos does utilize in that neutral slot. That's going to be a fit. Like, what does he want? Is he going to go for a side of Vice down the line? Is he going to go for... I don't know. Dagon sounds funny, but probably not advisable for Palos. Although Dagon 5 Meepo is at 50% cooldown on each. It's pretty funny, you have to admit. It's just probably not the way to go. But it is funny.
Here we go again. Smoke is out, TNC. There goes 3.
Bounty.
Heading up towards the top lane. 23 Savage is farming that area once again. In fact, they'll see Lorenov. They want to go mid. Lorenov does get caught initially with Palos. Probably just as good as dead, but they are relocating more in. They want to try and fight. Q only really finding Cuckoo, and he still gets away, as now even the sharpshooter connects onto the Ember, but not really finding the Meepo. Lorenov finding some more chains, does catch out Q. Axis here though, call is out from Jabs, almost taking down the Ember, but not quite. They will be able to get the Terrorize off. Yo is still playing on the edge, trying to survive with his low HP pool, but really forced to run it away.
Big hit and run for TNC. Great blink reveal from Palos. Take some early activities, start to build up. Not much Aurora could do, just not the best positioning. I guess the relocate was just a little bit too far back. If they relocated more aggressively, could have found more. Maybe even take care of Palos, but that also puts you in the firing line for Cuckoo's lasso. So there's a lot of risk involved for that counterplay. I love this from the side of TNC. Instant smoke back up. They're not waiting for that many cooldowns here. So as long as Palos is ready with a blink, they can just keep going. They'll try to sneak around up top. Savage would be a big kill if they can sneak across.
Scanning.
Let's try for Lorenov again. Lorenov maybe backing off at the right moment, but Cuckoo does pop the Firefly, but has no blink dagger to set up with. Q's going to jump in. There's a lot of information out with this Acorn shot. So they are going to chain him up, and eventually they should have their way with Q, but the stick charges will keep him alive a little bit longer. Yoa, he'll try and stick around. Does get the sleight of fist off, but needs a TP out now as Jabs. Oh, his blink was on cooldown. He's going to miss out on Jing. He'll go for Cuckoo instead. Meanwhile, Yoa going to just run it right back towards his team, but Yoa's in trouble. Yoa is down. Cox will try to run, but Jab's got the call up, ready to go whenever. Does get it, drags him right back to the lobbing arms of Savage. That'll be another dunk here for Jabs.
I said good day, sir.
A messy engagement once again from TNC.
Dire's bottom tower
Not what
is
you like
under
to see for
attack.
TNC, unfortunately. Again, I like that smoke. I like that read. I like this understanding that, you know, they don't need to wait for too much with Palos around. They've got damage. They've got mobility with the Ember. But again, it's onto the Zeus. There wasn't
Dire's
a good way of
bottom
scamming him
tower is
out.
under attack.
He had good game sense there on Lorenov to just scout out, instantly jump away, and Q to break that smoke and just force him all the way back to only get the blink is a pretty good move out from Aurora. It's TNC, I think the one big issue is that there's no blink yet in Cox when you force this. You want that follow through from the Doom. You want to be able to threaten with the Doom as well if a wider fight breaks out. At the very least, Cox is close to that, so he's not too far off, just 50 gold. And then I think you can start to play even better on the side of TNC. We shall see. Unfortunately, Cuckoo not even going for the blink, just going for the mech, trying to survive through the onslaught earlier on. I mean, he hasn't had much room to farm up for himself, but here comes the smoke out for the side of Aurora. Again, with that blink up and jabs, a few stacks of Code of Blood, he has a lot.
Oh, get the call off. He's found himself a Meepo. They've got him locked down, and Palos is dead. Nice and easy. Now, even the sharpshooter from Q landing right onto the Dark Willow. It's going to be a nice and easy duck for Jabs.
Is under attack.
Oh boy, it's really starting to warm up now this game too. Aurora just running circles around the side of TNC. But I just don't think it's going to get any easier. Like, your Meepo just absolutely melts to the call of Jabs, and he's the least he worries on top. You've still got Laurenov and Savage to worry about. Cuckoo.
Catch out Jabs, at least.
They could try. Jabs is still not dead. They're going to try again with the remnant from Yowie. Desperate is the way I think we put it here as Cox. He's just going to die to the call down on 23 Savage. Meanwhile, Jabs survives on 30 HP.
Bottom tower
Thought about denying himself, thinks better of it though. We'll be able to survive through it. Jeez, that's just rough, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It's I feel like this game and this series in particular kind of showcases a team that adapts to the patch really well, and a team that's still in the process of adapting. Right, like Aura's first game draft was a lot more suited, even though it's like DK, sure, fine. It still felt way more adjusted to what's strong in this patch, and then now with the Axe pickup, Jarcopper Io sure is kind of old hat, but the Zeus coming out. It's like, it just feels like they have a greater understanding of what's really like top tier at the moment. Whereas for TNC, it just feels like it's a little bit behind in terms of like that game knowledge, or this current patch knowledge, which you can't really fault TNC for. Again, they've not been to as many lands, they've not been to as many tournament settings, they haven't qualified for that much in the past year. But you definitely see that coming into play for Aurora. Like, maybe that little time they had in Dream League, even though it wasn't that long, certainly has shaped some of their perceptions for this patch for the betterment of this team.
He's going to reveal himself here in the Hoodwink, but it's not really much you can do about him. He's perfectly fine. Palace is actually TPing to the outpost down south. He could be in a lot of trouble if they saw him there. Instead, they're going to see Cuckoo, so they'll make the jump in on the Bat Rhino. Cuckoo just annihilated us. Now they're going to know Palos was around, but Palos is out. Just poof right back to the other Meepos. And it's kind of the thing, like, had the Thunder God's Wrath come in a little bit earlier, and they saw that Meepo, that would have been a pretty big issue for Palos, but thankfully this time he'll survive.
Oh, Palos still?
Oh, never mind. As I say that, Palos in trouble. Call downs are all going to land. Palos gets dunked here by Jabs. My apologies for the curse, sir. Solly in the meantime ready with the relocate in case he needs it. He didn't really anyway, but they'll get him out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nice quick in and out adventure for the side of Aurora. They find a big one they really want, slowing down Palos. This Ags is still 3 parts away. It's full 3,100 gold off. Like, the timing, it's not going to feel amazing. It will give some save, but again, I don't know if, I don't feel like Meepo, Mega Meepo is really going to be the big solution here. It just feels like, alright, you Mega Meepo, it's the same thing with Bristleback before, where you just ignore it. I feel like that's what a lot of the big teams have shown us. You see Mega Meepo come in, alright, kill everyone else first, because Mega Meepo will take a while. And the Mega Meepo alone with just Ags, Blink, and Dragonlance is not that big of a threat. It needs more items. We're not at that point. Palos, he's top net worth of his team, but it's nowhere close to what Savage has. He's barely matching Laurenov and Jabs. And for the rest of TNC, they're suffering. Cox, Yoa taking the back seat for this build-up on that Meepo. You still, again, aren't even going for the blink on Cuckoo, so you don't have that straightforward initiation. It's just a lot harder to play for the side of TNC. It feels like you want to kind of go for a blink Doom from Cox and hope that, you know, Cuckoo's close enough to go for the last one to hold onto one and take the 5v4. Still, Roche open for Aurora off the back of that kill. Not going to take too long with the damage here on Savage. Full BKB up the jabs now as well, going into the Ags, which is so damn painful on the Ags. Net debuff and counter Helix going down with every attack. It's just, it's going to cause a lot of problems here for the side of TNC.
Yo, might be getting caught here. Jabs not going to find the call in time. It'll be okay to run it away, but it's just kind of shows the state of the game right now between these two teams. There is an 11k advantage now for Aurora. You just don't see how TNC intend on coming back into this game. Like, maybe once the Ags is up, you can start making some magic happen on Palos, but it really is just putting all the eggs in the Palos basket at the moment. That basket is looking rather, you know, weak. Sadly, it's just not looking too strong.
You could say it's a weak basket.
You could.
Radiant are scanning.
I didn't, but you did.
TNC will try with a smoke out. Again, it's a little bit awkward with no blink on Cuckoo, but they just need an angle out from Yo and Cox here. Right in the right spot, too. Lornoff's up front.
Yeah, behind the Zeus be a great...
Oh! What? Cox? He hesitated.
Yeah, he cancelled. And now Jabs is a free man.
No! What happened?
I don't know. Yeah, Cox gets tipped by Lornoff. I'm not sure why he cancelled that. And on top of that, why is he the one? I mean, Cuckoo doesn't even have a blink up.
Yeah, no, it has to be Cox. But maybe he thought it was an illusion. Maybe he thought it was too good to be true. They miss out now to relocate off the top.
Oh, playing Palos. Oh, Jabs didn't have the mana. He didn't have the mana for the dunk. He couldn't get it done. Very close call here by Palos.
Yeah, but you see the threat?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Jabs alone, because he has that one-man army, he has so much HP, and the bonus strength he has, it means when you call, you're just not dying. You know, Palos with a ransack can't just eat through you, even if it's all of his meepos. I mean, either one probably would have been great. Like, the attack speed one would have been nice as well, but you can just see how well they're playing off of this. The Jabs just goes solo, they get the relay cut on top, and he's very healthy when they do come back in. Q.
Sharpshooter can allow him to get away. Palos is really trying for something, but it doesn't look too great for him as he will just poof back towards the other meepos. But they've got the Rod of Atos to lock him down. He's okay though. He'll make it. Here comes Jabs from the north though. He's moving his way in. The Axe is going to find a call straight off the bat onto the Dark Willow. We'll be able to lock him down with the Bushwhack and Jing. Eventually should just be... Not much Jing can do about that. Rest of Aurora more than happy to keep the fight going, but nobody's left here from TNC.
And this game, as it scales on as well, it doesn't simplify for TNC. You're dealing with a million armor axe, 30 plus 8 right now. Like, how do you even eat through that if you're going to go physical damage? You don't have that great magical damage on hand. And dooming an axe just leaves so many angles for the Gyrocopter and the Zeus to play. I know the angle for TNC. It feels like you need Cuckoo to divert back to a blink somehow. Just to relieve some of that pressure on Cox.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
The line's being drawn here through the Radiant Triangle. It seems like Aurora, they might just run into Cox again. Cox, he'll blink away at the right moment, but they have vision over this area. Though they missed the call, they won't matter. Cox is dying. Jabs will happily take another kill for himself with the dunk. It really does go back to the axe. Like, you don't want to give the axe away in this current metas. Palos actually able to get out. Jabs though gets the call. It's pretty far away, however, but a nice bushwhack. Q's gonna lock it down even longer. And Jabs has got another one.
Ay ay ay. Oh, TNC. It's crumbling. Like, they managed to find Ollie. It's nice. It's a kill for Yoa, but it's not enough. And it's just falling apart. 7-24, 18k lead for Aurora. TNC. Again, it just feels like their drafting is stuck in the last patch almost, Mike.
Dire are scanning.
That's what it feels like. This game just doesn't really feel too close here from TNC's end of things, sadly. Chains out of Lockdown Savage.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Doesn't really feel like anything's going to come of the chains though. Just trying to chip away at the HP pool of Savage, but he's still got the Aegis up for another 25 seconds. Chain him up again, lock him down, see if you can maybe wait out the Aegis. Yoa just continuing to chip away, almost finds Savage that time around. Just 100 HP he survives on. But now Ollie's here to heal him up with the IO, and looks like he's going to be just fine to stick around.
Jabs. This maniac running on the tier 2.
He's going to get lassoed here by Cuckoo, but really has no fear of dying. Actually, probably telling his team to get the hell away so he keeps his strength intact. Q staying right out of range, by the way, just really keeping that 600 range. And, well, looks like they're going to give up on that. They'll still fight the tier 2 top tower. Nice and easy.
Just get back to it. Keep that build up here for Aurora. TNC stuck under high ground. We don't even have the full ags yet for Palos. And he hasn't had that much room to farm. It's only the one part away. Only about 170 off. Again, it's not the difference maker, the Mega Meepo. It can save you. But can it really turn these fights? Not with the way they're executed, I don't think. It has to be cleaner execution. It has to be a lasso and a doom on 2 separate targets that feel great. Jabs? Oh boy, Cox.
What can you do? Cox. He'll try to get his way out of this one, but no way out. Jabs just having a field day at the moment here, John, this accident. I just feel like you can't let this hero go for free. No, you just can't get it away. It's a permaban.
It has to. It has to. Almost like when Batrider was first is banned, Chen constantly banned. Axe has to be it, along with LC. Up top, one more pull. Maybe we'll find something for themselves, taking out Q. But it doesn't matter. Like, it's a nice gold swing. It's a good amount of gold to feed off of for Yoa. Building up on that Ember, going for the BKB. I just don't know where your answer for Jabs is. Like, do you have to Doom and Lasso this axe? Almost feels like it.
Well, he comes to smoke from TNC. Jabs has found himself at the top lane farming that area, so there is some free kills to be had as they are going to get off the 23 Savage, but they'll try for the IO first. Ollie dropping very, very low, still alive for now. Does heal up again. Palos can't finish the job, and here comes Jabs! Here comes Jabs! Yo in huge trouble. He'll try to Remnant. That was his last one. BKB away. Doesn't really matter. Savage has got the triple.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, it's just all that for an IO kill. I mean, at least they got Ollie in the end. That's something.
Bottom tower is under
It's something. It's not enough to offset all those losses. Tower is going to be taken for free. Jabs is 26 armor. Code of Blood is retroactive as well and given the values. So, you know, you get the full 1 as your Code of Blood levels up, which is kind of ridiculous. 41 armor axe, 50 armor axe. White, isn't that beautiful?
Oh, yeah, he really has just been dominating this game completely here, Jabs. And I just don't think you can afford to let anyone have this hero. It's too much. We are seeing
Radiant's middle barracks are under
the
attack.
mid racks now being slowly chipped away at. I mean, props to Aurora. It was kind of genius to do it into the IO as well. So Palos, he missed the initial. Snares out, and with that, looks like he's as good as dead. As they take down Bosku, they'll take down the Meepo. Palos is gone. Cox is probably dead to boot here, John. Cox is gone. There you go. GG is called. A pretty rough affair once again.
Yeah, and they actually did what we're talking about. They actually Doom Lasso Jabs to literally no effect. Literally 0 damage on Axe. And it just begs the question, how did... It's kind of boggling. How did TNC not expect this Axe? And they expected the LC. Again, they banned Underlord over Axe. And then they ban LC, like... I don't know. Like, it's a little bit strange. I like the respect from TNC. It does feel like there's a lack of... exposure on this patch, because this is something you could have seen miles away. You play like 2 pubs, you know, Axe, LC are up there. Zeus is up there. And again, these 2 drafts, it just didn't feel like anything was there. Cox 0-9-0 on the Doom. 10-0-18 for Savage. 14-2-10 for Jabs. Like, they played insanely well in Aurora. Again, to be fair to TNC, Aurora is the heavy favorite coming in. Like, right, there's no two ways about it. They played in a regional, in a international tournament just very recently. A lot of damage coming out there because Savage had so much room to do what he needed to do, and Jabs is just never dying in the middle. But I think the main issue here for TNC, the draft just, it's last patch. It was the last patch. This is something we would have seen in the last patch. It's a new patch now, guys.
It definitely didn't really feel very very unique, and this is kind of the thing we have been seeing from the arguably weaker teams so far, is they just haven't really adjusted very well to the patch we have been seeing. And again, I legitimately thought today we'd wake up and there's going to be some very broken stuff happening. I mean, the axe we just saw was quite busted, I give it that. I mean, it seems like Aurora are definitely experimenting while they can, but we'll see what happens. Jonathan, obviously that means we move on to our third series of the day. We don't exactly know what series that is going to be yet, as we are going to have to go to a bit of an extended break once again, but we'll be right back with our third series once that break is over. We'll see you soon.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Boom! There it goes!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Haste! Blow the man down! Stupendous! Puddin' pop! Here I am! Huzzah! Zip! Zap!
Dire are scanning.
And it's off. Coming in.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Do it with flair. And it's off.
Huzzah! Over here now!
Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Your song has fallen to the radiant.
Haste!
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh.
Huzzah!
I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play but you wanna go play you can try to save yourself.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Over here!
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Over here now!
Oh, that is.
Here I am!
They didn't think I could do it. I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight.
Radiant are scanning.
I'ma keep winning, winning.
I'm over here!
Winning,
Stupendous!
winning.
Zap!
But you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself. But you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself. But you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself. But you wanna go play yourself.
Can't stop me now. They not me.
Whoa, what'd I miss?
I can't lose. I won't lose. I can't lose. I won't lose. You may wanna take yourself.
I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself.
Radiant structures are fortified.
You can try to save yourself. But you wanna go play yourself.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's ancient is under attack. Radiant victory.
It's a mile, gotta get already. Now selling Giving work all around the clock. I know they watching. Got it out of the mud. Ain't had no options. Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead and change my style up. Got that touch like Midas. Back then they wouldn't invite us. Switched up, now they wanna be like us. And now they dealing with identity crisis. I know, I ain't sorry, get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now. But if you pull up on me, you gon' see a body. Cause I'm not the one you want a problem with. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the tutu to your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. From a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, look, hand me the ball, I'm running it back. Answer the call, I'm all in my bag. They want me to ball, I charge on the max. And then they pay more cause they paying me tax. I'm the solution and I'm the problem. If it ain't profit, it ain't an option. If you try to play me, I'm gon' get you packed up. If it's something nasty up, nothing's getting past up. No, we bout to act up. This whole game is wrapped up. Talk will get you smacked up. Refresh, you should back up. Hang it up, these plaques up, it's fast, bro. Know that I'm a menace, catch you lacking with your hands up. 10 toes down, if I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the tutu to your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, they're back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. From a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back.
You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. From the same ones say they loyal, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this. This my designer flow. Hey, gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too cold. I didn't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pocket too swollen, they already know I'm a flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Way too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold.
Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a code, sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now. You say you got it, and I Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into it, I'm way too cold. Too cold.
You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold.
time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
You can skate down the screen now. 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 You can skate.
and the dust are trailing behind my boots. Blown by the wind, showed me a piece of my past.
stack racks. House by the lake, bought that. Opposite brakes, draw back. Paddock on my wrist, I'ma hit 'em with a drip drip. They gon' pay the VIP to get a pic with me. I'm a star. Brand new keys to car. I'm the boss and the king of the czar. Got me so high, so addicted. Telling me I'm the only queen of his heart. Guess I let you co-star. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no. Raise a toast to the goat. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no. Raise a toast to the goat. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma be the best. You can bet I got the recipe. Mastermind, creator of this high vibe energy. Only thing I'm loyal to is building a legacy. So quit testing me. Lot of commas in the bank, I'm a provider. Tell the amateurs stay in they lane, ain't no outsider. Bought a mansion in LA, right next to Mariah. Write a song, get filthy pay, price going high. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no. Raise a toast to the goat. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the sauce overflow. Yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no. Raise a toast to the goat. Yeah. Yeah. It takes a lot to be the best.
days are getting shorter. It's now, no way, 'cause life flows like white water. Take a moment to breathe, hold it in, stay a while, forget all that you know, and forgive everyone. It's all in your power to turn away. I've been blinded, 'cause all I see now is a fairy tale ending is not in our course at all. Make a change, forget wait for nothing, to death do I, 'cause I feel like a freight train is running over me. So I'll say what you want me to make you believe, mortify and complicate. I'll wait by until it's too late. But I think that you know much better. Wait forever. My head is on straight for once, and you will pay for it. Caught in a landslide, and first I take, and I can't wait to finally get out of here. And I feel like a freight train is running over me, 'cause I know like I know everything to make you believe. Take every piece of me, and don't be fine for a little while. Forget everything. You're making excuses. These loaded questions will be useless for you, and the real answer is that I fucking hate you. Never fall back. We will stay right where we at. We never fall back. Yeah. We never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We never fall back. Ha. We never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We never fall back. Come up with a game plan. Double XL up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang. So tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we never fall back. Hold on ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, no facts. We gon' stay right where
falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies or facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, no the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah, man, we coming for them bags that they said I couldn't have. Get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto: hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. They say that I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm what you can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to. Couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. Yeah, you're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Inside of me.
They call me a monster, I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest. Cut off all the nonsense, I'm all in your shot, girl, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like a chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I strong is the hammer in my hand. How long can you force me to dance? There's a crisis in my heart and in my words, and I saw you smile when I fell into the dirt. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know me. I'm too young for bitterness like this. I've grown too old to forget. I'm not a killer, but killing never fails. To a hammer, every problem's a goddamn nail. Oh, your fire, I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of Hearts never breaks. Falling asleep, here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you, trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy.
Throw your uppercut, try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whisper in my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, pulling the sound of my name in the crowd. Unanimous. Oh, 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 oh. Unanimous. Oh, 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 oh. I took a break. You're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den. Bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet. My legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying, daydream, defeat is now your only friend. Even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side your mouth. Final round, only the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh.
You're so cool, cool. So stick around. You're so cool, cool. You're so cool, cool. So stick around. You're so cool, cool. You're so cool, cool. You're so
Kapitel, weißes Papier, Seite um Titel, Mitte 20 und hier, Zeile für Zeile, offener Blick, find nur beim nach vorn sehen zu mir selber zurück. Und auch wenn's irgendwie nur eine Plattitüde ist, der Augenblick zerfällt, hält man ihn fest. Und wenn ich's richtig sehe und verstanden hab, dann sagt er selbst, wenn man ihn ziehen lässt, ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt, solange sich alles bewegt. Lieber neue Gedanken aufleisen sollen, statt ewig im Gestern mit den alten Parolen. Nun ist die Währung, der Weg ist das Ziel, kostet die Welt dann vielleicht gar nicht so viel. Und auch wenn manches davon sicher Plattitüden sind, man fühlt genau, wenn es stimmt. Ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt und unter mir, da hör ich die Sirenen singen. Ein Teil von mir will gern gleich hier zu ihnen sinken. Doch ich widersteh, hör auf mein Herz, ich geh. Ich werd nur kurz zum Abschied winken. Und dann einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt. just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't care a bit. Ooh, what a true. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. What a truth. No one talk now, I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud, I get it safe from it. What a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light, and everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down.
Ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Im Coupé hinten links. Ich schreibe und ich trink. Mit den Brüdern und wir chillen. Heute Abend ohne Sinn. Sie will, dass ich sing. Doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die Klick. Und sie weiß, dass es stimmt.
Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Der Kopf ist ausgedankenleer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir gefahren und wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt. Ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschaff. Wie gehabt, holen für den Body an der Tanke Saft. 808, ist so laut, dass du in der ganzen Stadt. Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, schau die schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Landstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truck Stop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, Küss den Ring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelt in meiner Persol-Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weiter Himmel. Kawasaki, Speedboat, Karawane, F1, Abu Dhabi. Du bist meine Nummer 1 und nicht nur diese Nacht. Ich nehm dich zur Frau, trag dich die Marmortreppen zum Palast. Eine Stunde Promenade, Lippenstift an deinem Glas. Soda, Zitrone, Haut glänzt, Haare nass. Ich schenk dir nach, du sagst, wie schön ich bin. Ich küss deinen Hals und du lachst wie eine Königin. Leck die Lippen Eiswürfel, Corvosier, Casino Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für zwei. Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover. Americans, unsterblich. Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen. Und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider. Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf, Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff, Candlelight, sanftes Licht, Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Balenciaga. Vergiss, was die Leute denken, wenn sie
wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back after a pretty extended break here, and we do have our final series of the night, Execration up against TNC Predator, and it is MLP Dota on X5. Jonathan, TNC versus Execration, it feels like something I'd be saying a couple years ago, but here we are again. These two they never seem to disappear, do they?
No, they don't. I mean, TNC disappeared for a while, but they're back. Execration has been hanging around there for quite some time. Yeah, different roster, of course, a little bit more in this time round, but they are still there. I am interested in seeing how this breaks out. Our full-blown Rambulan is online, so it's been a while since we've had one of those for ourselves here. Gonna be a fun time. Mind you, not the best position for these Filipino teams to be in, as we can take a look at our schedule coming up here, just to remind ourselves what's been happening throughout the day. We started off with Bleed versus Blacklist, a 2-0. Into Aurora versus TNC, another 2-0, and now it's going to be TNC up against Execration. Of course, on our other stream, EWC Dota 2 EN4 had IHC versus Talon go 2-0, Execration versus Neon go 2-0 for Neon, and they've got Blacklist versus IHC running there now as well, if you want to check that out in EWC. And of course, we also have our bracket from the day, for day one, how it has progressed. Again, you see Aurora having to face off up against Neon next, Bleed up against Talon next in the semifinals of the upper bracket. And in our lower bracket, of course, we've got, well, the two matches that are running now. TNC up against Exe and Blacklist up against IHC. Again, there are two teams that qualify, so all you need to do is head into the finals of the upper bracket and lower bracket to head into Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. But the lower bracket run's going to be a bit more challenging here, Mike, especially for a team like TNC or Execration, and the history of these teams with each other as well. It's going to be a little bit funny to see, especially, like a bot up against Cuckoo. There was a lot of praise being sung for a bot when we were casting him. He did do amazingly well. And the guy literally leveled up coming back into the pro scene. Lewis, of course, a very young mid from Grind Sky all the way back. I think he was playing in IAP recently. Teammate of Akashi all the way back. That lineup was always promising. So it's interesting to see these new players pour into Exa, and it always feels that way with Execration, right? Like a lot of the top Filipino players had their starting stints in Execration. So yeah, this could be a continuation of that tradition with particularly Lewis.
Oh, it sure could be. I can't wait to see if that is going to be the case. Of course, we are waiting for one of the teams to join the lobby so we can get the draft underway. Somebody's late, sadly, so we'll wait a little bit longer. But I got to tell you, John, I can't actually pick a favorite when it comes to this kind of matchup either between TNC and Execration, because it just feels like it can go either way. And again, we are on a brand new patch, so it's already hard to know what to expect from these teams. But between these two, I mean, one of them got 2-0'd by Neon, and the other one got 2-0'd by who was it? Aurora, of course. And so it's like who's really the favorite going into this matchup? Like who's the guy to worry about?
It's hard to say. I feel like this is a pretty close matchup by skill. Of course, all of these Pinoy teams would probably tell me they're the better ones. We had some chat in the lobby already about like playing secret board game again, as we did in Manila. The Execration boys were all in that. Of course, you have Palos now in TNC. Leaving Execration, so it's going to be funny with that as well, up against his foreign teammates. This is going to be the funniest one. I swear. If we have a 14-minute pause, it's going to get pretty spicy in chat. We're probably not. Fingers crossed. It's been a pretty long day with the breaks, but it's going to be fun nonetheless. Like, both of these teams know each other very, very well, of course. So it should be a very close one. I do worry, again, TNC, again, when they drafted, it felt like the last patch, so I want to see them look back and like, hey, let's pick the heroes we've been playing in our pubs. Let's pick the stuff that's strong. Let's not let in something like Axe. Let's not go back for these, Palos, Naga, Siren. Let's try these new things out in a pro situation,
Or you just, take the broken heroes yourself. If Axe is left, just take it. It's a busted hero right now. Just take the damn thing and, just enjoy yourself. It's not too damn hard. I mean, everyone knows what they're doing when it comes to Axe, John. It's just a facet that you've got to pick up. Come on now. Blade Mail, Blink, Call. That's all you've got to do. It's really quite simple. If I can do it, Jonathan, I'm sure they can too. It looks like both teams are ready to go as well. So we should have a draft to speak about very, very soon. And in Execration, they were running, I believe, 2 games of Core Bane, if I was seeing correctly. So that would have been pretty interesting from Execration's end of things. In fact, I say 2 games of Core Bane. There was at least 1 Core Bane, I believe. So maybe I'm wrong about the second one, but the first one, there was definitely a Core Bane in the game.
Interesting. I did not think that was a core. I thought it was going to be a support. Game 1 was a CML Bane.
No, Game 2. I'm thinking Game 2. I'm pretty sure that was meant to be a core
they
Bane,
ran a Lewis mid Bane. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense with the facets, and again, like, it's not necessarily... It's a bit of a meme, but it is something that has been done since you could attack Nightmare targets and since he was changed to Universal. I just don't know if it's any more viable this patch than it was before, but...
I think it's better.
Can.
Is it not better?
You do get a lot more bonus attack speed. I don't recall that being in the old Nightmare,
remaining.
so it is better in that sense. It's still kind of
5
awkward to run,
seconds
but it
remaining.
is doable, and I like that
Radiant
Execration
team
tries
back.
it. I am hoping they try more weird
Radiant
stuff.
team
Whereas
back.
TNC, again, a bit disappointing with the drafting that
Dire
we'll see in this
team
next
back.
game, as we do have our bans.
Radiant
Marcy
team
being
back.
taken out, Gyrocopter being taken out from Paulus. That's for the goodness. I mean, Gyro in the right hands is really strong, to be
10
fair.
seconds
Like,
remaining.
Rocket Barrage or the movement speed is strong. I just feel like it, with the
5
way TNC
seconds
played it,
remaining.
it felt really slow.
Radiant
so I
team
feel like that's,
back.
I guess they don't want to risk it if the lanes come out better. We also see the Cuckoo Bat Rider being taken away very early on for TNC's part. Taking
10
care of the Monkey
seconds
King and the
remaining.
Hoodwink, which I do like to see. It's not leaving the Hoodwink in particular in the pool.
5
Still
seconds
leaving a lot of those
remaining.
big options. LC, Axe, Centaur, all still in the pool. It does feel like early on in this patch,
Dire
at least, we
team
are
back.
coalescing onto strength heroes relatively early in the patch, looking at all things
Dire
buffed
team
up,
picked.
tanky
Radiant
force, TA
team
being taken
picked.
out. The open with Zeus. There you go. That's the change. Something different. That
Dire
static
team
overcharge is
back.
just so much damage. But the DK is there, so Execration get to have fun in deciding which facet they want. Again, the corrosive dragon form, we saw it from Aurora, melts towers way too damn fast.
I mean, maybe the patch hasn't changed, John. The opening picks being Zeus DK. It just feels like the
10
same thing as
seconds
last time. It was just maybe
know what
this
they
is
say,
it.
right?
Maybe the patch literally hasn't changed,
5
and
seconds remaining.
we're just delusional, John.
I mean, you know
Maybe
what they
that's
say,
what's
Mike?
happening.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah,
how it is.
it really feels that way right now. It really does feel that way.
Yeah, like Chen being a top tier pick in pro pubs, I'm pretty sure at some point a team will pick up Chen. Everyone will recognize, oh, right, Chen. Then instantly ban it for stays again.
Team ban.
Stuff like
Isn't
that.
He's the guy with the most facets as well, right?
Yeah, he has a ridiculous amount because of his companion creep, whatever you want to call it. I forget what it's called. The convert, his own little believer that just
kind of
comes
broken.
along with him. It does remove the reliance
10
on blocking
seconds
camps, on unblocking camps and RNG for camp spawns.
5
It
seconds
is a little
remaining.
bit broken, and that's why it's been kind of up there. Chen players have been feasting, I'm pretty sure.
Well, it certainly feels like they have. Final banouts to come here between these two teams. I'm still trying to figure out how these. I mean, we haven't even got a Chen in the damn game, but I'm trying to figure out how these.
Radiant's
It's just
team
too much.
ban.
Yeah, it's too much. I'm like, oh, I ain't reading all of that. I'm skipping this one. I was like, all right, he gets a creep and it's all different. It's like, yeah, I do not read. It's a lot. I feel like
That's a
the
lot.
Radiant
Centaur
team
is the most
pick.
straightforward. And there's a use
Dire
case
team
for
pick.
there's a use case for every single one. Maybe the Hellbear is the least wantable, likable one, but I'm sure there's
How
a
can you
use
say
case for
that?
that as well.
How could you
Tomatoes and
possibly say
potatoes,
that?
Mike. It makes a good stew and not great units. There goes the Phoenix.
I like the potato.
10
the
seconds
tomato.
remaining.
I mean, would you convert one of those creeps over a Centaur?
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, if we're talking laning stage, yes. 100%, I'll
Dire
take the
team
Hellbear
pick.
Smash.
That's right. See the Phoenix for Execration and the Tiny coming out from TNC. So again, with the facets and with the innates, there's a lot going on here for TNC. I'm liking a little bit of a shakeup. I say shakeup again. Tiny was pretty common in the last patch as a support/core, but it should just be the support here for
10
TNC. For Jing,
seconds remaining.
he does have a spectacular
Radiant
Tiny on
team
hand.
pick.
He'll go with the Winter Wyvern as well. So again, a little bit of a shake-up there. The facet with the added damage per extra attack range is pretty nice for Arctic Burn, I suppose. And it does give you some good saves up against a jump in from Execration, although not fully
10
safe with
seconds remaining.
how much magic damage there is on X's side. Still some good team fight tying
5
in.
seconds
Actually,
remaining.
I say that, I feel like if you have a Zeus on hand, the mana restore facet might be better here for the Winter Wyvern, no? Just top up your Zeus every single time with a Cold Embrace.
I mean, I guess so. It seems kind of busted. I'm trying to. I haven't read much about Winter Wyvern. I'm trying to do it right now. The Eldworm Scholar. This is a very interesting innate ability. So you get 20% to each hero once you pick up a Wisdom Rune. That's pretty damn cool.
It's nice. It's a big boost if you pick up the Wisdom. I think that's the one thing. You will have to pick it up as the Winter Wyvern. Oh, when an allied hero. Okay, that's nice.
Yeah.
Regardless, that is pretty strong. Especially if you contest these runes properly. I'm wondering if TNC can get in position to steal from Execration on the Radiant side. Feels like Dire side is easier to swipe away. But Radiant, we'll see if they have something that can kind of infiltrate early on.
Radiant team
It's mega
pick.
value if you find both of them as well. Oh, hold on a minute.
Oh.
Wait, hold on a minute. Well, what's this? Execration, what are you doing? We both know this hero is garbage Execration. I'm not sure what they're trying to do here, Jonathan, but I'm sure it's not going to work.
I believe we've already
10
seen this in the
seconds
qualifiers
remaining.
today. One of the series
We
had
Dire team pick.
not us, but one of the series did have a good speed. IHC did pick it in their first game, in their second game up against Talon. Did not work out. Obviously,
Yeah, I was going to say, where are they now?
yeah, in the lower bracket with Execration. So not the best of spots. An interesting pickup, maybe an offlane or mid pickup for Lewis. With a
10
Grimstroke pickup as
seconds
well.
remaining.
Like it's a Phoenix and Grimstroke support duo. So you could run DK mid
5
off safe.
seconds remaining.
Earth Spirit mid or off. One of those. None of them sound particularly appetizing. But I suppose this does give you good jump for the Zeus, right? You've got good gap close. You can silence up the Zeus, try to chase him down, burst him down, once you have like an Urn Spirit Vessel perhaps. So there are some options here for Exit to play. You've got a good combination with the Inkswell as well from Grimstroke on that initiation, so you can kind of just set up nicely here on Exit for that rundown.
I imagine we must be looking at a mid Earth Spirit, right? Like,
Yeah,
there's no chance of support. Yeah, it has to be mid Earth Spirit. I mean,
Yeah,
here's
just to
the
run
thing,
down
right?
Zeus.
I'll be that dude that kind of backtracks a little bit. The resonance,
Dire team ban.
the facet resonance for Earth Spirit. As a core Earth Spirit, it's pretty busted. Like, the plus 40 attack damage once you've popped Magnetize is pretty ridiculous.
That is-
However, as a support Earth Spirit player, I'm still not happy.
Yeah. You know, you got the short end of the stick.
10
You know,
seconds
Lion
remaining.
players feasting.
Yeah,
The
that's
Fist
true.
of Death is actually something
5
nice.
seconds remaining.
Whereas, you know, it's nice. It's a nice little boon. I do worry. TNC does manage to pick up the Centaur War Runner on their end. Considering how much the Centaur can do, it's kind of ridiculous. I've also seen that. I'm not sure if this is an intended interaction,
Radiant
apparently,
team
but
ban.
well, someone's on the cart hitching a ride with Centaur. Stuff like Chrono and Black Hole actually doesn't stop them. They are literally invulnerable. So they can stop
Radiant
that
Nor should
team
they.
ban.
from the
I
cart.
mean, it shouldn't,
So,
John. He's literally in a cart, John. What stops a cart?
that's true.
Nothing.
The forces of physics do nothing to a cart hitched onto
Absolutely
a Centaur,
not.
man. Absolutely nothing. But I do like this. It does give you more bailout for the Zeus in case he's jumped by the Earth Spirit, so Stampede is there to save.
Dire team
Gives
ban.
a few more options here for TNC to kind of make good their escape. Do see the offlane bans coming out from TNC as well. Maybe expecting that DK to go safe lane now for Abat. Do take care of the Mars and trying to clear out some of the offlane options here for Tino.
10 seconds remaining.
What else stands out? I mean, Axe LC is still there. LC probably
5
stands out a little
seconds
bit more in
remaining.
this particular... sorry, the Axe probably stands out a little bit more in this particular circumstance.
I mean, either one seems pretty damn good, but Axe does certainly seem a little bit more busted than anything. It's TNC Predator. Still having a think about this final banner. I mean, we're all just assuming it's a position 1 Dragon Knight here for
Dire
Execration.
team pick.
So they do ban out the Axe. So you still have LC if they want to go the LC route, but I can't say it really fits that well into the draft of what Execration's got.
Oh.
I mean, in fairness, you can play very
Radiant
quick with an
team
LC. They are going to go for... Oh, never mind the LC. John Ursa has been picked up. Highly doubt that Execration will run LC now.
No, it's not going to feel great into Ursa. What options do you have? There's a Tidehunter. If you really wanted to, I don't know about how great his stuff is. He's a really funny
10 seconds remaining.
hero right now. Good old Tide. When you start out so small, with like
5 seconds
very little attack
remaining.
range, it's a funny one. The Krill
You can
Eater.
still take heroes like Razor and stuff. I think is still pretty good.
For sure, Razor's the only option. I just worry about the lack of team fight, lack of ways of like really setting up for the egg. It doesn't feel like you have the best protection for the egg, outside of big Inkswell, I suppose. But I suppose you don't have the best ranged hitters anyway inside of TNC, so the Inkswell might be enough. Although Ursa, I feel like, can still manage it as long as he's not caught in the initial defensive play from Exit to set up. What else is a Tino hero that's in the pool? Visage is there, although I don't know how great Visage is in this patch, frankly. I haven't seen it enough. Probably not that good. Brewmaster's on hand as well, if they really want to go pretty old school here.
They're thinking quite a lot about this one. There's, you know, again, new patch, plenty of things available here to try and experiment with, though you are in the lower bracket right now as Execration and TNC, so not wanting to mess around too much.
Weaver.
You may now
They go the
select
Weaver.
your heroes.
Okay, I mean, it could just be the offlane Weaver then that we're looking at here, and maybe even just switch it out
No.
for the Dragon Knight, but no.
It's an Abat Weaver, and they'll take Tino onto DK, which is fine. DK into Ursulane, you can just breed fire, haha. You just sit back and farm. They're going to be in a pretty good position there for Exa. The Weaver is pretty hard for them to pin down. They don't necessarily have the best amount of chain stun, although I suppose a good Winter's Curse might be able to get the job done, along with a follow-up from Avalanche Toss Stomp. Yep.
He went the... Oh, no, okay. I was going to say, I saw him with Stepping Stone on Earth Spirit, and I was like, there's no way. There's no way you're going to take that talent. Like, there's no way. I was legitimately about to start raging on stream. But he does change to Resonance. That's fair enough.
Yeah. No way Lewis is going to grief his own team like that, right? No, he's not.
But whose idea was that? Whose idea was that? Well, what kind of facet is this?
A genius facet, Mike. Don't you dare question it. How dare you?
They haven't changed yet either. That's what bothers me.
It's working as intended. Why change it? You just don't understand the genius in not having your rocks break on initiation, okay? You don't understand the value of being able to kick the rock instead of a hero back, alright?
That's the main issue. Then it's like, why do we have a fixed cooldown of 20 now with charges? Like, why does that make any sense?
Oh my goodness.
Just tell me why. I just don't understand. Anyway, we'll move on.
You sing the song. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a heartbreak, Mike.
I tell you, I really did try. We had a 2-hour break, and I said to myself, I'm going to stop complaining about Earth Spirit, because we're never going to see him picked up. And here we go. Execration. Hearing my complaints, have chosen Earth Spirit against my will. And now I'm going to spend the whole game 1 complaining about how bad it is.
That's exactly what we expect coming in. I miss my Schubert, my phosphorus, so many Palas. Don't take my Quattro. I forget what that is. I feel like I know it, but I can't translate. Quattro, I would say change, but I don't think it's change. So,
Are you Filipino, John?
Let's swap mid, says Jing.
That's fair.
Don't take my
Imagine
4.
that-
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't take my 4, please.
Imagine that in a pub game. Like, imagine you could just recommend you just swap mids. How great would that be?
Yeah. Dino says, no, he doesn't want to. His mid is stronger. There you go. Good old Lewis. Lewis has been promising. It takes a lot of, it takes balls of stone to do that, Mike.
I see what you did there, John.
You were doing very well.
That's horrible.
I'm very proud of you.
Trust me, we've been given enough stones, Jonathan. We don't need these stupid jokes from you as well.
You don't have enough. You want more stones, right, Mike?
Well, hold on, Cuckoo. Cuckoo's gonna have to find out the hard way not to hang around that area. He does get caught. Very fire though.
Oh no!
Unfortunate. It happens. Arctic burn will wear off.
Oh, so close. It's so far. Just like 5 units away from going down instead. A nice freebie first blood coming out there. For, well, CML, not the biggest, but still a lot of utility coming out there, of course, for our Grimstroke early on. Take a look at that mid lane. You've got the good old Zeus versus Earth Spirit. This is not going to be too comfy for Lewis, despite having that gap close potential. He can smash rocks through the creep wave and farm, but you've got static field, you've got the live wire, you come closer. Lewis is half HP from like 2 right clicks and 2 spells.
Yeah.
Great balance.
Thankfully, Lewis has got his innate ability to rely on here as the Earth Spirit. John, what's the innate ability again? Oh!
Stone Raptor. Whoa!
Could have sworn we had that before the patch, Val. Doesn't seem very new to me.
I don't remember that, Mike. I don't remember Earth Spirit at all. I think this is great. They should have a facet where he has these charges on a fixed cooldown instead, and they don't break. Oh, you're telling me they already have it? Whoa! Outstanding.
Palos, a copper stun from Tino. Kuku's giving it to Shanks as well. A pretty easy lane here for both sides, I would argue, for now. I mean, Palos should really have no issues, and well, Tino, I mean, the issues will start to come as the levels do go up, but for now, he's going to be alright.
Yeah, he's going to have to wait. Level 3 is when it's his comfiest for the DK. Maybe level 4 with a value point for Dragon Tail, so you can 2-1-1. They do manage to pick off down.
Cox still trying for more, is unable to get the double edge off, and is going to have to go for a run. Nice pickup again here for CML, finding a secondary kill already, and although the bottom lane does seem like it's a pretty kind of standard affair here for the side of Execration. Not too much to be worried about.
It is a double melee into a double ranged lane for TNC to play into. Not the easiest of times. Jing will want to just try to soak up EXP. Good D-ward as well from CML to ensure Abat can just go in and out as he would want. It's going to be a little bit challenging. You can try to intercept, of course, with your AoE stunts when you see the Shikuchi pop, but getting that timing right without vision is fairly difficult. See how much more they can get out there. So far, again, a very strong start from Execration in terms of kills. The mid lane is going to be an issue. Lewis, again, he's not really putting a stop to Yoa. He is somewhat keeping up in CS, but he's trading away like half of his HP every single time. Rune Control is the one big advantage he does have, at the least, so it's going to be harder for Yoa to just get safe top-ups, especially while the creeps are chasing him, giving free vision for Lewis, but I'm not going to actually commit. He's going to be just fine. I'm wondering if the emphasis is there on mid later on to 6, around this level 6 spike that you'd expect for Lewis. If they can prioritize that and slow down to Zeus, could be one way to kind of get the ball rolling early on there for Lewis.
Oh, yeah, look, I'm not saying the Earth Spirit can't be strong early. Like, I mean, Lewis should have a pretty good time as soon as he hits level 6. It's, what do you call it again? The facet. The facet, Jonathan. It's not a bad facet for core Earth Spirit. You know, plus 40 damage as soon as you refresh the Magnetize with a Stone Remnant. It's pretty damn nice.
What the
And it
hell
is.
even that?
Lion gets 40 damage when he switches to the Fist of Death, Mike. It lasts 20 seconds, too.
It sure does.
Oh, and it cleaves, Mike. It cleaves.
It does cleave, Jonathan.
Actually, I wouldn't mind if they gave Earth Spirit something like that. Maybe not cleave, but maybe a longer linger duration.
You lost them at give, John. They don't give Earth Spirit anything.
Hey, they gave him rocks that don't break. You just don't pick that up, Mike. They did give you something.
I swear at one stage the rocks didn't break and they just secretly implemented that they did. We used to have a lot more rocks back in my day, John. Not so much anymore.
Steady she goes for the side of Exa. Lanes are shaping up quite nicely outside of a mid lane match, of course, for Lewis.
How much damage does Zeus do? Like,
A million
Zeus does
damage.
Too much damage.
Every single time he trades, it's half HP gone for Lewis. Every single
This
time.
is my thing. Why does it work on right clicks?
I do not know. It's too much. Along with a shard. Like, I'm fine with Lightning Hands working as it is, but for Static Field now to apply on his right clicks, it's kind of ridiculous. This is really the core issue with Zeus. He nukes way too hard right now. Early on in the laning phase, like, it's insane. Like, at some point, you know, they did buff his right clicks. I remember a time when it's like 50, maybe even less. You had to rely on Chain Arc Lightning. And now he has insane right click damage, 74 and now at level 5. With that great static field, plus the facet, it's way too much.
It really is. Just look at this. Like, Lewis has lost over half his HP.
Yeah, every time. He comes into trade, half his HP for half mana. And that's a trade you take as a Zeus every single time.
I mean, in fairness, very nice clip as well. Very nice clip from Yoe. Not allowing him to force out the creep wave, and now, well, Lewis, he's probably okay, because Yoe is pretty low on mana. In fact, he has none left. But Lewis is still running. Yoe is still chasing.
One more?
And the right clicks are doing the job as Yoe
It's so
is
dumb.
not done yet. He's chasing down Lewis. Lewis is okay. Oh, no, he's not. No, he's not. They've got the arcade boots.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Why?
Oh.
Why did Zeus work this way, man? It was already... Last patch, Zeus was already strong. He didn't need this. He didn't need bonus damage in his right clicks.
No. He didn't jump, but he got it.
He already had lightning hands. I guess thematically it makes sense, so props to Valve for sticking to the lore. And the teaming of Zeus. It's just too much.
Oh, it's so stupid. Now you've got a level 6 Zeus, by the way. Lewis still at level 5. Of course, they want to start to move now that they've got Thunder God's Wrath available, but still just chill out for now. TNC in no rush. Tino trying to find a stun onto Cuckoo by the looks of it. Not going to be able to get one off, though. We'll have to just let Cuckoo walk away. Pretty quiet top lane, all things being said and done. Like, I thought that maybe there'd be a little bit more aggression here from TNC, but just sit back and continue the farm here on Palos is down at bottom lane. In fact, middle lane. Lewis going to find himself in danger now. Lewis being chased by Cuckoo, not going to be able to keep up. Lewis going to be just fine to get himself out that time around. In fact, they're even rotating CML around here on the Grimstroke. And Jing was there for a second to boot, but it seems like the supports will now back their way out of there.
Yoa just going back for the bounty. As managed to get the top up. He does have early mana issues. At least with the Arcane Boots, you know, he has some way to compensate, going for the Flackery next for the sustain. Up top, a little bit of a chase down, but enough saves here. Oh, Lewis. Ooh.
Oh, Lewis. He misses the initial roll. It won't matter though. He'll get the Magnetize off. There's your plus 40 damage here for Lewis. And Cuckoo is certainly just going to die. Shanks will secure it.
Really?
I told you, they'll give us nothing, John. They give us nothing.
It's unfortunate for Lewis. Palos going for a Wisdom Rune. Steel has the timing down pat.
Radiant's middle
We'll be able to
tower
snag one
is
away.
under attack.
So 2 going for the way of TNC.
Well, don't forget, that's very, very good for when you go to Winter Wyvern now.
Yeah.
Heaps of value. So he picks up Shanks as well on top, so even more value. Lewis getting tipped. Why is Lewis getting tipped?
Because he has to play against Zeus. I suppose
Against
that's
Zeus or as
it.
Earth Spirit, John? Is that what you're...
Both.
Look at this. Look at this. See you, Lewis.
Oh, he's gone.
You did it to yourself, Lewis. You did it to yourself.
One more. No.
Shanks will be okay. Shanks is playing a reasonable hero, John. He'll be fine.
That he is. Oh, the joys to be Zeus. To be fair, he is an Olympian god. I suppose it's just fitting in lore that the Lord of Olympus would have so much damage. Is it not right, Mike?
I mean, it's fair, Jonathan. Generally, stone doesn't conduct electricity very well, but
Who
apparently
cares?
that's not the
He
case.
has enough voltage. If you have enough voltage, any resistance doesn't matter.
Shanks about to drop here to Cuckoo. Not able to get away. Yoa's just going to be there with the Arc Lightning. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Cox. Cox is going to be alright. He'll be able to stampede his way away from the Weaver. Lewis is there, by the way, John. Lewis is going to maybe give it a crack here to try and move in onto Cox. Does land the roll. TPs are incoming, but they should have enough damage surely to get the kill, and they will. But now they've lost their Weaver. Oh boy.
That.
They're going to try for Jing, but here comes Yoa. Yoa is a big problem. Yoa, you just cannot fight right now. Yoa will just man up every single time. His Jing will be just fine. Yoa will find no kills for his trouble, but it won't really matter. He'll get back to the fight.
And they got the big trade anyway, taking care of a bot. And the one thing with a bot is he tends to snowball from laning phase. This time around, it's a little bit slower. He's still up there in terms of net worth. That does set him back. Once he gets into power treads, plus the javelin at the very least, the Weaver should feel a little bit more impactful in that kind of aggressive play. See how long that timing takes. You have the Blade Mail pickup for Lewis lined up now as well. So looking to just try to tank up and be frontline for the team with this initiation. Oh, Jing.
He's going to find Jing mid lane. Jing's actually just not going to die. That's a mid hero, by the way, John.
Radiant are scanning.
You see how Jing was literally less than half HP and just... Nope.
That's
not
good
enough
stuff.
damage.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of rocks, Mike. He's hitting other rocks. You know, that doesn't work. They've got natural resistance to other rocks, Mike.
Here we go. Lewis is going to try again top lane. Cuckoo's an easy target. Surely we'll get Cuckoo. Silence is out. Kingswell is there. This should be an easy one. Cuckoo gets the cold embrace off. No problem. That's okay. He's not level 6 yet, John. It's no problem. We've got him. Here comes Palos. Palos wants to try and trade. Tino might just go down for this. Lewis will roll in. Nice kick away. Is it going to matter though? Probably not. Tino is gone. And it looks like Lewis will be joining him rather soon. CML, in fact, dropping quite low himself. Meanwhile, you are still moving in as the Weaver. Maybe you find a kill onto Yoe, or maybe you don't. Costanz, he does get the kill. But it may cost his own life as he will try to Sakuchi away. But Jing is on the chase. Densanity still moving in. Palos still trying to fight back here. Saving the tiny, surely. Is Densanity finally to go down. CML not out of it either. CML gonna join his teammates. Wondering why I joined this top gank with this mid-earth spirit rolling in. That's what he's wondering right now.
Oh god, I'm so curious about who called for the Earth Spirit. I'm wondering if Lewis himself was the one who asked for it. It's, I mean, he's trying. We know. We see him trying.
It's one way to put it, John. He's trying his heart out, the poor guy.
You know what?
And Tino's in trouble now. Tino's gonna drop.
Yo is secures, as is tradition.
Very nice. Very nice indeed. Tino will get the tip here from Cuckoo, of course. You know we are, John. I mean, it's 6-9 at the moment. Very nice score.
Nice.
3k advantage the way of TNT Predator. And No, I thought it was going to be a closer match, but apparently not yet. Not quite yet, Execration. They are struggling quite a bit. As mid lane,
Lewis.
he will get away. He's alright, Jonathan, don't you worry. I don't know why he's using voice lines. I tell you, Lewis says, it's not the time, sir.
He's feeling cheeky, you know? He's feeling cheeky. That's all it is. Get the team spirit up, get his own morale up. Every kill that's not found is a win in your book. It's got to be. As they will start to pressure in mid just a little bit, just a little. They don't quite have siege damage. I will have to say, I really want to mention this. Tiny with craggy exterior back, and it doing damage reduction is insane. Max 50 damage reduction. It's insane. It's great. I do miss the old mini stun though. I don't know what's more annoying, the damage reduction or the mini stun. I think the mini stun is just more infuriating. I miss it so much.
When I saw craggy exterior, I'm like, if it doesn't have the stun, it's not the same spell. It's simple as that. If it doesn't have the stun, I'm not excited. And it didn't have the stun.
Is so bad. It's so annoying to play against. And back then, we didn't have consistent sources of break. So.
Look at this. Avalanche out, and the gank has failed. The Cuckoo's here. He wants to turn.
Oh.
Tina's going to show up as well. They're going to try and give this one a crack. Moving on to Yoe. This will be a great target. They'll miss the roll, and now the curse is out. Oh no. Yoe is just fine. Here comes Palos, although they are going to lose Jing at the very least, so they do get themselves a tiny. They want more though. They'll refresh the Magnetize again. TNC, they might have to really consider whether they want to keep this fight going. Yoe's going to reveal himself. Den's losing half his HP to Yoe already. We'll have to time-lapse that damage off. Tino, they're going to try and move it onto Cuckoo. They'll try for the Wyvern. The egg is down, but the Thunder God's wrapped from Yoe. Just completely annihilating Lewis. And they've got to run. I mean, Execration, there's no fight to be had here. You traded Cuckoo for an Earth Spirit.
Yeah, they dropped Egg as well. Shanks, it was a pretty decent angle, but not quite close enough. Was playing it a little bit safe with positioning. Doesn't manage to really get coverage over the fight area. That should open up the siege onto the mid. Cox already showing up. Triple bracers we tend to see with a blade mail on the Centaur. Going for the blink next. And with a mid tier 1 cleared up, it just provides a lot of angles for TNC to keep this invasion into the triangle, into the bot jungle a little bit more consistently. They already have ward. Watching that bot jungle area ramp. They're already getting that invasion going as well. Yoe feeling extra confident for that phylactery, does have sustain, and does have an invis rune bottled up just in case he needs it. And this is the point where the game starts to get really scary to play into TNC. Right, like you've got this timing with Shard Manta lined up for Yoe. You've got Palos who is building up. He's got the Battle Fury. He can clear out camps and creepways super quick, going for the Blink BKB. Roshan's going to be an option for TNC after taking a good fight. Like, the game is opening up in a lot more ways than it is right now for Execration, where they're lacking the Mage Slayer for Tino, they're lacking the Blink just yet on DK. There's literally no item progression on Lewis. Speaking of...
Lewis. 0-4 to 6, John. I mean, you did tell me I had to keep an eye on this guy. Palos will give the tip over again to Lewis. I'm going to be, again, in defense of Lewis, he is playing a trash
playing
hero.
Earth Spirit. Yeah.
He's playing Earth Spirit. That's his defense.
I'm just worried if Lewis called for the Earth Spirit as a counter to Zeus. I'm very worried if he's the one. If he's the one who called for it, I'm just like, yeah, well, Lewis, unfortunately, you're rocks. It's stone, you know.
Yeah.
Apparently lightning beats stone now, Lewis. It's very high voltage.
Yeah, why can't you be like your cousin Jing? Jing's just having a great old time.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Need a better rock. The tiny.
Smoke is there. Lewis will just take the mid creep wave. Meanwhile, Cuckoo's actually pinging him out. In fact, never mind, that's not Cuckoo. It was actually Tino on the Dragon Knight saying, let's go. I don't want to see my Earth Spirit farming. Or we're smoked up. And sadly, the wards are going down, but they're not really fighting anything.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah.
Nothing's coming out of this smoke, Jonathan. Nothing.
That was an interesting one from Lewis. He was in the smoke, broke the smoke to farm, and then nothing happens from the smoke. Maybe a little bit out of sync here on Execration's end. Maybe a bit jolted from the Zeus.
He's desperate right now, John. He's less than 5k net worth on a mid Earth Spirit, John. What do you expect?
He has his blade mail flying out now, going for Sanjin Yasha. Good old SNY. Smoke out from TNC. Might find more success with his blink timing up on Cox. Do have some good forward vision here as well. But there are no heroes hanging around here, at least, so losses for Execration shouldn't amount to anything. They will find a free top tier 1. With Palace just sieging away, and they could possibly just go Roshan after that tier 1. Topside Rosh, no easy access point without the tier 1 top. Nice and secure for Palos if he does want that safe objective. So far though, TNC seems more interested in just soaking up more farm space. I mean, they see Lewis.
They do. Lewis is going to be okay. See the disparity in the levels as well, and it might just go back to the Wyvern pick and the fact that they found both Wisdom Runes, but it does make life hard when all the cores are just outscaling you in XP by a mile.
Oh yeah. It's not particularly fun feeling. They are trying to retake their triangle.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get there, but I think Lewis needs to get the hell out.
Oh! Goodbye.
Yeah. Oh boy.
The better stone.
The better stone. And in fairness to him, like, he has no game. Like, this is as desperate as you get as Earth Spirit. Like, there's nothing he can do now.
Tino?
Like, this is the problem with the hero, right? If you have a bad game, there's literally nothing to be done now. Like, there's no comeback to be had for this mid-Earth Spirit. He's just dead.
Jinx still going for it as well. Holy crap.
Yeah. Then Xanity trying to run. Is still dusted up. Tree Toss is going to be there. Still going to look towards Yoe, who will heavily jump away. And there's Cuckoo with the curse to lock down the Weaver, but it's not going to be for too long. Meanwhile, Jing in the back is getting caught out. Roll will connect. They should have their way with Jing, but here comes Palos. Then Xanity trying to get away, but Palos will just chase him down. No blink available right now, but Yoe might just have the damage, but no. Not quite enough.
Not quite, but enough to open up the siege onto the tier 2 if they want to fully commit. It's a trade you take as Execration, considering how far behind you are. Finding Jing at this point is... It's a nice thing to find, again, considering how slow this game is for Exe. But TNC, it's not going to dissuade him. Again, they still have options for Roshan. They still have options for just a slow and steady poke on the tier 2s. There's really not much holding them back. Heck, even Palos is just lacking the Ogre Axe for the full BKB. So pinning down that Ursa is going to be hard.
Let's try for the Centaur instead. Cox is a pretty tanky boy, but he is slowly dropping. Still a huge avalanche from the tiny Jing, and now Cox finally goes down. But what's it going to cost Execration? Seems like the answer is going to be quite a lot. They will lose Tino and Lewis, and the chase is still ongoing. They want CML to boot. They've got it. Palace now godlike on the Ursa. And that mid T2 tower looking just tastier and tastier as time goes on.
That it is. I really love that they brought back the Ursa Innate, the Maul. I swear that was that's like Dota 1, early Dota 2 Ursa, right? Where percent HP.
It was.
I love it. I remember the days of like 2 hearts on Ursa. Not recommendable, but you know, that's the way we used to play back in the day. That's a good old build. I don't know, it just makes me nostalgic, you know, Mike? For the good old days.
Bring me back to my double Vanguard Axe shot. Jing, top lane. Actually going to make it away by the looks of it. The Stampede going to be more than enough.
What a spell. Great spell.
Yes, bleed for me.
You just don't have the hold on Exa. They theoretically have some chase.
Then Xanity, he's going to try for Bosku. He does have Palos around the corner trying to make his way over. There's your curse out. The Gleipnir going to lock him down. Bosku will drop. Palos still trying to move his way up, but you don't really have any lockdown here as the Ursa, so you're just going to have to try and rely on all the damage output, and that's not going to be enough. And the thing is, Palos is huge, though.
He is. He has way too much for the full BKB up. Again, Roshan is still an option for TNC. They just haven't dipped into it. They can certainly set their eyes on it now. It looks like Palos has that idea with a BKB. Shouldn't take too long with his output. And it's not. He's just going to go solo. No backup, but there's no wards to spot him out either. And Roche is going to be a nice take. Execration. What item times are we looking for here? Again, the Gleipnir and Abat is huge, but it feels like you need so much more. Mage Slayer for Tino should help mitigate some of that issues with Zeus. Lewis still working on to the Eternal Shroud, still 2 parts away. They'll trade Roche and take the Tormentor for themselves here, get the Shard for Lewis. And that's something. You can pull back allies, I suppose. A little bit of save for Lewis here.
I wondered if this might set.
It's very funny,
John. What? He's got the pullbacks. It's something. It's better than nothing.
Yeah. It's nothing, John. Trust me.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, Danzanity in a bit of danger again. Palos just kind of stalking him right now. Will force the Weaver get away once again.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just hanging around mid lane here is
Radiant
TNC.
structures are
In
fortified.
fact, make that top lane now. They're looking towards Tino. Tino, they're going to go for the stun beforehand. As there's your pullback. Lewis trying to save Tino's life. Here comes the Stampede, and here comes the Cavalry. They're going to try and go after the open. What a curse. Cuckoo. He'll lock down 3 of them. This does not look like the fight Execration wanted, as they'll lose Tino. Can they at least get everyone else out of there? The answer is looking like it's probably no, as CML will drop.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And now to the T2 top tower they go.
Yep, not going to take too long. Again, they've got the full BKB still up for Palos. Hasn't used the charge just yet. Towers will just fall. They are trying to cut creep waves, but a bot gets spotted out and gets taken away by Jing. Oh, now I remember when we were casting some of those when me and I was hanging out with Armel casting some of those qualifiers, and they sang praises to the hill for Abad.
Radiant's middle
And you know,
tower is
the
under attack.
Darling guys were singing praises as well for Abad, and here they are crushing him.
Radiant's middle
It's all a
tower
ploy,
has
Mike.
fallen.
It's the mind games of Godfather Cuckoo. He brings you up, and he can bring you down.
Godfather? When
That's
did
what they
that
call him.
happen?
The Filipino
Godfather
Godfather. Yeah.
Okay.
He's the mastermind. He's the mafia leader. He's the boss. It's all according to his plan.
It certainly is.
Just like the Venomancer picks.
I'm surprised we haven't seen Venomancer from Cuckoo yet.
He's controlled himself, Mike. He's learned.
But it's the one patch he can actually pick it and not get made fun of. You know, like this, he can finally laugh at people like Lewis for picking Earthsmith, and he can play Cuckoomancer whenever he wants.
I will only approve the Cuckoomancer if he gets Plague Carrier, not the Noxious Plague one. I want to see the wards on someone's head, please, please, in a pro match,
Radiant's
please.
bottom tower is under attack.
Pat will start on the tier 3 bottom tower. That's not going to last too long, of course. He will just play it safe and retreat. He still has 2 minutes on the Aegis, so he can play risky if he wants, but the rest of his team just aren't nearby.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
We do find Lewis's courier, so there goes your Eternal Shroud now. Not going to be available for... speaking
Oh,
of
Lewis! No.
Lewis has had his TP cancelled.
Oh no.
And
Jing's
gonna
just
bully
keeping
him.
him here. Jing's like, I'm the better rock.
This is a possible Tiny against the position 2 Earth Spirit we were just watching. Notice how Lewis did not want... He didn't even want to try to kill the Tiny, John. Because he knows he can't. He knows he can't.
He just can't. He just can't right now. With all the armor plus Craggy.
No, no.
4%
That's
damage
not why.
reduction. And no damage, of course. Of course. You know what Lewis really needs? A Dagon 5. You see, Mike? You just need to think outside the box. No damage, Dagon 5. Then you have damage.
I think he actually just needs a BKB right now to be able to stay in the fights.
Would help. But you could get that Eternal Shroud out first when the courier respawns. I do agree though. I don't think the SNYs can do as much as a BKB would. But even then, even with a BKB, I don't know if that's gonna make that much of a difference anyhow.
Oh, Palos just not leaving Lewis alone. It's understandable, Palos. There you go, onto the tier 3 mid tower.
Radiant's middle tower
I actually do like that that effect with the whole the healing converting to mana with the Cold Embrace. It's pretty nice.
It is, especially when you have a Zeus on hand. It's a lot of utility. Just gonna heal up Talos, keep the siege going.
it's quite literally a constant reset. Like he just... No, I'm not sure if Palos wanted to actually die there. His Aegis is about to expire, but they'll jump in bottom lane instead, finding themselves. Lewis, no, sir. He'll roll away, but it's still not looking good as Palos is waiting right there. CML is gone. Palos on a double kill. The man's 12-0-2. Johnny's godlike on this Ursa at this point.
He is.
Dire's middle tower has
My
fallen.
question in my mind is, when do you call it?
10 minutes ago is the answer, John. Insanity. Getting caught out. Very nice curse there from Cuckoo.
Yo, I tried to steal it still over the Thunder Gods. Yeah, I think maybe a 16-minute GG out would have been too soon, but 27 starting to feel a little bit late.
You say that, John. I'm pretty sure they could have called it 16. Toss back is there from Jing. They've taken down CML. At least they do find Jing and they're going to buy back. One last attempt.
Oh!
Cuckoo. He will die to the Sun Ray. But here comes Lewis to make up for it. John Lewis is gone. Your Sun Ray and your egg has been committed. Tino's trying for a stun. He does eventually find one on Palos, but it's not going to matter. He'll just turn around now onto the Dragon Knight. Tino will just melt to the damage of Palos. At the very least, I mean, they might save themselves this mid-racks because the Ursa's not too confident with that low HP pool. Backdoor protection's going to kick in as well. Here comes the creep wave, and I mean, never mind. They've got a Zeus. Who am I kidding?
Yeah,
Yo, we'll get it done.
They have it right, like. It's so funny to me nowadays, you know. I know we've had the Zeus play aggressive for a while, but... Oh, got a good setup.
It is a nice setup. Stampede has been used. Palos is moving in, but they do take down Yoe. That's a huge kill here for the Weaver. And that'll be enough. Because Jing's incoming. Den in trouble. Lewis is going to roll to try and help out. Jing dropping low, but now that curse! Cuckoo once again. Densanity forced to run. Maybe they can at least find Jing. Lewis in the meantime trying to finish off Jing on the Tiny. The Cold Embrace heals are a bit too much and Jing actually just tosses him away with the Avalanche. Meanwhile, Densanity still moving too far forward. In comes Tino though. They'll get the Ursa. They have got the Ursa. That was his first death of the game. 14-1-5. They're making the comeback happen. It's Cox. He's going to find Lewis. Cox is gone.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's coming together, Execration. You see, that's why you don't call it at 16 minutes, mate. Anything can happen. It's Dota 2. You can fight back and get a 6k gold swing. Jesus Christ. Holy crap, TNC. Guess that's one aspect of TNC that doesn't leave as well, eh? The good old gold swings. Still there. It's been there since.
I mean, the thing is, Palos has now got a full Abyssal Blade up. So if you're, like, this Weave is just not going to be able to tank any of the damage. It's like, it's going to be pretty hard for him to survive that initial stun.
It would be. I think it does give way more play, and again, there's still some time till Roche, 2.5 minutes. TNC can look to pick that up first before attempting the high ground once more. At the very least, mid will just constantly shove in with the melee racks gone, so you do have that going for you here. And they do have control of the map. They do have good vision set up. There is some forward vision from Execration up in the top jungle. It's quite far for them to play with, although...
Cuckoo should just be dying, but they do pop a Stampede. But Den's got the Curse out, or rather he's got the Leipnir out. Jing going to be around to save as well. The Weaver actually can't get the job done. So the Stampede plus the Curse is going to be enough to buy him time to walk away. Bit demoralizing for the Weaver, but at least I suppose at least, you know, Stampede's down for 70.
Yeah, it's not the biggest committal here from the side of TNC. You're more than happy to trade that to have uptime on your Winter Wyvern. They will try for another smoke out. They know Curse is down as well for less than a minute. They have a very narrow window to maximize that. They need to capitalize, and this amplified damage beam could help them out if they manage to siege it, but looks like Yoe should be able to pick it up no problem.
May cost him. Yoe still going to heavily jump onto the high ground. Has his BKB as well, so will be forced to use it straight off the bat. At least, again, you got the BKB usage out of the Zeus now. He literally just picked that up. But, I mean, there's still a group up here from TNC. They might just smoke and go again. Roshan's up in a minute to boot. It's going to be another 5-man smoke from Execration now. TNC have used the Twin Gates to go up towards the top lane. Or at least Palos and Jing have.
Radiant are
Meanwhile, the
scanning.
rest of Execration, they're still having a look around to see if they can find themselves a target. Thunder God's Wrath is going to give away the fact that they are all smoked up, and they will all just TP back towards the bottom lane.
They've set up for Roche quite nicely here on TNC, but they want to force this fight outside first. Cox taking point. And get a good jump for the Strat here.
And jump is there, Tino. We'll give it a crack. Cox, way too tanky. Will be just fine, as now Lewis looking for the backsides, has found himself Jing on the tiny. Problem is Palos has jumped in right onto the Earth Spirit. That is Lewis already gone. At least they might be able to find Cox, but Cox is being healed up here by Cuckoo. He does finally drop them. They do get the Centaur kill, but it costs them their mid-Earth Spirit. As now Yo is moving in. On a Shanks that'll force out the egg. Palos immediately looking to burst it down, does do so. The egg is gone. The curse is out. They've caught the Weaver. They'll focus down Tino first, though. Tino trying to man up, but can't do it. He will go down, as so will CMO by the looks of it. Then Sanity still trying his absolute best, but can do nothing. A full team wipe now for TNC Predator.
And that opens up the Roshan quite safely for TNC if they want. It does look like they want to just keep the push going. Not even feeling like they need the Aegis, which is a fair sentiment for TNC to have. Right onto the high ground.
Radiant's middle
Execration
barracks are
respawns
under
aren't too far off. At the very least outside of bot
Radiant's middle
on that
barracks
Weaver.
has fallen.
So they should be able to come in, try to rally up a defense. Without the egg, it can be a little bit tougher though.
Oh, Lewis.
Oh.
Gets caught. He'll use up himself. He'll be okay.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, though, the bottom rack's going down practically for free, of course, to Palos. There's just nobody to contest.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under
TNC, they will play it safe now that they do have 4 heroes back up. Roshan is still there to play for, of course. That's going to be the objective they do rush for now on the side of TNC. And well, it's up to Execration as to whether they believe they can actually try and fight back against this Roshan attempt. I dare say they probably can.
Yeah, probably not.
Radiant
I don't think them taking this fight without egg is advisable. Roche falls way too fast as well. Look at how much damage Palos does. The Roar does come out, and they are smoked up in Execration. See if they find an angle in. Perhaps Lewis could try for a steal, but it does feel like they are a little bit too far out. So second Aegis plus Banner coming out from TNC. Instant smoke out as well. Not the comfiest for Exa, already backing off. And again, with Banner, should simplify the siege onto the high ground. The invulnerability for the creeps is going to play a big part. Just maintaining that siege. I don't know how much play Exa has left. I guess the biggest play is a good kickback on Lewis. Try to isolate, but it feels like a stretch to expect that with all of the BKBs up and available on the side of TNC.
Well, CML gonna get caught immediately here by Jing. We'll just get annihilated. Bottom rack's not going to be lasting long whatsoever here. TNC Predator's going to make very short work of it. Yeah, you do have a Bard pushing out the top wave as the Weavers, so you at least are lacking a bit of a creep wave here for TNC to try for the top racks, but at the same time, they've got a creep wave through the bottom and middle lane, so they've still got time to get through that tier 3 tower. Meanwhile, the Weaver's courier, it's alright, he already found the Daedalus, it's no problem.
Radiant's courier has been
Still
killed.
finds Courier for a little bit more gold on TNC's end. One last set of racks here for Execration to hang on to. They've got the full Ags as well and possibly of all things. So he does have just the extended Arctic Burn to reach from a mile away. Find themselves a nice Torm. Oh, everyone has their short, so just a little bit of more gold flow through. Exa, this is going to be their last stand on this racks. Has to be a good setup with a good egg from Shanks. We've seen the damage that the Sunray does at the max range with a facet. It is quite a fair bit with a hotspot. So they just kind of need to try to play around this distancing that the egg requires to maximize that. Let's see if that's something TNC fails to respect. So far, no fear in the world. 3 minutes left in the Aegis. Again, one last set of racks to find. And the onus is on Execration to make something happen. Because these racks will just get taken no matter what. You have to make this fight work in your favor while they're up.
We're going to roll in pretty early on here with Lewis. And Lewis, I mean, he's going to be so careful here, Lewis. He'll try onto the Ursa. Maybe they can get him the first time, but Palos top of his own BKB, still needs to run those. Soulbind gonna lock him down, but the curse is out now from Cuckoo. That finds 2 targets. CML dropping pretty darn low. Meanwhile, Lewis getting tossed right back into Palos. They do at least find the Ursa, but Lewis is gonna lose his own life. He'll bite back. Maybe they can take the fight. Maybe this is the one they needed. So they'll move in on the Cox. Lewis jumping in again. Ryoe is there along with Palos. Lewis has died back. It just happens that quickly. It's Palos now on some more. They'll find Tino. They'll find a bun. They call the GG. I mean, it looked good for a moment. You know, they got the first life of the Ursa. I thought maybe there's a chance. Sadly, not quite.
Not quite. And it's a great showing coming out from TNC again. Managing to get themselves some of these busted heroes, getting to pick up the Zeus, getting the Centaur for themselves here in TNC. A great course correction from the first series we saw from TNC. For Execration's part, I get the idea behind Earth Spirit versus Zeus. It just doesn't work anymore. I mean, a lot of melee matchups against Zeus just don't work. Even something like Primal Beast, I think you would be hard-pressed to kind of beat out the Zeus nowadays, just because of that overcharge and the static field. It's too much when you gap close. You lose half your HP every single time you trade. Again, great showing out from TNC this time. Execration, probably best to leave the rocks alone here, Mike.
It's a pretty rough affair. I mean, we can have a look at the post-game stats here to see exactly what did kind of break down in this game number 1 here between TNC and Execration. And I mean, it wasn't, you know, I can't say too. I mean, your mid failed, obviously. We can kind of talk about that. 2-12 and 12. So the mid Earth Spirit did basically nothing. Apart from that, it feels like it just kind of fell apart from there. I mean, every lane was working very well for TNC. You could maybe make the argument they just got outplayed on the side of Execration, but I mean, quite frankly, with this style of draft, I just don't think they had much of a chance.
Yeah, I'd agree. I feel like the best showing from Execration is probably Abbott and Shanks. I think they did their jobs exceptionally well. Especially Abbott. He was creep cutting. He was trying to find a backline. You were getting some good distancing from Shanks. And he was managing to get some good Sunrays off with a hotspot. They just needed heroes to play around at. Again, they picked this Phoenix with no real team fight setup. They go with the last pick DK here or they go with Tino on the DK instead and last pick a core for Abbott to play with. So there's just no easy setup to kind of maximize this Phoenix and his output, and just felt like it fell flat. It's decently easy enough to fix in the draft, and again, I don't think player-wise that they're too far apart here on Execration and TNC. Certainly still a little bit favored on TNC, but I'm sure Execration can bounce back, maybe force us to a game 3 here.
Well, we do, of course, have to head to a break, and right after that break, Jonathan, we'll be back with our game 2 between the side of Execration and TNC Predator. We'll see you soon.
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to 1. Queen of Hearts never breaks. Falling asleep, here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you, trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never tell me you got the wrong guy.
Throw your uppercut, try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whisper in my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, pulling the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh. Just 'cause I took a break, you're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den, bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet. My legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying, Adrian, defeat is now your only friend. Even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, pulling the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our game 2 here between TNT Predator and Execration, of course. And well, game 1 was a bit of a stomp, Jonathan. I'm not going to sugarcoat it at all. Execration kind of just absolutely falling apart there with their own draft. What do you want to see here changed up for game number 2 to give themselves a chance at game 3?
I want to see them change a draft. No Earth Spirit mids, maybe ban out the Zeus Centaur, some higher priorities. I feel like, I'm not sure why all of these teams are banning Marcy. It had its time in the last patch. It still does the same thing. I do feel like Bodyguard is pretty good for like core Marcy, but I don't know if it's good enough to ban out like this. First phase over the Zeus, over the Centaur, over the Axe kind of priority. It's a little bit puzzling. I like that Execration tried to find a solution for Zeus and Earth Spirit. It really wasn't. Half your HP gets gone in the trade, and it's only half the mana cost for the Zeus every time. It's like, that hero is... When the B patch comes in, Zeus is getting damage nerfed for sure. He is not staying in this state. It is ridiculous how much that hero does. But we're not in the B patch yet, so you have to deal with it.
I thought you were about to say when the B patch comes in, they've got to buff Earth Spirit. Right?
No, no, that's not the issue. Zeus is overtuned. It's not that Earth Spirit's too weak. Earth Spirit's fine. I'm like, he's fine. You have the stones. Oh, his new innate. Wow, you have stones. Yes, very good. Good enough.
Go on, John. Make your stupid point, Jonathan. Go on.
I've lost plot. I know. I got stones in my brain now. But yeah, no, Zeus is overtuned. Static field is too much with his facet. It's way too much damage.
It's called live wire
down a notch. Yeah, live wire. No, that's a facet. Yeah, static field with live wire is too much. It sounds like LimeWire.
It does sound like LimeWire, doesn't it, Jonathan?
Good
Not that
old
you and I have
LimeWire.
ever used LimeWire. My goodness, I would never.
Why deny it? Everyone used LimeWire, Mike. What do you mean? I take one evening to download one MP3 back in the day, you know, and from the shadiest sources. I had the weirdest iPod playlist because it was full of LimeWire downloads. Oh, it was terrible. But yes, LiveWire is definitely overtuned. Should be taken down like LimeWire was eventually. So
was it
that is the use point. I think it got sued. I don't know whatever happened.
Okay.
But I do believe it was dead. It has been killed. Like it's old, just like us, and it should be put up to death, just like us.
But they have those scooters in EU, don't they? You know the ones that literally they say lime, and they have the the electric scooters you can rent. You don't remember the ones with the lime and
I
the
remember.
lime branding?
Yeah, but I don't think they're LimeWire.
But they have the exact same branding that the LimeWire did, John. How's that make sense?
I'm curious.
Can you just steal the branding? Because they were doing illegal stuff anyway, so it's like, screw it, we're just going to take their brand.
No, they're just called Lime. Yeah, I don't know if they're related to LimeWire, but it's a lime. A lime is a fruit. It's a generic fruit.
The branding's literally the same, John.
They're lime based. That's it. What we do have that's not
10 seconds
I know
remaining.
we're going in more. We have a draft on hand for Game 2 for TNC up against XA, our good old Rambula, and of course, Game 1 was a little bit of a one-sided fist fight. Not helping the fact that you tie your hands behind your back with an Earth Spirit pick, but we'll see if Execration decide to take off the handicap. TNC adjust, ban out the Zeus. They do not have first pick. They do not want to give it away, which is fair enough. It's kind of unfair, don't you think? Like, you get to pick Zeus Game 1, you don't let the enemy pick it in Game 2.
It's rough.
That doesn't feel fair.
Radiant
it doesn't feel fair, Jonathan, but that is the way the cookie will crumble here today, at least for now. There's a couple more bans to go before we can see the drafts continue. I still see no Axe or LC ban. I would not blame either side for just first picking it. I'll be quite frank with you. I feel like we're in that territory where you could just first pick either one, and that'd be fine.
Team ban.
Pretty much. It just does so much for both of them. Like, Axe scales insanely well, but how much armor he gets, it's kind of ridiculous. LC with a barrier.
5 seconds
Both of them are so dumb. They're just so tanky. This patch just feels so tanky. It's all about tanks again. It's a very durability meta, almost, on the off lane. Let's see what the priority is for X to ban out. They take care of the Gyrocopter, take it away from good old Solap, Mr. Palos. Which I still find interesting, considering, again, it had a bit of a rough time when he played it last, but the Rocket Barrage is a threat to be respected.
Team pick.
I'll take care of TA as well, which we have not seen at all because it's always been banned, and Execration go back into the DK first pick. I'm wondering if that's just Tino's pick again.
I truly believe Execration just felt like they didn't have a game last game. I think as soon as their mid fell apart,
10
the game was just over. That's what their draft felt like. It was just so heavily reliant on that Earth Spirit having a decent starters. We are going to see TNC run to the Leshrac, which is one of the picks that arguably does pretty decently against the Dragon Knight. So, still probably going to be a boring lane between the two teams unless Tino does just take the DK again, but ultimately TNC should still have an advantage in that 1v1 matchup if it does come to it.
That he should.
I'm
rather interested as well whether or not they run that lane. I feel like that lane just feels worse now into Lesh just because of his facet, getting the mana back, constant spell harass. Yeah, you don't feel great as a DK there. Breed Fire doesn't really stop the Leshrac spell damage, so he's still going to be fine. If they do flex this for Tino once more, I'm hoping Lewis doesn't consider something like Earth Spirit again. I don't think that changes with Lesh. So something else entirely. It's something I'd like to see. I do like that Execration does ban out the Centaur. Now it's a matter of, do you want to take care of Axe, Legion? Are you wanting to worry about that later on? Do you want to take care of Pause 1s here for Palos? Faceless Void was something that was banned last time. Lifestealer's a top tier pick. It's open enough that they can take their time in these bans here.
I'm still having to think about it.
Radiant team.
Don't ban out the Mars. Mars just, as a hero right now, that it just annoys me. Like, I really dislike the fact that they have that facet where you can't see in the arena. It's too much. Like, who decided that?
Remember when the Ricky smokescreen had the same effect? You couldn't see out of smokescreen. Yeah, they removed it after like one sub-patch or something. And more as well. It's so much bigger. I guess it's an ult, but still, the vision denial is kind of insane.
It's like if you catch one person in the arena,
Radiant team,
your team just has to accept the fact that they're dead. Like, there's nothing you can do to help them. They're just gonna die. Just too
Pretty
bad.
much.
You can't see anyone in the damn arena, John. What are you meant to do to help them?
Nothing. You can't do nothing. TNC picks up the Phoenix again with the hotspot that we've been seeing today. It is a lot of damage. It's a good amount of sustain. Wondering how TNC ties in for some more team fight around the Phoenix. What they pick on the off lane, considering Mars is gone, Center is gone. There's still some options. I suppose LC Phoenix is decent enough if you want to take that route later on. They do manage to pick it up. Exe, time to look for a couple of the supports. Into Lesh Phoenix, we've seen answers like Snapfire just to deal with Phoenix. There's a Nyx pick that is a little bit niche, but works well against Phoenix and Lesh as well. And I feel like Nyx has grown a lot stronger in this patch. Go with the AA instead, take away a lot of that healing, and go into the Clockwork. So they want some backline jump to follow through safely, to set up for the AA as well. I like this combination from Exe. It's a lot more play. There's a lot more they can do. They're not just going to be sitting around hoping Lewis has a good time. At the least, the Clock and AA can try to find targets with one core, any core, and it should lead into consistent kills.
There's your Tiny again from TNT Predator. Jing's just going to go right back for that, and they're going to go into the Weaver themselves this time around. So, I still think Weaver's very, very strong at the moment. Don't quite blame TNT for going ahead and picking that up. And that should just mean we're lacking an offlane for TNT at this stage.
10 seconds remaining.
Just looking to kind of tie in again. A little bit more AoE control is what you want. Something tanky. Kind of help out. Play off the Sunray healing as well. See what options are left after Advanced Execration. Have to pick another core here. They do know their Weaver matchup again. And again, if it's Tino and the DK, I don't think he did too bad with DK into Weaver. I think that was... Or, well... No, that wasn't them. They had Weaver on their side. My bad. I don't know why I'm mixing everything up. A DK into Weaver should be a decent enough lane. Again, not the most exciting. There's some play potential, but I don't think you fully slow down the Weaver either. So, I don't know if that's something you really want to pick up for Tino on off lane. I think you just kind of cop the DK versus Leshrac lane for Lewis. Get something with more impact off. We'll go to Luna pick up first, so the Abbot Luna comes in. I'm interested in seeing which facet he picks up, because it feels like losing the durability from the rotating glaives is pretty big. At the same time, the damage output you get with Lucent Beam and Eclipse is massive on Luna. So I'm wondering which one Abbot does prioritize.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Well, we'll see. More bans to come. Both teams now focusing on the offlane, it seems. As the TNT banning out the Underlord, we have the Darkseer ban out here from Execration.
10 seconds remaining.
Still can't believe Axe is available. And LC is also available for either team if they do wish.
It's gotta be one of those two banned out here.
I can't believe we're in a meta as well where Cogs is arguably the better skill to level up over Battery Assault.
Yeah.
So I think it was what they went. The last time we saw it, they went 1-2-0. I think it was at level 3.
Yeah, but Set ended up going 3-2-0, I believe.
Yes,
So-
but level 3 he had level 2 Cogs.
Yeah.
Which is
For-
still crazy to me.
Remaining.
Because level 2 Battery Assault is like the power spike for Clockwork's laning stage. But now you have, like, arguably, you have a secondary option. And I think Cogs actually does more damage, which is ridiculous.
It does if you land all of your cogs, and it's not the hardest thing, considering how close you are in the laning stage. We do still have Axe LC in the pool as well, Mike.
10
Razor being
seconds
taken out by
remaining.
TNC, Execration taking care of the Viper. As they could split
5
the difference.
seconds
One side takes Axe, one side takes LC. Could be one way.
Radiant team pick.
Rubik instead for Execration.
Okay.
Is this...
You tell me.
Is this a Lewis Rubik mid? Are they going... Offlane
I don't know what I'm
Clockwork? It's either offlane Clockwork or a Lewis Rubik mid.
10 seconds
And I
remaining.
don't particularly like the sounds of either. Clockwork off might be a bit
5
safer.
seconds remaining.
I feel like mid Rubik's probably the safer option, to be honest.
You reckon?
Well, it's a bit hit or miss, I'll be frank with you, John. I don't think offlane Clockwork's great either. It's kind of the issue. It's just... if you were to choose one, I'd prefer the Ruby. in mid lane, as TNC are going to go for a slider pickup now, so it kind of just ticks all the boxes. It will be
Go
the
with
offlane
Jing
slider
Weaver.
as well. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Tiny Pos 1 does seem like it's going to make a reappearance.
That it does. It's just so damn durable. The damage
Lewis
output's
is playing
still
AA.
great. This is some extreme cooking from Execration. This is not something you see outside of any
they cook.
context but turbo matches. It's core AA. Again, it scales nicely. Death Rhyme and AoE with exposure is kind of cool, if I'm recalling that's the right facet, because the symbols
Yeah.
all kind of confuse me. It's a lot of damage, it's a lot of clear. So, our options there. Laning, to be fair, AA leaning to Leshrac doesn't sound bad. Right? You've got really good range, you've got good spell spam as well. You can kind of hang back. You're not going to be in the firing line for Split Earth. So theoretically, it should be fine. I'm just not sold, but again, on paper, this should be a fine lane for Lewis. I don't know why I'm not convinced.
Probably because it's a mid AA we're looking at. I'd say that's pretty unconvincing. Does Lewis have an inability to play normal mid heroes, John? Is that what we're...
I don't recall that from the time he was on like Ground Sky and IAP. Played pretty standard mids. Maybe this is a challenge for the Execration. It's like, hey Lewis, play some weird ass mids. Play Bane mid. Yeah, alright, now play AA mid. Alright, you did Earth Spirit. All these heroes.
It's what it kind of feels like right now. I'll tell you, there's just...
That's my boy. Auto ban Salmon Young Bane. They automatically ban Lewis's Bane because that's something that he might be able to use.
Got him.
Oh
Poor
my
Lewis.
god.
Oh, Lewis hasn't said a word either. Poor Lewis is just confident from the boys. Jing even called him Thompson. Jing literally said Thompson, question mark? Come on now, Jing. There's no need for that.
Oh man.
Lewis literally said nothing. Till this day, he has said nothing.
He cops it. You know, it is what it is. They're the younger kids on the block.
I just checked I just checked to make sure I didn't have him muted, John, as if I play with these kind of pro players. Jing. Very, very humble of me, John. Just checking to see if I've muted a top 100 player. It's fine. Close enough, right, Lewis? It's alright. Maybe a fight to break out topside. CML is waiting around, doesn't have the level 1 cogs up, but it seems as though TNC are going to go ahead and retreat. No real fight to break out. It will be a 3-for-1 trade, though, in favor of TNC once again. So Execration happily giving one away. And I say happily, I'm not sure if they're too happy about it, but it's going to be another nice little net worth lead here for TNC.
And it is. A nice little start for them. And again, boost that mid matchup quite a fair bit for themselves here. Much better time for Yoa to scale up into that bottle. Again, for the AA, he does go for the cold feed, so he's trying to go for the creep wave. Instant deny though. So, Jing said, don't be like that, Kuya Brile, to CML. CML's like, just joking. I do not know what they were translations, John. Alright.
What about the side lanes? I mean, top lane, Dinsanity, aka Arbet, against Jing and Cox right now. You've got CML there as well.
It's not Abed. Don't mix them up. That's the meme.
Sorry about that.
That's the meme. Abed.
Obviously, I don't mean Arbet. I mean, if anyone actually thinks I meant Arbet, come on now.
You know, some chat goes wild. They'll start saying Abed.
In
Left.
fairness,
Shopify for this.
In fairness, Arbet is in the lower bracket right now as well. So you
Trent,
know,
that's
I
fair.
guess.
Not too far apart.
Yeah. Basically. CML.
Jing got ping pong.
He sure did. It's such a low cooldown as well, that Cogs. Like 15 seconds. It's really not that bad.
It's kind of ridiculous. Oh, again.
It's probably my favorite change of the whole patch.
It's so funny. It's just so funny. I love it. Looking at the other lanes, of course, down bot, not as much of the laughing matter. Shanks and Ruvik and Tino on DK up against Bosku on the Phoenix and Palos on the Tiny. Shanks Rubik is quite a treat to watch. It's just, it doesn't feel like you have the highest impact spells to steal. I suppose Sunray is nice and easy to pick up, and the sustain can be nice. This lane so far for Palos, no contest at all from Tino. Breed Fire is good, but Tiny has a lot of damage on hand anyhow. Not too hard to clear out the creeps. Get that farm game going. Lots of spell damage as well to harass back. So you're looking at very stable lanes here for the side of TNC. Up top and down bot. Again, the mid's the one place where it could be a little bit interesting, but even that mid lane for Lewis isn't really panning out. 6-0 right now on that AA. Not what you like to see in your core mid AA.
Certainly not the start you're hoping for. Jing having a bit of a crack here at Insanity. Actually getting a lot of damage off as well. Does end up going back onto CML instead. CML is dead. Nice little pick up there from Jing, and saw that time as well. He did have the swarm on them with the Hive Mind, so a bit of bonus XP coming in from the Weaver, always going to be quite good.
And it is. Again, the support Weaver, what is Facet? It's so ridiculous that some of these facets just switch you from support to core in a really good manner on a hero like Weaver. Level 3 already on that Weaver, matching Cox EXP, which is something definitely like to see.
Cox not having too tough of a time himself, 19-4. Comparatively, Tino's not having a bad time either on the DK right now, 15-3 on the Dragon Knight, but he's unable to slow down Palos at all, which is going to be a little bit of a concern here against his Tiny. Of course, it looks like Lewis is kind of giving up on mid lane for the moment, just going back for a bounty rune for himself. The lane is obviously going to get more and more challenging as time goes on here against the Leshrac.
It is. It's an interesting thing to consider clearing out the creep wave with cold feet, but I'm not too sure. Jing says, haha, from all of the cog spam CMLs just trying to shoot. 1-2 again at level 3.
Has Cuckoo actually got Shanks? Oh, no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Cuckoo was working for that kill for such a long time, and Shanks just takes it away from him just like that.
Yeah. That's gonna feel good for Expiration. Rubik does need the level. It's a nice little solo pickoff. Is fairly low in HP, but at least has one more tango with an Iron Branch if he wants to commit that. And gives Tino some free space to try to, just match Palos' pace, slow down the Tiny a little bit, which you are doing quite nicely. This is the one thing that can kind of scale up. Although, to be fair, Tiny doesn't take that long to farm.
Oh,
free grab. Oh.
A Bart. He's in a bit of danger here top lane. Looks like he'll be alright to retreat towards that tier 1 tower, but the Weaver's made this lane very hard. CML, he's very focused on this cogs. Just the damage output being applied, which I appreciate, but he's kind of lost himself the lane because of these cogs. I'll tell you, John, Jing! Jing, don't do this to me, Jing. Come on now. I was just saying he was losing the lane.
Won the lane. So it's cogs, the damage. Again!
Here we go again.
Again, CML. Again, Queerbrile. No! No, Queerbrile. No! Not like that, Queerbrile.
Has been killed.
He's literally just trying to get the second cog as fast as possible.
That's
not angling it.
That's all he's been doing this whole laning stage, just popping cogs and just smacking him.
Queerbrile, please, play the lane. Don't just hit around the ping pong bumpers. I can't get over it. Oh my god, this game. What is this? Mid AA with Death Prime cleaning out creeps until Lesh. It's like this game has everything, Mike.
Jing's going to try to race for the rune. Lewis is going to be able to pick it up. CML though in a bit of danger. Jing doesn't have Sakuchi for another second, but does eventually get it off. Sadly for Jing, he's got one urn charge. Would probably like a few more, but not going to be able to secure them quite.
Not quite. Does manage to drop a good ward. Very sneaky position. Hard to de-ward overall. Hard to expect. And does get some clearance to watch out for the rotations. You do have some impact ready here on Lewis. He does have level 6. So he has some presence early on if anyone drops low across the map.
Uh-oh. A Bart top lane has been caught here by Cox. Jing with the follow-up. Gets the swarm out. The bash to the deep. CML though with a very nice Cogs.
No!
Save the day here for a Bart as Jing is going to drop. And a Bart he will let them know about.
The angles on those cogs sometimes are so weird. You'd think they'd go one way, but your angle's just a little bit off, they go the other way. And the CML's been trying. And they do land a kill. 3-1 in favor of Execration, but again, the lanes have just gone so deeply in favor of TNC that the scoreline doesn't matter as much. Tino?
Jump to your top, or rather bottom lane. You're always going to move in with the magic damage, and with the Sun Ray, they'll certainly have enough. Yowie will be able to secure that kill for himself. You're talking about this clockwork one more time, John. CML's level 5. He's actually pretty up there in terms of levels right now for a support clock.
That he is. In most spawns 5, so he has been able to soak quite nicely. Cox runs into a bot with the Eclipse. Doesn't fully commit and turns back. He had one, he was ready with a Bash of the Deep into Slitherine Crush. It might have been enough.
You know what happens? Sometimes you mess up a little bit. It's fine.
Radiant are scanning.
8-minute power rune. It should be secured here by Jing. Jing gonna have to try and man up and fight back. The Ice Blast though gonna connect, and Jing took a long time to pick that damn rune up.
That he did.
You know, I feel like he just denied and run at some point, but Jing decided he really wanted that rune.
He really did. He wanted to try to secure it for Yoa. Would lead into a nice siege mid with the Edict. But gets too greedy, and that does provide a little bit of a bounce back for especially Lewis just to participate in that kill. He is going for the route of Atos first, trying to get some good hold onto these heroes. Going to be nice and big once that's up. The rotation up top though, Palos again taking this early activity on the Tiny. Is spotted out, and a bot does back off in the nick of time. But the siege onto the tier 1 shouldn't take too long now either, although Palos looks to be more interested in farming down bot.
I mean, he's not going to waste his time pushing that tier 1 tower on his own. He'll let the other boys do that work. Get back to the farm game here for the Tiny. Oh, and a bot's been caught out. Yowie with a very nice splitter. He'll try for a TP, but the damage! Oh! He's got too much. He has got too much damage on this Leshrac. Gets the job done. And of course, now they can really look towards that top tier 1 tower.
They've got room to get that done. It's a little bit of a slower process in comparison to how fast Tino can siege on that Corrosive Dragon once more. Bot already set to fall. Should be able to trade 1 for 1. I do like the vision setup from TNC. Again, a good line running across the top jungle. Ward up in that cliff to spot out a bot early on. And this ward by the camp can also spot out a bot and punish. They are setting up for some deeper plays here for TNC down the line. The vision game from Exa not as clean. And they've got the entry ward right around the bot jungle, but not much beyond that to play with this added map space. So we'll see if they can somehow utilize this space as well. Good defensive wards there from TNC. Overall, the vision game has just been sharper from TNC. And again, this is something that Darling exhibited as well in their last iteration. They just had a really good sense as to where to drop these wards, how to play around them. They're set up to do so again in this game.
Oh, Yoa is dropping very low, trying to take these stacks away on the Leshrac. He'll be okay, he'll survive through it. It's a bit of a scary kind of moment there for a second. It's Jing. Jing being chased here by CML will be okay. CML now rotating into that Radiant jungle, barely missing out on a free Leshrac kill for himself. We'll see a couple stacks on the Ancient Camp, but that's going to be about it. Pretty kind of quiet game now, it seems like. Both sides, again, just happy to keep that farm going. You do have Palos, who has fallen a little bit behind in CS, but not too much. I mean, he's only 200 gold behind the Luna. We'll have the Echo Saber completed rather soon.
And that's going to be his early spikes coming out, of course. Should allow him to start to take these fights a lot more up front. On the side of Exa, again, they get pretty strong once this Atos is up on Lewis. The issue is it is single target control. So it's not going to feel as amazing. Maybe when the full Gleipnir's up, you can start to hope for a little bit more here from this mid-AA. Do like that he has emphasized just playing with Ice Vortex and Cold Feet. No value point even in the Chilling Touch. Just knows the Death Prime is pretty strong. CCML again knocking around Bosku just a bit. Does love playing with his cogs. He went 2-3-0-1, so he did skip the flare. This is the build we've been talking about, Mike. He has been hyper-focused on the cogs, though.
It makes sense. It really does. I mean, I just don't... Like, I don't know how much you prioritize it over battery assault, but it seems like most players are just going max cogs. I mean, it is a lot of damage. It is a stupid amount of damage.
Dire's middle tower
That it
is
is.
under attack.
You smoke out. We know where Cox was generally. That smoke as well wasn't spotted out, but Ward. So you have an opportunity here.
Haste.
Problem is, Yo is right behind Abart now. Abart not realizing they are right there. Hook shot, though. CML going to lock him in place. The Ice Blast's going to fly in. Yo, he will just melt. A great setup here from Execration. They are still going to try onto Abart, but Abart's got plenty of help around him now. No more kills to come out here. It doesn't seem like it, as they will protect their Luna. And it all really starts with a very nice hook shot from CML.
Gets the work done, finds the right angle in the back, and it's the big target you'd want to isolate along with the AA blast coming in. We get the nice easy burst.
Radiant's
It
middle
leads into
tower
a siege as
is
well
under
for Tino.
attack.
Half duration left in Dragon form.
Radiant
Mid lane not going to
structures
last too long with a corrosive breath. So
Dire's
they're
bottom
finding
tower
everything
is
on
under
Execration,
attack.
despite a little bit more of a topsy-turvy
Radiant's
start.
middle tower is under
They are
attack.
making it work.
Radiant's
Coming out of
middle
this laning
tower
phase.
has
An
fallen.
instant smoke out just to get these stacks cleared out for Yo, of course. Does want the safe farm. But that should lead to maybe some opportunities here for the supports, although without backup, it's a pretty tough call. They need to wait for that farm to come in now on TNC. Like this Blink Dagger for Cox should open up some opportunities here. Palos going for the Shadow Blade, just have a little bit more of that attack speed as well. Should be able to line up into a good timing together relatively soon. Maybe a little bit later on that Shadow Blade. But that is really the big timings for TNC, along with this BKB for Yoa. Can start to play in. Exa not going to wait that long. Going for their own smoke now as well. They do have that blink up on Tino for the initiation.
We're going to have a quick pause here from Execration's end. Looks like we are going to have a disconnection here from Lewis. Things are going quite well here for Execration this game 2 around. Mind you, all the farm does appear to be going on to Abart once again on the Luna, but it is still a bit more even. You know, Tino's doing a pretty damn good job on the DK, and well, sadly, the only person really starting to fall behind is the mid AA once again. I suppose, in fairness, you don't need quite as much farm on heroes like the mid AA. You know, there comes a point where it just becomes completely busted with the Axe up, but for now, you would probably like a bit of farm.
And that you would. You want to get that build up on everyone else just a little bit more. Again, the Atos is a nice timing for Lewis. They are grouping up top. They see Cox.
Miss out on the hook shot. They'll land the Dragon Tail. Cox is still on the run though, but the lift back is going to help secure the kill. As Cox does go down another time here on the Slardar. So, I mean, even if you miss the hook shot, doesn't really seem to matter too much. They'll still be able to get a very nice kill for themselves.
They do. And again, all of these pickoffs are important for Exa. 3-7. The lead is still leaning towards TNC, but again, it allows this catch-up for your AA, allows this build-up for Tino. And this is shaping up nicely. The side of TNC are really hurting right now with this build-up in Cox. The Blink's up. It's good. They can try to play around it. It is safer to wait out this BKB. And it does look like they're going to have to sit back and wait. Although, again, there's still opportunities to be found with just the Blink on Cox. It just doesn't feel like Execration's presenting itself as much. Although, let's see. No.
They may have to die here, I think, on the clockwork. When the Spirit Vessel out from Jing, it's not going to be too hard to take the kill. Jing will just go ahead and time-lapse just to ensure he gets away. Doesn't want to risk his life here to the AA. And they're going to find themselves a Rubik, but because Shanks will always just steal Sakuchi every single time he has a chance. That does manage to Sakuchi his way out. But now you do have Palos showing up as well as Cox. They're looking at that bottom lane, seeing if somebody will show on the creep wave, but they have all retreated. Deep wards right by that T1 bottom tower, being placed by TNC. Is Jing gonna have a bit of a scout around, may get caught here by Shanks or CML, but they'll hold out for now. Execration seemingly realizing that there are wards by that Tier 1 tower, so being very cautious not to show. They'll get their own wards down. So both sides can see each other's wards. Cuckoo's gonna move in. CML will try to protect. Oh, missed the hook shot. Unfortunate. A lot of Atos out. They've caught the Weaver though. Jing is just gonna explode. Problem is now Palos, he wants to move in. They have found themselves a decent trade in Shanks, but it seems like Abart wants to keep the fight going. They are running a little bit low on spells, though. They've already committed Hook and Eclipse. CML should be dead. Here comes Yoa trying to find another target. They'll find CML, but they'll find nothing else.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Still a pretty good win for the side of TNC this time. A 1-for-2 trade into a bot tier 1. You find the objectives and kills that you want here on TNC side. Execration just falling a little bit flat in spell usage. Like the Eclipse as well from a bot, just a little bit too far out to really maximize. And try to run in, play with the aggression he has with a Moonstorm facet. Is scouted out now as well by Jin. Solo kill potential not that high though. So at the very least a bot shouldn't be under any threat. But they are keeping tabs on this Luna quite well. Again, you are reaching critical mass now on Palos. Shadowblade one part away. So he's ready to just really play with his team. Maybe tying that in with a BKB down the line can pretty much set you up. Yoa, speaking of BKBs, does have his ready to be bought out and will fly it out now. So they should start to connect more. Again, only Cox without the BKB, or without that pivotal tool left, but feels like you have enough to compensate. Side of Execration, you are hoping for them to find more. Intrigued that Lewis is going for the Bloodstone on the AA. Makes enough sense. I don't know if he's as effective as like the Leshrac in terms of sustaining himself through, but I suppose we'll find out here.
We're gonna find out soon. Shadowblade is up for the time. They're looking at that dire triangle. They're going to find Tino there in just a moment if Tino does stick around, but he does retreat at the right moment. Mata now completed on a Bard. So Bard slowly but surely becoming that big carry that you are reliant on here as Execration.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Towards the top tier 1 tower, there is going to be a 2-man smoke being committed here between Cox and Cuckoo. They'll bring Yoe along as well by the looks of it, and so will Palos come along. They want the big team fight. Yoe is being watched mid lane. The Ice Blast is going to fly in and they will land the Dragon Tail to boot. Meanwhile, though, CNO has gone down. Yoe still being chased by Tino, but Tino just melts. Now they really want the fight. TNC already finding a 2-hero advantage, finding Lewis on top. Lewis just melts to the damage of Palos. Oh boy, it's starting to look rough again here, John.
I don't think you were in a good game state anyhow for Execration. They were leading kills, but the net worth was still slowly favorable for TNC. Like, I believe before that fight they had a 3k advantage anyhow. Again, it's like you mentioned earlier on, all of this gold is only pouring out onto a bot. Everyone's taking the back seat for this. Especially your core AA, doesn't have any farming tool. You're reliant on those kills, CML.
Chased here by Jing. It's going to be popped here onto Jing as well. They even popped the hook shot just in case of Cox. He kind of jumped into the Eclipse. Cox, a little bit early to the party here. Cox will die.
Of the old
Whoopsie daisies.
Gives a good set of kills to bot to keep that build up. Again, this is their win condition right now in Execration. This is their big scaling core. Consider the DK, I suppose, as a scaling core as well when certain items are up. But about is your very near, much more stable scaling core for sure. So actually massive for him to find those 2 kills. A little bit too keen to trade there for Cox. Does get punished. They still maintain the 4k lead on TNC's end, and they even out the kill board 10-10. So you're still in a good spot. Again, you have these really good boards coming out from TNC. Watching in front of the mid-tier 2, watching the triangle at the back. So they can still play around that quite well. And they've got control in a good portion of the map. Execration has been having a hard time crossing that river to find these fights. They have been stuck on their side more often than not. So it does make it a little bit more awkward to force this out. Lewis is only 2 parts away from Bloodstone AA. So again, I'm keen to see this tech at work. It's just not something I expect from 4A. For the longest time, 4A was like Midas Axe. But this is a new take with the exposure on the cold feet.
Well, what's it meant to do? Like, what's this Bloodstone build up to?
I guess the wider AoE is nice with Cold Feet and Death Rhyme, I suppose. The damage AoE increases, your Ice Vortex increases. Does it increase Ice Blast properly? I would assume so, as well. It does make some sense. outside of the healing.
Let's see it. I want to see it work. Take the Tormentor. That'll be in the shards up for Shanks. They'll go for a 5-man smoke here, Execration. In TNT, they are a bit split up here. I mean, Yoe is by the mid tier 2 tower, and Jing is farming top lane, so you aren't going to have the full 5 of TNT together, but they've smoked up and they will run and meet with each other once again. So it seems like they're very well aware that this smoke may be happening from Execration's end. Execration, rather than trying to force the fight, they're just going to try and force Roshan.
Yep. Doesn't take too long with a Corrosive Breath and a stolen Corrosive Haze as well. A lot of minus armor coming into play here. Roshan does not last long. Secondary life up for Abat. So some protection here with Luna. See how TNC decides to play into this. And they've still got the 4K advantage. That can turn on its head if one good teamfight comes out for Exa with his Aegis on hand. Again, you've got this interesting timing for Lewis. Just really one part away now from full Bloodstone. That added AoE. Wondering how impactful it will be. Really, really curious. This is some cool tech to see live on hand.
Oh, like we'll see very, very soon here, John. I mean, TNC starting to move in for the fight. Now, Bart does have 2 lives available on this Luna. It's going to be rather hard to burst him down twice.
Regeneration.
Just TPing away, and it seems like they're going to be okay, apart from perhaps CML. They do catch out at least the clockwork for their trouble, so it's not really the biggest loss here for Execration. They'll take it. Nice easy kill for Palos at the very least. It's now TNC. They seem to want to head back up towards the top lane through the Twin Gates. Maybe looking at Tino on the Dragon Knight. Now, Tino does have a full BKB up, so it's going to be a bit of a challenging kill if they were actually able to get it there in time. And they will not. Tino's going to be just fine for now. Still a 7k advantage standing for the side of TNC Predator. I mean, Abat is starting to work on towards the Kanda at the very least, so the Luna is going to start to feel like a pretty big issue. So is Palos, though, to be fair. I mean, Palos is starting to hit really damn hard.
And he is. He's got enough attack speed coming out with Shadow Blade on hand. Going straight for the BKB, could go for the disassembly, and although he does buy out the overact, doesn't want to bother. Again, for Exa, if these fights are clumped up from the side of TNC, you completely negate Sunray heal with the AA. You've got a lot of damage to play around with that to burst him down while the AA debuff is online as well from the blast. There's some play there. Full Bloodstone up now for Lewis. Is he cooking correctly? We'll find out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We'll have to wait and see. Here comes the smoke. I mean, Cuckoo is the target they've drawn a line to.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Cuckoo's going to be okay. Instead, he'll head towards that T2 mid tower and try to defend. Yoe is also going to show up though. That's a much bigger target. If Execration could have a chance of jumping that Leshrac, they'd be very, very happy with it. Abat's going to show on the mid T2 tower. He'll try to go after it while he still has the Aegis up for another 2 minutes. But they'll find Cuckoo on the Phoenix, and Cuckoo immediately just blown up. Perma stunned out. He is down.
That's a big pickoff. That's a really big fight for the team fights here for TNC. And a big fight, a big part of their sustain strat as well, and staying in front. Just gonna have to surrender to tier 2. Age is still up for a decent enough time here for Abat. Kanda not too far off now as well, just about 500 gold off, roundabouts. They have, again, really fast push with Luna DK. And just look to pressure in tier 3s. TNC has to find a solution.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Now wrapping around here, Jing.
Tower is under attack.
Won't really be able to close the gap too much. They are still being very patient as Abat just TPs out casually. Still a minute 20 on the Aegis anyway, but just decides to play it safe. And TNC Predator, they get really nothing out of this high ground defense apart from the actual defense, which they didn't even do. Execration just backed their way out of it.
Execration shows a lot of respect for how these fights can break out. I do like seeing that, at the very least. I understand to not push it too far. They're still at a slight deficit. It's all in on Abat. he gets caught out of position with the Aegis, it might not matter as much. Especially with the BKBs already up and running on TNC. Like, Cox can still take full control of a bot if he's stuck in the middle. Might be able to force something out here in the tier 2.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They're looking for the fight. Bart still has the Aegis for 30 seconds. So still has time to try and abuse that secondary life. As Palos going to step right up to him. Will eventually decide to show up. Sunray has already been committed. They'll throw the Luna right back behind the T2 tower and blow her up. That's the first life. Meanwhile, CML cannot sustain through the damage of Palos. Bart, he gets stunned up by the egg. He's in huge trouble. He'll get the Eclipse off, but it means nothing.
God.
He is down. As now Tino sticking around to fight this one out with the rest of his squad, but the rest of his squad's just dead. And even with the Aegis, they thought they were just pretty well off, but it was not the case. There's now even Shanks. The full team wiped a cup. He's out of mana, but he should have just enough soon, and there you go. Cox will just get the job done himself. That's a full team wipe, Jonathan. And that was with the Aegis.
That was with the Aegis. Again, there's always that threat of repositioning. That's why Execration's been really cautious on like the high ground pokes. On the tier 2 pokes, have been super cautious. They dropped the ball just a little bit. They're on the approach into tier 2. And TNC finally get that opportunity to utilize this Palos Tiny to get the toss back with the BKB. I mean, this AA solution's nice, but with spell immunity up, debuff immunity up, it's a lot harder to play off the back of that blast, and he had to throw it only onto the 1 while a bot was being jumped, so he couldn't nail the back line. They couldn't even find Cuckoo as well. He was extremely low from Tino jumping in. There's just enough. And they staggered their spells perfectly on TNC. Right, the egg timing to pop after the Aegis popping was a really good chain of events for TNC to play off of. And it's just kind of wizardry at that point to time it that right. So, big props. TNC coordinated pretty much perfectly to get that in the way it needed to go. 12k lead now for the side of TNC. Tier 2 tower gone. I will quote Twitch chat here just a moment, Mike. Cuckoo's Dota wizardry sprinkled magic into my mundane world, like cheese atop a pizza. Each play unfolded a new chapter in my journey, teaching me resilience, teamwork, and the joy of chasing dreams. In the game's chaos, I found order, and in Cuckoo's plays, I discovered my own potential.
That is rather beautiful, Jonathan. That is poetry.
Twitch chat really put that
Can you repeat the last line for me, John? What was the last line?
I found in the game's chaos, I found order, and in Cuckoo's plays, I discovered my own potential.
That is actually so sweet. I'm gonna have to take that one for a nice gift card or something. Write that down for somebody.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Forgot to celebrate Mother's Day for the wife. She wasn't too happy about that.
Oh!
Lane, they've got the timing. Palos! He's alright. Palos is okay. Jing, can't say the same for him though. Jing, gonna time lapse, just try to go the other way, but he is dead. So definitely still a lot to be afraid of if this Ice Blast does land on top of the other. And apart from that, TNC only really just losing the support Weaver. In fact, they're looking towards a Bart now. But Bart overstays his walk. He may just get blown up here by Palos. But Palos decides better off.
Kills off Delusions instead. Ensures the pre-play won't shove out too hard. Goes for the reset. Not going to be spotted out by the flare either. It's a little bit of a hit and run. Execration, again, they still have play. This Ice Blast, it does scale into the late game quite nicely. You've got the Kaya coming out next for Lewis as well. And eventually, in a very drawn-out match, there's potential for Ags, Moonshard. You're going to feel pretty decent on Lewis once that's up. Of course, that is, like, way down the token pool, considering how he's playing the A8. We're talking about maybe, I don't know, that's something I see coming out 45 to 50 minutes. Long ways off yet. In the early days here at 30 minutes in. TNC. Next objective they have to watch out for is this Aegis. If you give Aegis again to Execration, sure you managed to handle it last time. But I'm sure at this point, Execration will be ready for the repositional plays and should be much better equipped to fight back, especially with the BKB on a bot this time. Still an 8-second charge on that as well. Going to be a lot harder to get Palos with the Avalanche toss back on that Luna this time around.
There goes your 2-2 bottom tower. TNC again very, very patiently just waiting on the high ground. Jing's even start to kind of rotate into a core weaver build up here, going for the Gleipnir up next. Roshan is going to be up in a minute 15, so it seems the Execration are just going to try and remain around the pit and get themselves first dibs. There is going to be a scan that did actually land there for a second, so TNC are very well aware of where Execration are, and they've both smoked up as 5.
Scan as well.
Counter scan is there from Execration. They've got the positioning of TNC. Down pat, Abat is baiting them forward. They'll take the bait, although they do back off, realizing it's not too safe. Cuckoo, though, has been left behind. He still has the Ecto Pop. He'll need to use it ASAP, and he does get off in time. CML, he will drop it now. Tino is just melting to the damage. Abat trying to get away, but he'll get tossed up here by Palos. Oh, it's a triple kill here for the Tiny Core. Shanks, Shanks, no. Also getting caught here by Cox, unable to get away. It's another full team wipe here for TNC Predator. My goodness.
They've got access into the high ground, really fast siege with Tiny plus Lush. They've got Roche potential to fall back to as well. Only the one lane they can really clear out here, unfortunately, just mid. But they're getting work done on the side lanes anyhow with Yoe. Should be able to look for more off the back, and then well, Palace gets that work in. Rather unfortunate for X, they needed to burst down Cuckoo before the egg went off. Just not enough damage. Jumping in. The blast as well. It was timed perfectly, but again, there was that window for the egg to come in for Cuckoo. And that just saves that entire fight. But they were also really split up. Oh?
They have got more. The mid AA. Lewis, he is gone. Lewis is going to buy back. We've seen this one before. Carlos is going to pop his BKB. Will be just fine. They're just fountain diving right now. CML to drop. Well, the bot rack's almost about gone. Looks like Yoa and Jing will stick around and just finish it off, and they do. So one lane of barracks now remaining here for the side of Execration. They still also have a Tier 2 top tower to help defend that, but it's still looking pretty tough for them now. 30k block.
That it is. TNC, they play patiently. They allow Execration to be the one to come in. They reveal the position of bot. Then instantly the fight breaks up in two fronts. Two of the cores, or two heroes from Execration, CML and Tino, go into the backline for Cuckoo, then leave a bot in the open. So they get their own jump in from TNC to isolate away this Luna and just blow her up as well. And now again, Roche acts to fall back to for TNC. Nice, quick and easy here with a Roche banner coming up as well. No contest coming out from the side of Exit. Lines drawn up as well. Fox wants to bring the end game up. Let's see if they will reach that. Instead, keeping onto the outpost, trying to look for stragglers here. This is dangerous for Execration. They went all in with AA mid Bloodstone. It doesn't feel like it's doing much.
It feels like it's doing less than the Earth Spirit last game. Which is saying something. I'll tell you, it really does feel like it's had no impact apart from these ice blocks.
No. Really hasn't. The AoE, the added AoE, I can see it. Considering the ranges, Lewis has been getting these blasts. They have been wider, but I don't know if it's worth picking mid AA to go Bloodstone Atos.
I don't really feel like there's much of a difference. Like, it definitely doesn't feel very worth it.
Definitely not. Like, again, it's a little bit bigger compared to how close. Again, some of his blasts have been pretty close. I do see that 75 AoE coming into play. Just a bit.
It can't be that.
I mean, it's pretty close. He has been, within a screen of blasting in some of these cases. It has felt a little bit wider. Is it worth going mid AA for Bloodstone? Probably not.
I think we can both agree on that.
Yeah. I can see it, but as a second item pickup, I would rather have seen the AA go Midas Ags,
Yeah, I think Lewis has just been cooking a bit too much recently, Jonathan.
He's cooked
a
lot.
Bit too much. He's cooked too much.
He was cooking rocks a while ago, now he's cooking ice up. Not the best ingredients. Not stuff you normally cook. You don't cook ice, man. And you don't cook, well, you can cook rocks, but that's a different topic altogether.
Well, no, you can't, Jonathan. You can't cook rocks, John. Don't be stupid.
You can cook them with some chili and lick the rocks. Isn't that a thing?
Well, it is a thing, isn't it? Oh.
It is. You're the one who showed me. What are you talking about?
Oh, My apologies,
Forget.
Jonathan. I take back what I said. You are correct. You can theoretically eat rocks these days.
And I guess you can eat ice, but you don't cook ice. It's just water.
There was a video about ice as well. Now that you're ringing a bell.
Seriously?
There
was?
I can't
What are
make
you
this crap
watching?
up.
What are you
Hold on a
actually
minute.
watching?
CML will get caught out. Palos, he'll be the one to jump in. Though Palos, he's a big
Oh.
target. He might.
Oh, wait, what is this? Cuckoo? What? Your core is gonna die! He got cold-feeted up into the blast! Palos is... I don't know if he has the window for BKB, or if he's just gonna be stunned up on this tick.
He's gonna die the first time. Take my time. Tactical. He's gonna die the first time. There's no doubt that.
Take your time, darlings. Palos has his zipper shut. How is it tactical? He has his mouth shut. How is it tactical? Palos says his zipper shut, his mouth shut. How is it tactical? You know, he's zipped up his mouth. How is it a tactical pause if he's not talking? You know? What he's saying.
Off we go. This will be the first one. Palos has to die here. Cuckoo, you cannot heal through the Ice Blast passive, sir. Keep that in mind. Yo, I mean, he's given it a crack. He could have found a bug. You never know.
Oh,
jump in is there. Tino, he's going to try onto Yoe. Eclipse has been popped in by Bud. They are really just trying to blow up the left right, and they do get him. Problem is, the Bud is just melting to Cox's damage. Cox is just destroying him.
No buybacks.
No buybacks. It's time to call them, boys. Mega creeps are incoming very soon, I think.
What are you doing? Diving fountain? What are you guys doing? What are you actually doing? What? Darling! TNC! What is this?
Easiest money of my life is what it is, John. That's what it is. Tino. There's no way. Tino, he's gonna do it.
There you go.
I literally opened my emails, Jonathan. I was about to email Valve right now. I was about to email Valve immediately. TNC, they need to be investigated.
Yeah, that's some nasty stuff. Good spirits from Execration release, wishing good luck further. Unfortunately, one of our Filipino teams are out. The Rambulan has caused a fatality. Execration has fallen. TNC does get to move on, and Team Darling, well, TNC, I mean, does get to keep that hope alive. What a way to end. Classic Filipino way of just diving fountain, losing 2 heroes. Could have gone way worse, all things considered, for TNC if any heroes had buybacks. Fortunately, Filipino teams don't believe in buybacks at 30 minutes in, Mike. We don't save for that. We can take a look at our post-match stats here as well. What a spectacular performance. 2-0 for TNC. We've had nothing but 2-0s today, Mike. It's you were saying we were going to see stomps. Well, we are getting 2-0s here. There you go.
It has been relatively stompy. I mean, you know, it's been a good day. Dota 2 action, Jonathan. I mean, I gotta say as well, I do like to see myself with a Pos 1 Tiny coming back as well. I do like myself Core Tiny. Nice to see Pos 1 Tiny has made a reappearance here in the meta.
13-0-6.
Palos, as you can see.
Jesus.
I mean, he had a great game. He had a great game.
Okay.
Lewis on the, I mean, Lewis is gonna do some soul searching, Jonathan. I mean,
Lewis cooked too much.
He's
my
been
man.
cooking a bit too much. Turn the stove off, Lewis.
If you cook ice, it's just water, my man. You don't put ice on the stove, okay? And the rock thing, is something else. Don't send me a video about cooking ice, please. Okay, send it to me. I have an anecdote about Palos and Abad. I have this
anecdote. I can't
anecdote.
make this shit up, John. You
I know you can.
No, hold on, go on.
But,
hold on.
okay.
All right. You go on, John. Well, what's your anecdote? Go on. I'm sending you a link as we speak.
Okay, send me the link. We can take a look at the brackets as well as the end of the day as the results are shaping up. We do have one more series running, I believe, on the other stream. I don't think that has... It has ended. It's been a full 2-0 day. We've had our 2 eliminated teams in Execration and IHC already out. TNC gets to move forward along with Blacklist, potentially facing up against either Aurora or Neon, and Bleed and Talon, who have moved up in the semifinals in the upper bracket. A big day full of Dota tomorrow. And what a way to go out. TNC bouncing back in strong form in the lower bracket run, finally looking like they studied a little bit of the patch notes there. And again, it's 2 teams qualify, one from the lower bracket, one from the upper bracket. So there's a lot to play for, even for those teams in the lower bracket. It's not going to be as complicated into a grand final. We do have some leeway there at the very least. And it's been a great first day. Again, 2-0 stomps. My anecdote time, like Palos and Abat. We were casting some qualifier games together in the Cuckoo Discord. Armel, fed words into my mouth, and I played along. I said, Palos, he's like, oh, he's farming up well, but what's he doing with the gold? And now he has proven this galvanized Palos. I want to believe he jumped into chat and was like, Armel's like, hey, John called you stupid. You're not doing anything with your farm. It's galvanized my boy Palos, Mr. Solap, for that scoreline. And that's a scoreline a bot would have when he was on Darling. He was like going crazy. 13-0-6. Palos is done. Armel is wrong. Palos is not the dumb carry. He's the best carry so far.
Well, with that, Jonathan, I mean, that is it for tonight. Quite frankly, I've had enough of you and your personality, Jonathan, so I'm gonna close out the show now. In case you were wondering, by the way, I did send you a link to see those grilled ice cubes, a very popular street food right now, apparently, so you can go ahead and see how you can actually theoretically cook ice cubes. Jonathan, as we are going to head off, thank you everyone for tuning in. We'll see you all again, same place, same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking
different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. Way that you move your body, make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we